by Giovanni Belzoni. Narrative of the operations and recent discoveries in Egypt and Nubia. Third journey. In the narrative of this my third journey to Thebes, I shall not detain the reader with an account of my stopping here or setting off there, as it would be no more than a repetition of what has been said before, but shall remark only the principal things worthy of notice. I made an extraordinary quick voyage from Cairo to Malawi, which place we reached in 2 days and a half, though it occupied 18 days in our second voyage. I stopped 2 days at Mr. Brine's, the sugar baker, as it was a calm, and in 2 days more arrived at Siout. The next morning I went to see the Bey, that worthy fellow and dear friend to the English. He was about a mile out of town, exercising his soldiers and young Mamelukes in gunnery and horsemanship. The cannon exercise was with balls against the rocks, and I must say there were better marksmen than I expected to find among soldiers without discipline. He fired himself at the same mark with 2 balls in one barrel of an English gun, of which someone in Cairo had made him a present. He liked it extremely and observed, "These guns may become offensive to their makers some day or other." I told him if ever such a period should arrive, the English would still be superior in their weapons, as by that time they would have invented some guns of another construction, much superior to the most effective of the present day, as they are continually studying something new. I saw he was not pleased with my answer, but I said it and would have said it again. After the cannon exercise, they began to fire at an earthen pot placed on a kind of pedestal of about 6 feet high. They commence their course at 200 feet from it, ride towards it at full gallop, at the distance of 50 feet drop the bridle, take their gun, and fire at the pot while at full speed. The horse is so accustomed to this that before he reaches the stand on which the pot is, he wheels to the right to make room for the next in the course. It is a very difficult matter to hit a small pot about a foot high while the horse is running with all speed. In about 200 shots I saw only 6 pots broken. The favorite Mameluke of the Bey, a lad of 12 years old, broke 3. He had the best horse belonging to the Bey, and went as near the pot as the length of a gun and a half. 2 other Mamelukes broke 1 each at a good distance, and 1 was broken by the Bey himself, for which he received, of course, great praise from all his subjects. The gold and silver on the riders gave them quite a theatrical appearance. When the exercise was ended, the Bey seated himself under a tree, and was very curious to know the particulars of my opening the pyramid, as he had heard of it, and desired to see a plan. As I was to visit him in the afternoon, I promised he should then see one. At 4 o'clock I went to his palace. He was sitting on a very high armed chair, a fashion not common among Turks, though he did not sit like an European, but in the Turkish manner, with his legs up. Here I had an opportunity of being present at a trial upon life or death. The case was this. A soldier belonging to the Bey had been found dead upon the road near the village of Ammon, with his throat cut and several marks of violence upon his body. He was on his return from Mecca, where he had been on a pilgrimage. His camel was found dead near the door of a peasant, and it was supposed that he had a great deal of money about him. He was seen in the house of the peasant near which the camel was found, in company with 7 other men, among whom was a Bedouin. The soldiers of the village, who took the prisoners into custody, asserted that the prisoners had assisted the Bedouin in making his escape, and the sheikh of the same village affirmed that one of them said he knew where to find him at any time. Several witnesses were examined, but no one gave any evidence that could bring the facts home to the supposed culprits. One point, however, was very much against one of them, and this was, his countenance did not please the Bey, for no sooner did the Bey set his eyes on the poor fellow than he exclaimed, "Ho, ho, the case is evident. I see plainly who is the murderer. Look at that man. Can there be any doubt but it was he who committed the crime? So own at once that you did it, for denial will be useless. I see it in your face." I must confess I never saw more appearance of the assassin in a countenance in my life, but God forbid that our courts of justice should adopt such a method of proceeding, and condemn people merely because the expression of their features is against them. Several witnesses came forward to prove that the peasant in whose house the soldier was could have had nothing to do with it, as he was not in the town at the time. I have reason to believe that witnesses in that country are rather more exact in their depositions than those of Europe, for they do not get off so easily as in our country. To make them impartial, they generally get so severe a bastinado on the soles of their feet that all the flesh is off to the bones, and they are unable to walk for a long time after. 1,000 blows is reckoned a moderate number for a witness to receive. The business ended this day with beating and sending to prison again. I heard afterwards, however, that several of those supposed to be concerned in the murder had their heads cut off, but for this I have no further authority than my own interpreter. After the trial, the Bey sent to me as if he were desirous of some conversation. I took the interpreter with me, as the Bey will speak no language but the Turkish, and seated myself on the bench near his chair. He began to talk again about the pyramids, and wondered we could not tell when they were built. He wished to be made acquainted with things, but in such a manner that his ignorance might not be perceived, asking questions as if he were already informed of what he was most anxious to learn. I showed him the plan of the second pyramid. He understood it immediately, as he said, taking a general view of it without inquiring into a single circumstance. As I knew he passed for an architect among the Turks, I took a pair of compasses and showed him the scale of English feet by which the plan was made. The word scale was mistaken for the Italian scala, and he asked me where a person mounted with that scale, and the interpreter, who was as curious as himself, asked nearly the same question. I could not help smiling, and turned the discourse to the forced passage, on which he rightly observed that they who made it must have been in search of gold, or else they would not have given themselves so much trouble, with some similar remarks. I quitted him that evening, as it was rather late, being half an hour after sunset, and went to him to take my leave the next morning. I had a firman for him to renew, and to my surprise he did it without hesitation. He seemed to be pleased when he was told that I was going to make a collection for myself, for which reason, as he said, he had given me the firman with full power to dig wherever I pleased, right and left of the Nile. I answered that I felt much obliged to him, but that I hoped he would consider what I did for myself would be still for the English party. He made no reply to this, but I could easily see that he felt a kind of displeasure at my returning to search as connected with the English. I wish Mr. Salt had been there incognito, as he would have seen the difference of this man when behind his back from what he had been before his face. He introduced the little story of the pipe made by Kalind and sold as an antique to Mr. Salt, laughed much, and wondered how a person so full of knowledge could suffer himself to be so easily deceived by a Frenchman. I told him that anyone might well be deceived, as we bought many things from the peasants, good and bad, together in lots, without even looking to see what they were, till they were brought home. Consequently, this pipe might have been bought in that manner. He asked me many curious questions, and among them whether I should shave my beard when I returned to Europe, supposing my answer would be that I should not do any such thing, for my beard appeared the finest of all that were before him at that moment, even superior to his own. I told him, to his astonishment, that no sooner should I reach the shore of my dear Europe than I should rid myself of it as a great burden. He saw he had got himself into a scrape by exposing the sanctity of the beard, to be despised before so many of his bearded countrymen by asking such questions of a Christian. And thinking to mend the matter, as some of the French told him that in France many wear their beards, he said he knew that in France many people wore them, but did not know whether it was so in England. I replied that neither in France, England, nor in any part of Europe, except by a few of the Russians, were beards ever worn. This sort of disrespect for beards did not appear to meet the approbation of the assembly, and he was glad to turn the discourse upon horses and so forth. Having received my firman, I left Siout the same day, and on the next arrived at Teta. This, I recollected, was the residence of my old acquaintance Solomon Kachif of Erments, who played me so many tricks, but as in the latter part of his command in that province he became our friend, at least in appearance, I thought proper to pay him a friendly visit, as according to the way of thinking of the Turks, an injury is not easily forgotten, and sometimes revenge is taken when the offender is in disgrace or in misfortune. I do not know whether this man were pleased at seeing me in his hut, as perhaps he might be mortified at the supposition that I must recollect his prejudice and the trouble he had given me. Certain, however, it is, that he received me with all the marks of cordiality that can be expected from a Turk. He gave me to understand that as the deficiency found in his account with the Bashaw was nearly made good out of his monthly pay, his employ would be soon ended, when he should be a free man, and could go where he pleased, and if the Bashaw did not come to good terms with him, he would go to a place above Ibrim. Knowing he meant to Dongola, to the Mamelukes, I told him that His Highness the Bashaw was a worthy man, and if some friends of his in Cairo were to speak to him, all would end well. He said he expected that the French consul would have done something for him from his friendly professions, but he was disappointed, and added many other things, but all of trivial importance. At a moment when we remained alone, however, even without the interpreter, he told me, in the Arabic language, that he should be under great obligations to our consul if he would speak to the Bashaw in his favor, and that he might be assured he would gladly come to an understanding with him, as he had made great improvements in the lands from which the Bashaw derived considerable advantages, but above all, as his debt was paid with the Khansha, our treasury. I promised I would do all I could for him, and some time after I wrote all the particulars to Mr. Salt, acquainting him that if he could succeed in getting this man restored to his situation at Erments, he might depend on having a good friend in the commander of Thebes. I could scarcely get away from him. He sent his horses and soldiers to accompany me to the waterside, and on board our cangier I found the customary provisions of bread, a sheep, and so forth. Proceeding on my voyage, the next day, at about a league before we reached Akhman, on the 5th of May, 1818, at 8 o'clock in the morning, I saw the finest eclipse I ever beheld. The moon at its full passed completely before the sun. The eclipse lasted about 3/4 of an hour. I saw the full moon in the center of the sun, which formed a disk or ring. The moon appeared to me in the proportion of about half the size of the sun. On the 10th of May I arrived at Thebes, and immediately proceeded to take the drawings of the tombs and impressions as I stated before. In the arrangement I had made with Mr. Salt previously to my reascending the Nile this time, it was agreed that I should make researches on my own account. But on my arrival at Thebes I found that all the grounds on each side of the Nile were taken, partly by Mr. Drouetti's agents, and partly by Mr. Salt himself, who marked the grounds before his return to Cairo this last time. Seeing that there was no chance of making any researches on my own account without incurring the risk of some difference either with the French party or the English, I retired to my tomb and devoted my whole time to taking models of it. It is somewhat singular, and by no means pleasing to my recollection, that at this time I was at Thebes on my own account and at my own expense, yet with less chance of finding anything than a perfect stranger who had never been in that country. A stranger might come, fix on a spot of ground, and take his chance, whether good or ill. My case was different, for if I pointed out any spot in any place whatever, one of the parties, I mean the agents of Mr. Drouetti or those of Mr. Salt, would consider it as valuable ground, and protest that it was taken by them long before. I verily believe if I had pointed out one of the sandbanks or the solid rocks, they would have said they just intended to have broken into it the next day. Being, however, in the midst of Thebes, a place which was become to me quite familiar, and accustomed as I had been to continual researches, I could scarcely keep myself from doing something. I had already tried on an exhausted ground, known to have been originally opened by me, so that no one could say it was taken by them, but I soon perceived that it was a hopeless attempt to proceed on spots which I considered as exhausted. Between the Memnonian and Medinet Abu, it is well known there are several fragments of enormous statues, particularly behind the two colossi. I had long before marked the ground, and Mr. Doughty first opened near these fragments, but finding nothing except broken pieces of lion-headed statues, he quitted it. Some time after, Mr. Salt began to excavate in this ground while I was in Cairo, and found it to be the site of an extensive temple. There are pedestals of many columns of very large diameter, and in great numbers. I counted about 30, but it appears they are not half uncovered, and among them Mr. Salt found several colossal fragments of breccia and calcareous stone, but all so mutilated that none were worth taking away. He proceeded in his work for a long time, but left the spot at last, I believe, as unworthy of farther labor. On mentioning my wish to proceed in my researches in the same place to Mr. Beechey, he informed me that it was reserved for the consul, as it had been dug before on his account, and under his own inspection. But such was my hope of discovering something of importance, that I determined to proceed, whether for my advantage or that of the consul. I accordingly commenced my operations, and having observed that the part where the sekos and cella must be was not touched, I set the men to work there. It was perhaps fortune that would have it so, but the fact is that on the very second day of my researches we came to a large statue, which proved to be the finest of the kind I had yet found. It is a sitting figure of a man in all points resembling the great colossus of Memnon. On the side of its chair are the same hieroglyphics which are to be seen on the chair of the Memnon. It is nearly 10 feet high, and of the most beautiful Egyptian workmanship. The stone is gray granite, and has the peculiarity of having particles in it of a color not unlike that of the substance generally known by the name of Dutch metal. This and a lion-headed statue are the only ones of the kind I ever saw. Part of its chin and beard have been knocked off, but all the rest is quite perfect. In the same ground I found several lion-headed statues like those I found in Karnak, some sitting and some standing. I know not what to say about this temple, as I do not pretend to give an absolute decision on any subject, but as every one may have an opinion of his own, I shall venture to make a few remarks, or rather put some questions. Why may not this be deemed the great temple of Memnon, with as much or perhaps more reason than what is now named the Memnonium? It is to be observed that the name was given to those ruins on the supposition that the great colossal statue now lying on the ground within the space included was that of Memnon. But now, when every one agrees that the statue of Memnon cannot be any other than that which is to the north of the two in the plain between Medinet Abu and the Memnonium, I think that the temple, which stood in a direct line with these colossi, might with more probability be named the Memnonium. That the northernmost statue of the two in the plain of Gornu was that from which the sound proceeded, I believe is beyond doubt, from the combination of numerous circumstances, but in particular from the testimony of the many visitors who have verified it by their inscriptions on its leg. If the said statue were intended to represent the great Memnon, I think the temple with which it was connected was the Memnonium. The magnificence of this edifice has never been described, because it never was seen or known to exist. Between the two colossal statues and the portico of the temple is an enormous colossus thrown down and buried, all but the back of its chair, which is broken in two about the middle. I cannot conceive how this colossus escaped the notice of travelers. It was one of my principal objects to uncover it, but I never had an opportunity. I have no doubt some interesting points may be solved, and perhaps pieces of antiquity may be found in it, and I hope this opinion of mine will induce some of the travelers or other antiquaries in Egypt to excavate the interesting spot round the colossus. Among the columns of the portico were found a great many fragments of colossal statues of granite, breccia, and calcareous stones, and from the great number of fragments of smaller dimensions and of standing and sitting lion-headed statues, I can boldly state that these ruins appear to me to have belonged to the most magnificent temple of any on the west side of Thebes. It is my humble opinion that the entrance into this temple was guarded by the two colossi, one of which is supposed to have represented the great Memnon, and that on advancing farther there were other colossal statues in inner courts, the fragments of which are still to be seen, as I have just mentioned, in a line with the temple and the two colossi. In the front of the portico are other colossi of smaller size, which appear as if adorning the entrance into it. The whole combined induces me to think that an extensive temple stood on this ground. To explore it would require an excavation of no small extent, but I believe it well worth attention, and I am persuaded it would not prove a disadvantageous speculation to the adventurer. The base of the above columns stood much higher than the bases of the two colossi, consequently there must be an ascent from the colossi to the temple. If we take as an example the temple called the Memnonium, we shall find the same to be the case, and that the ascent into the temple was by steps. On my removing the colossal statue from the ruins last mentioned, I found that the pavement of the place where it lay was much lower than the interior of the temple, whence we may conclude that the former temple was erected on the same principle. And if it were so, the front of this temple is not uncovered, and I do not hesitate to say that some interesting pieces of antiquity might be found there, besides perhaps giving farther elucidation of the real seat of Memnon. It is also to be observed that the regular inundation of the Nile over that very ground has raised the soil to such a height that it discourages a traveler from making researches. But without perseverance nothing can be effected. My occupation at the tomb did not permit me to advance farther in these researches, and I quitted them with the intention of recommencing when I should have had an interview with Mr. Salt. For as he had marked all this ground to be kept for his own excavation, I did not wish to encroach on his Theban territory. The works at the tomb went on uncommonly well. By this time I had taken many impressions of the principal figures in basso relievo to my entire satisfaction. The wax alone, I found, would not stand, as the climate did not permit it, but with wax, resin, and fine dust I made an excellent composition. The greatest difficulty was to take the impression of the figure without injuring the colors of it. The figures as large as life I found to be in all 182. Those of a smaller size, from 1 to 3 feet, I did not count, but they cannot be less than 800. The hieroglyphics in this tomb are nearly 500, of which I took a faithful copy with their colors, but they are of 4 different sizes from 1 to 6 inches, so that I have been obliged to take one of each size, which makes nearly 2,000 in all. Some wax I procured in the small towns of the country, but in such small quantities that I was obliged to send down the Nile to Kenna, Farshiuk, and Girgeh. At the latter end of June we had a visit from Mr. Briggs on his return from India. He brought with him from that country the pineapple and the mango, some of which he had planted in the garden of the Aga at Kenna, and some he tried to cultivate at Thebes. The mango at Kenna, I believe, turned out very well, but those which were planted in Thebes died, I imagine from want of care, as we had no gardener. By this time I had ceased all sort of researches. As I could not dig on the grounds I wished, I contented myself with collecting what the peasants of Gournou used to bring to me, and I must say that in consequence of having so many acquaintances among these mummy plunderers, I have been able to make a little collection of my own, in which I can boast of having a few good articles, particularly in manuscript and so forth. During this time I attempted to make an excavation among the ruins of the temple at Erments, but I was soon convinced it would be to no purpose, and withdrew. This temple is very interesting, for it differs from almost every other in its plan and construction. The drawing, Plate 37, is as correct a representation as I could take of it. On the back of this temple is the figure of the camelopard, which is of such very rare occurrence among the hieroglyphics that this, and that which I mentioned in the Sikos of the Memnonium, are the only instances I can point out in Egypt. Motive of my journey to the Red Sea. Sometime prior to this, the Bashaw of Egypt was informed by two Copts who landed on the coast of the Red Sea from Arabia that they had seen some sulfur mines in the mountains near that shore, several days' journey above Corsair. On the report of these two men, the Bashaw sent an order to the Kachef of Esne to enter the desert in search of these mines. He set off with an escort of soldiers and 60 camels to load with sulfur, but on their arrival they found only several pieces scattered about here and there, and having collected them all, they were not sufficient to load 20 camels. Among the soldiers of that escort was one of the Mameluke renegados, who stated that he saw several mines and temples on the road to the coast of the Red Sea. This little success did not discourage Muhammad Ali, who was always ready to persevere in any enterprise. He was advised to send some Europeans to examine these places and see whether it were worth while to proceed in the discovery of sulfur. Mr. Drouetti recommended to the Bashaw Mr. Caliud, a silversmith, who had been employed by him some time in the collection of antiquities. Mr. Caliud set off for that place, accompanied by an escort of soldiers and miners from Syria, and found the mines as sterile as they had been described. But on his return he did not fail to visit the Emerald Mountains, according to the instructions he received from Mr. Drouetti, who evidently had seen the work of Bruce, where he mentions having visited these mines. On his arrival at the place, Mr. Caliud found several caves or mines which had been evidently left by the ancients, and probably had never been touched by anyone since. From the exterior of some of them he collected several pieces of the matrix of the emeralds, and when these were produced to the Bashaw they were deemed sufficient to prove that there were mines in the country, and to persuade Muhammad Ali to pursue his researches. Mr. Caliud, in his pursuit of mines in this country, happened to reach Sekil Minor, situated in a valley a few hundred miles from the mountains of Zabara, and about 25 from the sea. See Plate 35. It is a valley surrounded by high rocks. On each side of the rocks, at some little distance, are the remains of a few very small houses built of rough stones, and all except one or two without mortar. The rocks of this place resemble an amphitheater in form, not more than 250 yards in length. The upper part of the rocks contains several mines of the ancients, and at one side there is a small chapel cut out of the rock, 30 feet deep and less than 20 wide. See Plate 33, numbers 6 and 7. The houses in all, as we counted them on our visiting that place, are 87, one of which can be considered as the residence of a person distinguished from the rest. I do not know how it happened, but it appears that the enthusiasm with which Monsieur Caliud gave the account of this place seemed to impress on the minds of the antiquaries in Egypt the notion that it must have been the ancient Berenice, especially when he reported it to have 800 houses and several temples, and seemed to him in appearance like the ruins of Pompeii and so forth. He asserted also that it was near the coast, and that the communication with the sea was quite easy. At the same time he produced a Greek inscription, which he also found on the top of a niche. We copied it with the greatest care, and it will be inserted hereafter. This was quite enough. The ancient Berenice had at last been visited, and it was known where it was. Indeed, in a few points it did not quite agree with the situation described by the ancients, but these obstacles were soon removed, for I saw a modern geographer, a man of classical education and a great traveler, take the pen in his hand, and in order to make the newly discovered Berenice fall on the spot where it ought to be, and accord with the description of the ancient geographer, scratch out a large cape that encumbered him, being on the south of the supposed Berenice, and with the same coolness as if it had been a piece at draught, or chess place it on the north, affirming that the bay was erroneously laid down by the ancient geographers who made the chart of the Red Sea. In the description of the mines, Mr. Caliud was pretty correct, but it would have been more to his credit if he had contented himself with an exact account of the new Berenice as it was named. In consequence of all these reports, Muhammad Ali engaged a Mohammedan Aga, a Syrian miner, and with 200 men set off accompanied by Mr. Caliud to show him where he found the ancient mines. Some time after, Mr. Caliud, finding that the mines would not be so productive as it was expected, quitted the place and returned to Egypt, leaving the Syrian miner to look out for the emeralds. From the time of these reports, I conceived the idea of making an excursion into these deserts on a visit to the new Berenice, and only waited the opportunity of a proper time to execute my intended journey. It happened that near the end of September, one of the miners, who was sent from the mountains to the Nile for provision, had to come down from Edfu to Esne, and was returning to the desert when he fell sick. Hearing from some of the Arabs that a Christian physician was at Biban al-Maluk, he came to beg the doctors would prescribe something to cure him. Of course, I had good and clear information of all I wished from this man, who promised to show me the way through the desert if I wished to go. I made up my mind at once, and set about preparing for my departure. Having communicated my intentions to Mr. Beechey, he resolved to go also, and as the doctor would have been useful in drawing, I proposed that he should accompany us. At this time we had a large boat loaded with antiquities of various kinds, among which I embarked the fine colossal statue I had discovered in the ruins of the temple, which I should name the Memnonium. The boat being ready, a servant of Mr. Duetti requested Mr. Beechey to be permitted to take his passage on board to Cairo, which was, of course, granted. The boat set off. By the information I received from the miner, it appeared to me clear that the place could not agree with the description given of its situation by Herodotus and Pliny, and that the direction of the road Monsieur Caliud had taken could not bring him so far south, as the town of Berenice was marked by the geographer D'Anville, who I had reason to believe was correct, having found him so on other occasions. At last, 2 days after the boat set off for Cairo, we hired a smaller one from Luxor to take us up to Edfu, where we were to enter the desert. We embarked near the temple of Gournou, as the water reached quite to that place. Accordingly, we set sail on the 16th of September, 1818. Our company consisted of Mr. Beechey, the doctor, and myself, 2 Greek servants, the miner, and 2 boys from Gournou, whom we hired to take care of our luggage in the desert. It so happened that we were to witness one of the greatest calamities that have occurred in Egypt in the recollection of anyone living. The Nile rose this season 3 feet and a half above the highest mark left by the former inundation, with uncommon rapidity, and carried off several villages and some hundreds of their inhabitants. I never saw any picture that would give a more correct idea of a deluge than the valley of the Nile in this season. The Arabs had expected an extraordinary inundation this year in consequence of the scarcity of water the preceding season, but they did not apprehend it would rise to such a height. They generally erect fences of earth and reeds around their villages to keep the water from their houses, but the force of this inundation baffled all their efforts. Their cottages, being built of earth, could not stand 1 instant against the current, and no sooner did the water reach them than it leveled them with the ground. The rapid stream carried off all that was before it. Men, women, children, cattle, corn, everything was washed away in an instant, and left the place where the village stood without anything to indicate that there had ever been a house on the spot. It is not the case, as is generally supposed, that all the villages of Egypt are raised so high above the general level of the ground that the water cannot reach them. On the contrary, most of those in Upper Egypt are little, if anything, higher than the rest of the ground, and the only way they have to keep off the water on the rise of the Nile is by artificial fences made of earth and reeds. It appeared to me to be in the midst of a vast lake containing various islands and magnificent edifices. On our right we had the high rocks and the temples of Gornu, the Memnonian, the extensive buildings of Medinet Abu, and the two colossal statues, which rose out of the water like the lighthouses on some of the coasts of Europe. On our left we had the vast ruins of Karnak and Luxor, to the east of which, at a distance of 8 miles, ran the Mokattam chain of mountains, forming the boundaries of this vast lake as it appeared from our boat. The first village we came to was Al-Galta, whither we went not merely to see the place, but to desire the Kanakan to send a soldier to guard the tombs, in addition to the Arabs and some of our people whom we had left there. I thought this necessary, notwithstanding the strong door I had caused to be made at its entrance. He appeared immediately on our approaching the village, and greatly lamented his situation, as he expected to be washed away by the Nile. There was no boat in the village, and should the water break down their weak fences, the only chance of escape was by climbing the palm trees, till Providence sent someone to their relief. All the boats were employed in carrying away the corn from villages that were in danger. Both in Upper and Lower Egypt, the men, women, and children are left to be the last assisted, as their lives are not so valuable as corn, which brings money to the Bashaw. As this village was then 4 feet below the water, the poor fellows were on the watch day and night round their fences. They employed their skin machines or bags to throw the water out again, which rose from under the ground, but if their fences should be broken down, all was lost. We offered to take the Kamaikan with us in our boat, but he could not quit the place which he was ordered to guard. When we left this village, there was but little wind, so we did not proceed much farther, and in the evening made fast our boat to some high ground between Agalta and Ermets. On the 17th, we saw several villages in great danger of being destroyed. The rapid stream had carried away the fences, and their unfortunate inhabitants were obliged to escape to higher grounds, where it was possible, with what they could save from the water. The distress of these people was great. Some of them had only a few feet of land, and the water was to rise 12 days more, and after that to remain 12 days at its height, according to the usual term of the inundation. Fortunate was he who could reach a high ground. Some crossed the water on pieces of wood, some on buffaloes or cows, and others with reeds tied up in large bundles. The small spots of high ground that stood above the water formed so many sanctuaries for these poor refugees, and were crowded with people and beasts. See Plate 26. The scanty stock of provision they could save was the only subsistence they could expect. In some parts the water had left scarcely any dry ground, and no relief could be hoped till 24 days had elapsed. The Kachefs and Kamaikans of the country did all they could to assist the villages with their little boats, but they were so small in proportion to what was wanted that they could not relieve the greater part of the unfortunate people. It was distressing to behold these poor wretches in such a situation. To approach them in our little boat would have been dangerous both to them and to us, for so many would enter it at once that the boat would sink, and we along with them, to increase the number. On our arrival at Ermets, where fortunately the land is very high, we found many of the neighboring people collected. We landed immediately and employed our boat to fetch the people from an opposite village. The Kamaikan set off himself with another boat, and in the course of an hour he returned with several men and boys. He sent the boats again, and they returned loaded with men, corn, and cattle. The third trip brought still more corn, buffalo, sheep, goats, asses, and dogs. I remarked that there were no women in that village, but we were soon convinced of the regard paid to the fair sex in that country. The fourth voyage was employed in fetching over the women, as the last and most insignificant of their property, whose loss would have been less regretted than that of the cattle. I hope this circumstance will convince the European fair sex of our superiority over the Turks and Arabs, at least in point of due respect to them. These people say that women have no souls, and indeed, by the brutal manner in which they are treated, we cannot expect such poor creatures to have any. On the 18th we arrived in Esne. Khalil Bey was gone to Cairo to take the command of the province of Benesuf, and Ibrahim Bey was now governor of Esne. He received us with uncommon civility, and furnished us with a firman to the Kachef, who commanded the province of Edfu. On our return on board, we found some bread, greens, and a sheep sent by the Bey, for which we returned a fine English gun and some powder. At our desire, he sent us a soldier to accompany us wherever we went, but he gave strict orders that we should not take any of the emeralds from the mines, for though he was the most civilized Turk I ever knew, he could not help supposing that we did not go into these deserts merely to see the mountains and the sand. He imagined that if we came where the mines were, we should naturally help ourselves to emeralds, which he thought would be worthy our notice. We set off on the next day and arrived at the island of Huesek before Edfu. It was rather late in the evening, and on our approach to the fences which surrounded the village, to keep off the water, we alarmed the fellahs so much that they all came to the spot where we were, made us proceed up to a place where there was no danger of injuring the fence, and kept strict watch over us all night. They were certainly right, for if our boat had struck against the fence, it would have inevitably made a breach, and of course inundated the village and the rest of the land. On the 21st, in the morning, we all went to the Kachef, who did what he could to procure us everything necessary. He sent for the sheikh of the tribe that inhabited the deserts we had to pass. His name was Abada, and he was a hostage for the security of the people that worked at the mines near the Red Sea. We made our arrangements about the camels and drivers, and found the terms very reasonable, for we paid only 1 piastre a day for every camel, and 20 paras for every man, out of which they were to provide food both for themselves and their beasts. It was agreed that we should keep the camels as long as we pleased, and go wherever we thought proper. We crossed part of the island with the boat, as there were 4 feet water above the banks, and went on shore on the east side of the main land. On our arrival, we met with Muhammad Aga, the chief of the miners, who had just arrived from the Emerald Mountains and was repairing to Esne. He seemed to be much concerned at our going thither, and would fain have persuaded us to wait till he returned, that he might accompany us, as no one could go to the place without him. We told him not to be alarmed, for we were not in search of precious stones, but of antiquities. This did not appear to satisfy him, and he said he would soon be back again. We remained the rest of the day, waiting until the drivers prepared bread for their journey. In the morning of the 22nd, there was no appearance of departure. I had observed a sudden change in the sheikh since he saw the chief miner, and began to suppose that his influence still prevailed on the sheikh to detain us at least as much as he could. The miner himself had proposed that we should wait at the ruins of a temple, about 2 days on our journey, till his return, to which proposal, of course, we did not agree. I saw clearly he was not a little alarmed at our going, for fear we should make some discovery among the minerals, and all our assertions to the contrary had little effect. We insisted on setting off that day, and we did so the same evening. Our party was increased by the soldier from Esne, 4 camel drivers, and a sheikh to guide us, making in all 12 men. We had 16 camels, 6 of which were laden with provisions, water, culinary utensils, and so forth. We halted at the foot of a hill 3 hours' distance. In the morning of the 23rd, we set off very early and arrived at the first well in 3 hours. Here the camel drivers informed us that we could not advance till Sheikh Ibrahim joined us, as he had to bring us more food for the camels. We had been waiting the whole day with impatience, but without seeing anybody. The valley we entered afforded a good level road till we came to the foot of the mountain, about 15 miles from the Nile. We were seated under a dry sunt tree at a little distance from a small well. Hot winds that raised the sand blew the whole day. Several of the Ababdeh came to water their cattle at the well, but kept at a distance from us. They live scattered about in the rocks and little valleys among the mountains, but occasionally assemble together in a few minutes. To pass this place without a good understanding with their sheikh for security would be imprudent and dangerous. Finding that the guide did not arrive in the evening, we sent one of the drivers to the sheikh, requesting him to send the man immediately. Otherwise, if he were not with us at sunrise, we should return and complain to the Kachef. At length, on the next morning, the 24th, he appeared, and we set off pretty early. The valley we now entered afforded a very level and good road. There are in it several sunt and sycamore trees, and in various places the thorny plant called basilah, represented in Plate 36. This is the plant on which the camels feed. It is of a green color at a certain season of the year, I believe in the spring, but it soon becomes dry and, of course, of a straw color. It bears a small fruit of the size of a pea, but hollow inside. The stalk is of a similar substance with that of rushes, and it never grows higher than 3 feet. As we advanced, the valley became narrow, and the trees thicker in some places, but they gradually diminished, and at last we entirely lost them. On the right of the valley, as we went up, I observed the remains of a settlement, which I considered as a station for the ancient caravans from the Nile to Berenice, of which we afterwards found many others on the road, placed at proper distances for the caravans to halt at night. At some of them it is evident that there were wells of good water, but they are now quite filled up. Advancing farther, the mountains approach till the valley becomes little else than a wide road, and after passing a narrow and high defile, we entered an open plain. Here the mountains on the right run towards the south, and after a long circuit return to form a valley with those on the left. At the entrance of this valley stands a high rock, on the left of which is a small Egyptian temple. To this we now directed our course, and arrived at it 6 hours after setting off from the well in the morning. On our approaching it, we were not a little pleased at the sight. It is of small magnitude, as will be seen in Plate 20. The plan of it is given in Plate 33, number 3. The portico, which is built projecting from the rock, has 4 columns, 2 in front and 2 in the center. It is adorned with Egyptian figures in intaglio relievato, and some retain their color pretty well. They are as large as life, and not of the worst execution. In the secos, which is cut out of the rock, are 4 pilasters. At the end of it are 3 small chambers, and there are 2 others, one at each side, in the corners of the lateral walls, on which are to be seen figures and hieroglyphics in a pretty good style. On one of the columns we observed a Greek inscription, which I did not copy, as Mr. Beechey took the trouble himself. I made the drawing of the exterior view of the temple stone by stone. The 2 front columns are joined to the sides of the portico by a wall nearly 2/3 of their height. Near the temple are the remains of an enclosure, which no doubt was a station for the caravans, but it is totally different from any other that we met with on that road as far as Berenice. It consists of a wall, the form and extent of which may be seen in Plate 33, number 4. It was built by the Greeks, is 12 feet high, and contained several houses within it for the accommodation of travelers. In the center was a well, which is now filled up with sand. All around the well there is a platform or gallery raised 6 feet high, on which a guard of soldiers might walk all round. On the upper part of the wall are holes for discharging arrows, similar to those we see formed in our ancient buildings for the same purpose. The sides of the gateways are built of calcareous stones, and the wall is of bricks. By this time I was convinced that this must have been a road to some place of consequence, as it was obvious that there was a frequent passage of caravans this way. The place is named Wadi el Miah. The fort, I think, might have been built by some of the Ptolemies to protect the caravans at the time when the trade with India, by way of Berenice and the Red Sea, flourished. At 3 o'clock in the morning of the 25th, we continued our journey. No vegetation of any sort was to be seen anywhere. Sometimes we passed over wide and level plains, and sometimes crossed rugged hills, till 2 hours before sunset, when we entered the valley called Bizak by the Arabs. This valley runs from south to north, and has several sunt trees scattered about in it, and the usual thorn. Here we halted for the night, and while our cook prepared our supper, Mr. Beechey and I went to see a granite rock at some distance, as the Abade had informed us that there was a magical stone there. We entered the valley toward the north, and observed that it must have been an ancient road, as the usual marks of camels' feet were clearly impressed on the ground. There is seldom any sand on these roads. On the contrary, they are covered with small pebbles, and where the passage of camels was frequent, they formed a strong impression, which is to be seen to this day, and may be traced to great length through these valleys till they reach the sandy country. When we arrived at the rock, we found it to be of fine granite in very large masses. On one side of it are several figures cut on the stone, which cannot be taken for any other than imitations of the Egyptian. They are meanly scrawled, without shape or form, but united with the circumstance of the camels' paths, they are sufficient to indicate that the valley was a high road, which by the direction it takes must have been that from Coptos to Berenice, so well described by D'Anville. At this place Mr. Ricci, the doctor, was attacked with a violent disorder, and it was decided that he should return the next morning, as it would increase if he advanced farther in the desert. On the 26th in the morning our caravan was divided into 3 different detachments. We sent the luggage and provision on the way toward the east, which we intended to take. The doctor returned toward the Nile on the west. Mr. Beechey and myself went in a southeast direction to see something that the Abade had mentioned, though we could not make out what they meant. We entered a sandy valley with rocks on each side, nearly perpendicular, of white and calcareous gritstone, with some veins of white marble intermixed. After some hours' march, we reached a place named Samont. Here we found the remains of an ancient settlement or station, which appears by its situation to have been on the road from Berenice to Coptos. It has several pieces of walls, which are the only remains, and evidently a well in the center. See Plate 33, No. 5. The walls are built of rough stones without mortar. We took the road to the east through several beautiful and romantic valleys, if so they may be called. The soil was sandy and stony, but there are thorny plants to feed cattle, and so many sunt trees as to form a complete forest in some parts. The rocks on each side are of diverse colors, exhibiting the most beautiful and solitary scenes. One who wishes to retire from the world might find a charming retreat in these wilds, were it not for the want of water and all that is necessary to the subsistence of human life, beside the intense heat of the sun, which on calm days is so great in these valleys as to be almost insupportable. Advancing onward, in 3 hours we reached a summit whence we saw at some distance what appeared to be the walls of a large and extensive town, surrounded by high rocks, as if by a fortification. On our approach, we saw it was an extensive sandy plain, with several granite eminences. The rocks rose at some distance from each other, and appeared like so many little islands. If the sand had been water, I could not have distinguished this spot from the center of the cataract. I mean from above Syene to the island of Philo. This place seemed to me as if it were passing the cataract, with the difference only that I had a camel instead of a boat, and the granite appeared to be of a finer quality than that of the cataract, approaching to porphyry. If the ancients did not make any use of it, it was no doubt in consequence of the difficulty of conveying it to the Nile. From this place we travelled to the left toward the valley where it was intended we should halt. Our caravan had reached the place an hour before us, though we proceeded very fast on our march. Here we found 2 wells, one of salt water and the other quite putrid and brackish. There are few waters in the world better than that of the Nile, and now to have to drink the worst was such a change in one day that we could not help feeling the consequences of it. Mr. Beechey was taken very ill from drinking at the first well, and we had great apprehension of the next, which was worse. We had provision for a month, but our fresh meat was gone, and it was with difficulty we could procure a very lean goat. The tribe of this country are all Abade, and extend from the confines of Suez to the tribe of Bijarain, on the coast of the Red Sea, below the latitude of 23 degrees. The manners of this race show them to be lovers of freedom. They prefer living among the solitary rocks and deserts, where they eat nothing but durra and drink water, before submission to the command of any government on earth. It is a great feast among them when they take the resolution of killing a lean goat, but they eat it without fearing that any rapacious hands should take it from them. A man of this stamp, accustomed to liberty and independence, would naturally find himself as in a prison if under the control of even the best of governments. Their greatest care is for their camels, which are their support. They breed them up to a certain growth, and then send them to be exchanged for durra, which constitutes their food. The camels, as well as other animals, live upon the common thorn plant, which is the most abundant to be found in the country. Some of the most industrious of the Abade cut wood and make charcoal with it, which they send to the Nile on camels, and barter it for durra, tallow, and tent cloth. Few, however, undergo such a labor, for they like to live at their ease. A pipe of tobacco is a luxury, and a piece of a fat ram, quite raw, a great dainty. They are all nearly naked, badly made, and of small stature. They have fine eyes, in particular the women, as far as we could see of those that came to the wells. The married women are covered, the rest uncovered. Their headdresses are very curious. Some are proud of having hair long enough to reach below their ears, and there formed into curls, which are so entangled that it would be impossible to pass a comb through them. Therefore the women never use such an instrument. When they kill a sheep that has any fat, which is very seldom, they grease their heads all over, and leave the fat in small pieces to be melted by the sun, which makes them appear as if they had powder on their heads, and this lasts for several days, till the sun melts the whole, and produces an exquisite odor for those who have a good nose. As their hair is very crispy, their heads remain dressed for a long time, and that they may not derange their coiffure when their heads itch, they have a piece of wood, something like a packing needle, with which they scratch themselves with great ease without disordering their headdress, of which they are very proud. Their complexions are naturally of a dark chocolate, their hair quite black, their teeth fine and white, protuberant, and very large. The spot where the well at which we halted is situated is an amphitheater of rocks with trees in the center. In the winter all the scattered Ababde in the mountains assemble themselves here, and if any marriage takes place, it is at this time. It is always performed with due ceremony. The lover first sends a camel to the father of the girl. If this be accepted, he applies personally to herself in the presence of one man as a witness. If she consent, the day of marriage is appointed, before which the lover does not see his bride for 7 days. On the 8th she is presented to him in the tent of her father. This day is celebrated by killing some of their lean sheep, and by camel races. The next day the happy couple retire to the tent of the bridegroom. If the man becomes tired of his wife, he sends her back with the same camel which he sent to her father, as this is her own from the time of the marriage. The mother of the bride must not speak a word to the bridegroom as long as she lives, a regulation intended to prevent her from making mischief between the young couple, and which might perhaps be adopted with advantage in some countries of Europe. It was now 3 years since they had had any rain, whence there was a scarcity of thorns, which was the cause, as they said, that their sheep were so meagre. To make some arrangements for our proceeding, and to purchase some sheep, we were obliged to stop all this day at the well. Having contrived to boil a quantity of the water, it became a little sweeter, and we were told that the water of the next well was not so good as this. The Nile water we brought with us became bad 2 days after. We had to put it into skins called hudri. Before taking leave of this place, I shall give some farther account of the manners and customs of the people. When a child is born, the next day the father kills a sheep and gives the child a name. When they are sick, they say Hula Karim and lie down till they are better, or till they die. I saw old men that did not know or could not tell their age, as they keep no account of such things, but by appearance they must have been 90 years old. When anyone dies, they dig a hole in the ground and put the corpse into it, and very often on the spot where the person died, and then remove their tents a little farther on. They never intermarry with any but their own people. A girl had been refused in marriage to a Turkish Kachef, though she was as poor as any of her tribe. The Kachef attempted to use force, and the consequence was that they assembled to the number of above 300, and he prudently retired, leaving his intended bride to be married to her cousin. They have shown that they are sensible of their wild manner of living, but continue in it for the sake of liberty, for they wrote to the Bey at Esne that they were content to live in that wild state, as all their forefathers had done, to remain free from tyranny and despotism, and that they would be quiet if they were left so, but on the contrary they would sooner perish than lose their liberty. Some of these wild people, as they are called, came to the well in the course of the day, and as they saw us quiet and peaceful, they ventured, at the persuasion of our drivers, to approach us. A few of them had been as far as the Nile to purchase durra, and these were accounted men of knowledge, but the greater part had never quitted their mountains. One of them, seeing a piece of lemon peel lying on the ground, wondered what it was, and another, who had been to the Nile to show his great knowledge of things, took it up and ate it with an air of self-sufficiency. We gave them a piece of loaf sugar, and when they had eaten it, they declared that our valley must be better than their own, as it produces such good and sweet bread. When they buy durra, they generally get it ground with the usual hand millstone in the village where they buy it, and carry the flour into the desert. Their bread is baked under the ashes, and is in the form of a large cake, without leaven or salt. Their great enemies are the tribe of El Masha and Banuzi, which dwell from between Suez to the interior of Arabia and the confines of Syria. With these tribes they had had many battles, but it appeared that neither one or the other advanced beyond their old possessions. They had also been at variance with the Bejarins on the south, but were now at peace with them all. Their arms are chiefly spears and swords, or sabres of very old fashion, narrow at the hilt and broad at the point. They have very few firearms, and those they have are with matchlocks. Their constant hard way of life made them accustomed to eat raw meat, and to suffer the inconveniences of a desert with the greatest indifference. I have seen them for near 24 hours without drinking, and walking the whole day and night in the hottest season. They are not so religious as the Arabs of the Nile. I scarcely ever saw them saying their prayers. By the great caution I observed in our guide as we advanced in the desert, I perceived it was necessary that he should acquaint them of the protection we had from their sheikh, by whose permission we ventured among them thus alone, and without any escort. It appeared to me that they were much exasperated toward the soldiers who had lately been sent into their mountains in search of emeralds, and had it not been for the danger of their sheikh, whose property and life were in the hands of the Turks, they would soon have turned these people out of the mountains, particularly as the miners were a set of desperate fellows who behaved very ill, often assailed their tents, committed depredations, and insulted their women, of which the Abades complained very much. On the 28th, early in the morning, we set off and passed through many rocky valleys. The road was not quite so level as before, but good enough for any horse to trot along. There was nothing interesting except large plains of sand and high mountains before us. We arrived in the evening at a spot named Gurf. On the 29th, we traversed several pleasing valleys. The mountains that surround them were all of hard stones and beautifully variegated with different colored marble. About 2 in the afternoon, we saw the Red Sea at a great distance, and having entered a range of mountains, stopped at a place called Owel, or Place of the Dragon. On the 30th, we set off early, bent our course to the south-southwest, and passed through several valleys towards a very high mountain called Zubara, a name given to it in consequence of the emeralds which have been found there. At the foot of this mountain about 50 men were encamped and at work in the old mines of the ancients in hopes of finding some of the precious stones. But it appeared that their predecessors had searched pretty well before they quitted their works. These unfortunate wretches received a supply of provisions from the Nile, but sometimes it did not arrive in due time, and a great famine, of course, prevailed among them. There were 2 small wells, not more than half a day's journey distance, and one of them had a tolerably good quantity of water. Their work had commenced about 6 months before, but had been attended with no success. The mines or excavations of the ancients were all choked up with the rubbish of the upper part that had fallen in, and the labor to remove this rubbish was great, for the holes were very small, scarcely capable of containing the body of a man crawling like a chameleon. They were all thoroughly tired of their situation, and cursed the being who had caused them to be sacrificed in these deserts, destitute of all the common necessaries of life. They rose several times against their leaders, and in one instance 2 of them were killed. On the day we were there, one of the poor wretches nearly fell a victim to the avaricious caprice of their powerful employer. As he was penetrating into one of the holes, part of the roof fell down upon him, and not only cut off his retreat, but nearly killed him on the spot. He was fortunately taken out alive, but it did not give much encouragement to the rest. We contrived to acquire all the information we could about our expedition, and received very favorable accounts of it, with some additional hopes respecting the old town in question, which, according to these people, was only 6 hours distant south from us, and at 6 hours more there was a fountain of water. The sea was only 6 hours distant from the town, of which we hoped to have a fine view before night. We went to see the entrance into the mines. They were something like the common tombs at Gournou, cut in the rock, but I observed that the cavities were made so as to follow the veins of mica and marble, and had been carried to a great distance into the bowels of the mountain till they found the emeralds. There are a great number of mines all over this mountain, and the rubbish taken out of them, which is scattered about, gives an idea of the amazing works of the ancients. The excavations are not carried on in any regular direction. Sometimes they are in an inclined plane of various angles, at other times they are perpendicular or horizontal as the mica runs. I was told by the miners that as they advanced towards the center, and at great distance from the entrance, the 2 strata of marble which enclose the mica approach each other, till at last they join, and there is the most chance of finding the emeralds. Where the rocks form separate hills, I observed that the veins of marble and the mica take their course towards the center, and by the distance they run inward from the entrance, it appears to me that the place where the emeralds are found must be pretty near the center of the hill. I mean under the highest point of that elevation, which distinguishes one hill from another. I was not fortunate enough to see any emeralds, as these people had not met with any in all their researches. Indeed, their leader showed us some few specimens of a very inferior kind, and what was found till that period was only the matrix. He was determined, however, to persevere, and I heard some months after that he had succeeded in finding some, but in small quantity. I believe, too, they are of a secondary quality by what I have seen of them. The people who live there are in a dreadful situation. The nearest habitation is on the Nile, which cannot be reached in less than 7 days by a caravan. They depend entirely on the supply of provisions sent them from Esne, which is sometimes very scanty, though only bread, rice, and lentils, and according to their account, it happens very often that their supply is delayed merely by the negligence of the purveyors who are directed to furnish them with it. Besides, they have another source of apprehension. They consider, and with good reason, that the Abade are not pleased to see them in the deserts, and much less since some of the miners behaved very brutally to them, surprising them in their tents and insulting their women, as before stated, and they were alarmed for the consequences. Their great fear was that the Abade would assail the caravan of provision on its way from the Nile, for as they had no stock with them, before another supply could arrive, which would require at least 14 days, they would all perish with hunger. These considerations rendered the people unwilling to work, and the operations were going on very slowly when we were there. Having procured an old man from among the natives to guide us to the ruins of the anticipated Berenice, we sought all the information we could from the people, and some of the miners who had been at the very place when Monsieur Caliud was there. Their account of it, indeed, was not in conformity with that of Monsieur Caliud, but we considered that these people went only in search of mines, and little regarded the beauties of ancient architecture, or the magnificence of edifices, which, according to our expectations, must be stupendous at least. We prepared for our departure on the next morning, the 1st of October, and when we had gone about half a mile, we perceived that we were without our guides. Both he who had brought us from the Nile and the old man, who was to conduct us all over the country to see the town and other places, were missing. We were consequently obliged to return in search of them, and found them hidden behind a rock, conversing secretly with each other. They professed to have been in search of a sheep, which was stolen in the night, and we had nothing else to live upon. But as they said they could not find it, we set off for the so much desired ancient city of Berenice. Our road was now among the high rocks and in very narrow valleys, but in which there were a great number of trees. Sometimes the mountains diverged into wide circles 1 or 2 miles wide. In such places the wood is abundant, and it is from these that the miners get the timber for their use. The most common plants among them are the sunt and the usual thorn. On the ground among the sandy spots I observed the coloquintada and other shrubs. Our directions was toward the southwest, and gradually to the west, till we reached the south side of the mountain of Zubara, which is the highest of the Emerald Mountains. Here we were led by the old man in various directions through wild and craggy places for 7 hours. He told us the place we wanted to see was near, but we had a high pass to go over the mountain named Araya. We continued our journey and ascended a kind of gully, at the side of which was something like an ancient road, or rather path. On the summit of the mountain above we observed a large wall, so situated that it appeared to look over the path on both sides of the mountain. When we reached the top of the road, our camels were exhausted. Some of them had fallen on the way, and were unloaded to enable them to ascend, and the strongest camels had to return to fetch the loads of the others. I never saw the camels suffer so much on any occasion as on this. A steep and craggy road over a mountain is no more adapted to a camel than the deep sand of the desert to a horse. From this summit we began to look out for the desired Berenice, but alas, in vain. Our imagination was so raised by the account of Monsieur Caliud that I, for my part, expected to distinguish the town by the lofty columns and architecture of some magnificent edifice, or the remains of some high tower, which was to serve me as a guide to the spot, to which I intended to run on the first view of it. Mr. Beechey was not less anxious than myself, and in equal expectation of grandeur. We had made our arrangements how to proceed when we arrived. We considered that as our provision was scanty, we could stop there but a few days, and we had already distributed our time accordingly. He was to take the drawings of all the beautiful edifices, monuments, figures, paintings, if any, sculptures, statues, columns, and so forth. I was to run all over the vast ruins like a pointer, as fast as I could, to observe where anything was to be found or discovered, to take measures of all the beautiful monuments, and plans of every stone in that great city. Such was our imagination. Now to the fact. From the summit where we now were, I expected to have a distant view, not only of the sea, but of a wide plain, as it was natural to suppose that a town like Pompeii could not have been built among these savage mountains without 1 foot of cultivated land about it. The non-appearance of any wide space I attributed to the situation where we were, and presumed that we should be agreeably surprised on turning some of the rocks before us, so that my expectation was not diminished in the least. On our descent, the old man told us that we should soon see the Ballet. He had already said that, previous to our reaching the town, we should see some grottos in the mountains, which, according to our quixotic imagination, we concluded were the tombs of the inhabitants of that vast city. We advanced insensibly, I continually keeping my eyes on the points of some rocks which stood before me, with the expectation that on turning the next angle I should have the glorious sight. And indeed the scattered and ruined walls of some ancient enclosures announced to us that we should soon see some habitation. I observed a square hole in the rock, which had evidently been cut by some of the miners in form of a chapel, as before mentioned, see Plate 33, No. 7. I now began to congratulate myself that we had nearly arrived, and while I was thus thinking, all at once the old man, who was at the head serving us as a guide, made a sign to halt. The drivers gave the signal to the camels, and the camels, who were already exhausted by passing over the mountains, did not wait for its repetition, but with all the baggage were quickly crouched on the ground before I could perceive the reason why. I told the drivers that we did not intend to stop there, but would advance farther into the town, where the houses were to be seen, when, to our no small astonishment, we were told by the old man that this was the place where the other Christian was before. I must confess that my stupidity would not allow me at once to conjecture that the report of Monsieur Caliud could be so exaggerated as to lead us to suppose we should find another Pompeii instead of the place at which we had just arrived, and reproach the old man for his stopping there and not advancing to the town, which according to his own account could not be far off. He again protested that this was the place, and that there was no other with houses in any part of these deserts or mountains. I was still deeper in perplexity, and continued to urge him to take us farther. As to Mr. Beechey, he was in the same predicament as myself. Resolved not to submit to what I thought the imposition of the old man any longer, as it now wanted 4 hours to sunset, I mounted my camel again, which would much rather have remained where he was than have gone in search of old Berenice. I set off immediately. Mr. Beechey did the same, and consequently all the rest of the caravan followed at a distance. We entered a long valley which ran toward the south, and filled with the hopes of seeing the said Berenice, on turning every corner of the valley in succession, we went on incessantly for 4 hours, till it was nearly dark, without perceiving the smallest appearance of any habitation. At last we reached another valley, more spacious and covered with the trees which the Abade call aigle and other plants. The valley runs from southeast to northwest, and having lost all hopes of finding Berenice that night, we halted to rest under a beautiful rock on a clean bed of sand, instead of sleeping among the magnificent temples of the great city. By this time we were without water, and though in the proximity of a great town, according to Monsieur Caliud, no water could be had at less than 15 miles distance. The camels, though more than tired, were obliged to set off immediately to the spring, not only to drink themselves, but to fetch water for us, as we were much in want. Many were the conjectures we made on the cause that could induce the old man not to show us the place described by Monsieur Caliud. I sometimes fancied that our drivers had received instructions from the leader of the miners, when we met him at the Nile, that we might not see any of the mines in or near the town of Berenice. But on the other hand, we could not believe that the drivers would all with one consent deceive us, merely to oblige a man who had no influence over them. Thus we did not know what to think. Our provision at this time began to make us cautious. We had biscuit for 20 days yet, but the loss of the sheep in the mountain made it worse. Our little stock of water also was quite putrid. Still, we were easily satisfied, so that we did but reach the desired emporium of the commerce formerly carried on by the nations of Europe with India. But alas, this much sought-for town vanished, or rather never appeared, like the desired island of the squire of the astonishing champion of La Mancha. We contented ourselves with biscuit and a piece of mutton killed 3 days before, which by the by gave me reason to congratulate myself on not possessing the sense of smell. Early in the morning of the 2nd, we perceived a high mountain on the southeast of the valley, about 4 or 5 miles distant. The valley, we were told, was named Wadi el Gamal. It was quite full of that beautiful tree, the egli, and as we had to wait the return of the camels, I thought we might ascend the mountain to have a view of the country, or of the remains of Berenice. Accordingly, we set off, and on our way observed several flocks of antelopes, from which we were in hopes to obtain a repast for our empty stomachs, but with all our caution we never could get near enough to shoot at them. They were pretty fat, and we were extremely hungry, but for all this we were not able to approach them. The valley continued very beautiful, adorned with several groves of suivero and debo trees, in addition to a profusion of the egli. The rocks on each side afforded many pleasing recesses to admit the traveler to rest and solitude. Perhaps no one had been in this valley for many centuries, and very likely no one will pass through it for many more to come. On our reaching the summit of the mountain, we took a view to all around. We had the map of the coast of the Red Sea by D'Anville and a small perspective glass. The peak on which we stood commanded a prospect of many miles all around, but no place was to be seen where the city could have stood. All that we saw was the summits of other lower mountains, and at last we began to be persuaded that no such town existed, and that Monsieur Caliud had seen the great city only in his own imagination. It was rather provoking to have taken such a journey in consequence of such a fabricated description, and I hope this circumstance will serve as a warning to travelers to take care to what reports they listen and from whom they receive their information. From the accounts of persons who were so given to exaggeration, you cannot venture on a journey without running the risk of being led astray and disappointed, as we were in our search after the said town with its 800 houses, and much like Pompeii. Having observed all the adjacent country and the mountains near us, I took a distant view where the opening between the mountains permitted, and observed that the valley from which we ascended the mountain continued its course toward the east, and it appeared by the gullies that the water of the rainy season discharged itself in that direction. On the southeast I saw some high mountains, which we were told by the old man, who had followed us all the way, were near the sea. Taking a minute view in that direction on the northeast from the place where we stood, I perceived the motion of the water under the sun at a great distance, and we concluded that the valley must conduct us to the seacoast. Accordingly, we made up our minds to pursue that course, and as we had been disappointed in seeing the extensive ruins of Berenice, we proposed to ourselves to try whether we could reach the spot where D'Anville lays down the Berenice troglodytica. We therefore descended the mountain and returned to the place where we had passed the preceding night to wait the return of the camels with a fresh supply of water, of which we had so little by this time that a single zembebi, a leathern bag containing nearly 3 quarts, only remained. Our thirst was great, and we felt in some degree the dreadful calamity of being in a desert without water. Hunger is painful to endure, but thirst is by far more intolerable. We often hear to what extremities a man can be reduced by hunger, because water is always at hand. But if this element were to be deficient, we should see still more dreadful effects. At last, 3 hours after, the camels appeared in sight at the head of the valley on the west, and we rejoiced much at their arrival. The poor drivers were excessively fatigued, but we had no time to lose in debates. When we told them that we intended to go farther on to the south, they were all in consternation, and we had much ado to persuade them to agree to it. Indeed, it was not without promises and threats that we prevailed on them. At length we set off towards the sea in a northeast direction. After traveling 6 hours, we arrived in a valley, the rocks on each side of which were nearly perpendicular. They were composed of calcareous stone, intermixed with strata of white marble, as well as of red granite. During this time we proceeded without knowing in the least where our journey would end, our only hope arising from the sight I had of the sea in the morning. At sunset we came to a place where there was an opening in the mountains not unlike a breach. It is called by the Abade Shurm el-Kamel, the rent of the camels, and appears as if the rocks had been separated by art, for each side is so perpendicular that it might be supposed to have been cut for the purpose of making a way through it. After we had passed this, we entered a more spacious valley. The hills were small, and the sandy banks made us expect to reach the sea every moment. We went on till a late hour, and at last halted on a spot where we thought the sand would afford us a pretty comfortable bed. Fortunate for me that it was so, for the camel was so weary that no sooner did we reach the sand than, supposing I intended to go still farther, he completely threw me off his back, left me there, saddle and all, and without delay set out to feed among the thorns. Mr. Beechey and myself, anxious for the result of our journey, and in hopes of seeing the sea, which we thought not far off, walked to the summit of one of the small hills, but on reaching it we could scarcely perceive any distant object, as it was nearly dark. I was fully convinced of the non-existence of the imaginary Berenice, and felt the necessity of being on friendly terms with our guides, who I found were pretty correct in the information they had given to us. But no one could have supposed that a man who found only a few desolate ruins of the miserable residence of poor miners could fabricate a report that he had discovered the city of Berenice, the emporium of the commerce between India, Africa, and Europe. Early on the next day we resumed our journey. The valley still continued in the same direction, but to my amazement the hills, instead of diminishing, increased in size, which made us fearful that we were yet far from the sea. At length, about noon, the valley opened all at once, and at the distance of 5 miles we saw the Arabian Gulf. The sight of an open horizon, after the contracted view of a long and narrow valley, was much welcomed by us. On our reaching the shore, we plunged into the sea like the crocodiles into the Nile, and found that a bath after a long journey was very refreshing. We had no time to lose, as our biscuit, as we calculated, would last only 17 days, and not an hour longer. Directly opposite us we saw the island of Jamba. It appeared at first sight only a sandbank, but on narrower inspection we perceived that it had some high rocks on the south side. It was pretty high in the center and gradually sloped toward the north. The Abade call it Gasira al-Gimal, I suppose because it is just before the valley of this name. All the shore, as far as we could see, was composed of a mass of petrifactions of various kinds. I do not know whether I give the right name to this sort of composition, but it is a mixture of seaweeds, madrepores, corals, roots, and shells of many sorts, all formed into a solid mass like a rock, which extends from the bank of sand that forms the boundary of the tide and runs into the sea for a great length. In some places there are beds of sand, but there is not a spot anywhere for a boat to land without the risk of being staved against the rock. We now resolved, without loss of time, to take the road toward the south along the coast, as far as till we might suppose we had passed the spot where our maps placed the ruins of Berenice, which, according to D'Anville, who is considered as best skilled in ancient geography, is immediately after the Cape Lepte extrema, a little beyond the 24th degree of latitude. We communicated our intention to our drivers, who were thunderstruck with fear on hearing such a project. They positively refused to accompany us any farther, and though we were very urgent with them, it was all to little purpose. They remonstrated that we ran a great risk. Our stock of biscuit was very scanty, there was no water to be found on that road, and we might meet the Bézarine, whose country we proposed to approach. But being determined to proceed in our design, we took that method which persuades everyone to act even against his own will. We told them that we meant to go whether they would or not, and that, as we were superior in number, we would compel them. They soon saw that it was in vain to resist, and at length it was concluded that the camel should go with 2 drivers to the nearest spring to take as much water as they could, that on their return we should set off to proceed as far as El Galahen, to which place we made them understand we must go, and thence take the road across to the well of running water. On a calculation, we found that with great economy in using the water, we could do very well. Accordingly, on the 4th, the camels set off for the well, and we had to wait 2 days till their return. During this interval, Mr. Beechey and myself made an excursion along the coast toward the north to examine a small bay which we observed in the chart. We went along the seashore, and on our arrival at the spot where the bay ought to have been, we found that it did not exist. The coast was everywhere the same with respect to the petrifactions, and the plain, which extends from the mountains to the sea, was covered in many places with woods of sycamore and sile trees, which confirms the account of Bruce, for undoubtedly this must be the place where he landed when he went to visit the emerald mines. The distance in a right line from the mines to the sea is about 25 miles, and it may be 30 or 32 by the 2 valleys, which are the only passable roads. I do not see any reason why Mr. Bruce's assertion of having visited these mountains should be doubted. Neither the distance he had to walk from the sea, nor the danger of falling a victim to the rapacity of the natives, are any arguments against it, for we have instances enough to prove that he was capable of overcoming greater difficulties than these, and I will venture to assert that the only reason why such doubts could have been started, as well as many others respecting his work, was the spirit of contradiction excited by the illiberality of travelers, and those who were no travelers, the former because they have not power to resist jealousy, which, in spite of all their efforts to conceal it, shows itself through the veil of their pretended liberality and impartiality, and the latter because they are unable to control their bad propensity to dispute and condemn everything that they have no knowledge of. In some rocks that lay at the foot of the mountains facing the sea, we saw several mines of sulphur, but I doubt whether their produce would be advantageous owing to their situation. They are near the sea, but the conveyance by land to the Nile would prevent any benefit from the speculation. Being persuaded that no vessel could be loaded on that coast, we returned to the place where we had left our caravan. Hunger was not, I believe, visible on our faces, for we contrived to make some repast out of some shellfish, which abound in great quantities along the coast, and I cherished the idea that as long as I could find some of them I should not perish. The large periwinkles are excellent, and when young are very tender and delicious, particularly to a hungry man. We had some of them which weighed half a pound, and part of the tail quite delicate, though the white or upper part is rather tough. On our return, we found that the guide had met with an acquaintance of his who lived by catching fish not far from where we were. His only habitation consisted of a tent 4 feet high and 5 feet wide, and his wife, a daughter, and a young man, her husband, formed the whole family. We contrived to persuade the old man to go out and fish, and though he was living in those deserts, he knew the worth of money, for he said that there were people among them who went yearly on the Nile, and purchased durra, which they carried on camels all round those deserts, and sold it to the inhabitants, for which they took in exchange either camels or money. Consequently, we easily persuaded the old fisher to go out and catch fish for us. In fact, he set off to sea, accompanied by his son-in-law. Their mode of fishing is somewhat strange. They throw in the water a part of the trunk of the dumped tree, perhaps 10 or 12 feet long, at each end of which is a piece of wood, attached in an horizontal direction, so as to prevent the tree from turning round. At one of the ends a small pole is stuck upright to serve as a mast, on the top of which there is a piece of wood horizontally fastened as that below. A woolen shawl thrown over it and fastened at each end, and to the piece of wood horizontally fixed below, forms a kind of sail, and the two fishermen mount on the large trunk as on horseback, and by way of cord attached to the middle of the sail, take the wind more or less as is required. But it is only when the wind blows either from the north or south that such a contrivance can serve, for if it blows from the east they cannot set off their boat from the shore, or if it blows from the west it will blow them too far out at sea. When the fishermen are thus at some distance from the shore, I do not know by what means the rest of the operation is executed, but from what I could see, they darted their long thin spear at the fish when they happened to see any, and by these means they procured their subsistence. On their return they brought us 4 fish, each of about 6 pounds weight, and 1 foot 6 inches long. They were of a strong blue silvered color, their fins, head, and tail red, and their teeth, which are only 4, are quite flat and out of their mouths. They had very large scales, and their form not unlike the bene of the Nile. I am certain the Egyptians must have had a knowledge of this fish, as it is so clearly seen in their hieroglyphics, and in the new tomb of Psammethis I saw some painted exactly as they are in reality. They are exceedingly good, have very few bones, and very large galls. On the 5th in the morning I ascended a high mountain to view the coast as far as I could, and I saw that it ran straight towards the southeast. The spot which we occupied is marked number 16 on the map, to which I cannot give a better name than the mouth of Wadi el Gemal, as it is precisely opposite the entrance into the valley of that name. I observed also that the southern point of the island of Cambe was in a right line with the rising sun at sea and myself. It will be seen on the map, supposing the place I stood upon to be on the top of the mountain nearest to the above number 16. By the help of a small compass, we contrived to take the direction of the northern coast as far as we had been the day before. Our maps being so small, we did not find them so correct as we wished. Early on the 6th, the camels returned with a load of fresh water, and it was well they did so, for our thirst was increased, not only from the scarcity of water, but by the shellfish which we had found and eaten abundantly, an inconvenience which the fishermen had not to contend with, being accustomed to the bitter water of a well not so far off. We now divided our caravan into 2 parties. We sent all the luggage, culinary utensils, the soldier, my Greek servant, and the best part of the camels to a spring of running water in the mountains of Amus, there to wait until our return. For ourselves, we took with us as much water as we could, and formed a party consisting of Mr. Beechey and myself, a Greek servant, 4 drivers, and the 2 Arabian boys we had brought from Gournou, with 5 camels in all. We set off in the forenoon, and went along the coast till we arrived at El Wadi Agasan, near the mines of El Kebret, or sulphur, and on the southwest were the mountains of Hamata. I observed the coast all the way, and took its direction. On our road we met some fishermen, like the former ones. When they saw us at a distance, they left their tents and marched off towards the mountains. All our signs to them to stop were to no purpose. We arrived at their tents, and found some excellent fish, just roasted, which no doubt these people had made ready for their supper. We partook of their meal, and left some money in payment on the top of a water jar, and continued our journey. For 2 days we had been troubled with the winds from the east, blowing strong and resembling the siroccos of Italy, so that all our nerves were relaxed. During this time everything we touched felt as if it had just been taken out of the water, and at night there was an excessive heat, and the atmosphere quite covered with clouds, which I had not seen for 3 years and a half. Fortunately it changed after 2 days, and the north wind dissipated all. Had it lasted longer, we could not have proceeded on our journey. At night we stopped at a well of bitter water. On the 7th we set off early to see the mines of El Kebret, or sulphur, as they were not out of our road. They never were productive, but what little they may have afforded, it appeared that the ancients had carried entirely away, so that they left them exhausted like those of the emeralds. Towards the evening we saw the island of Sref, and we arrived at night at the Cape El Galulim. It is here that we began to feel short allowance of water. We calculated and found that without great care we should be without it, therefore our thirst was not satisfied. The 8th, early in the morning, we set off and continued our road to the south. 2 hours after, we saw the sea at a distance, and went over a very extensive plain. At about noon we approached the sea, very thirsty, and regaled ourselves with a little water, and at 1 o'clock we arrived on the shore. We did not expect to arrive at any ruins, for as yet it did not agree exactly with the situation laid down by D'Anville, but to our agreeable surprise we found ourselves all at once on one of those moles of ruins which show the spot of ancient towns so often seen in Egypt. We entered, and at once we saw the regular situations of the houses, the main streets, their construction in the center, a small Egyptian temple, nearly covered by the sand, as well as the insides of the houses, and our wonder increased on examining the materials with which the houses were built. We could see nothing but coral, roots, madrepore, and several petrifactions of seaweeds and so forth. The temple is built of a kind of soft, calcareous, and sandy stone, but decayed much by the air of the sea. The situation of this town is delightful. See Plate 34. The open sea before it is on the east, and from the southern coast to the point of the cape is like an amphitheater of mountains, except an opening on the northwest plain, where we came from. The Cape El Galahen extends its point nearly opposite the town on the east, and forms a shelter for large ships from the north and northwest winds. Right opposite the town there is a very fine harbor entirely made by nature. Its entrance is on the north. It is guarded on the east by a neck of encrusted rock, on the south by the land, and on the west by the town. The north side, as I said before, being covered by the range of mountains which forms the cape, protects the harbor also. Its entrance has been deep enough for small vessels, such as the ancients had in those times, but no doubt was deeper. It has at present a bar of sand across, so that nothing could enter at low water, but a passage could be easily cut and the harbor rendered useful. We concluded this to be the Berenice described by Pliny and Herodotus, laid down by D'Anville, and it nearly agreed with the situation where it is marked on the map. But in order to ascertain with more accuracy, we resolved to venture by going half a day higher towards the south, and then we should be certain that we should pass the spot where D'Anville has put down the said Berenice. I measured the town, which is in breadth from north to south 1,600 feet, and in length from east to west 2,000 feet. I took the plan of the temple, which seems to be in construction according to the Egyptian style, and we imagined that the Greeks had taken their plans from this ancient people, as they had done in many other places. See Plate 32. It is 102 feet long and 43 feet wide. It contains 4 chambers, 2 on each side of the sekos and cella, and 2 in the great hall in the front. Our difficulty now was about the water. It became very scarce, and we could not positively stay there the whole of the next day. The Abades nearly lost their patience with our researches, for they had not a drop of water for themselves. We could not spare any of ours, and the nearest well was supposed to be a day's journey distant. They had drank but little the day before. Notwithstanding all this, we were determined not to leave anything undone as far as we could. We promised them that we would set off on the next day at 12 o'clock, and fortunately, being moonlight, we employed part of the night to scrutinize the place. It was now 3 days since we had eaten anything but dry biscuit and water, except the fish we found at the fisherman's hut. We were contented ourselves with eating biscuit, but our thirst increased and our hunger diminished. We persuaded the Sheikh Ibrahim, our guide, to go with us towards the south on the next morning, and leave the rest of the people at the town. He agreed with reluctance and said that he feared his camels and people could not start without water. However, on the morning of the 9th, before the sun rose, we set the little Musa to digging. He was one of the Arab boys we brought with us from Gurnu. I made him dig in the temple. He had no spade, but with a shell or kakil he worked very well, as it was only soft sand. We set off along the beach and made straight towards the southern point before us. We passed the forepart of the day in calculating that the spot where D'Anville marked the town could not be farther south. We saw nothing before us but an extensive plain to the foot of the mountains that formed the cape on the south. We had glasses and could see all the ground, but no sort of elevation, or any other indication that could give a supposition of any remains of habitations. We returned to the town and found that the boy had excavated about 4 feet of sand close to the northeast corner of the cella, and to our surprise we saw that the temple was Egyptian. The part of the wall which was discovered was adorned with Egyptian sculpture in basso relievo and well executed. We could see 3 figures, 2 feet 3 inches high, of which I took drawings as well as I could. See Plate 33, number 1. The remaining part of the wall was covered with hieroglyphics and so forth. I observed the upper part of the door, which leads into the inner chamber, and in the same sandy hole the boy found part of an Egyptian tablet covered with hieroglyphics and figures. See Plate 16. It is of a kind of reddish pudding stone or breccia, not belonging to the rocks near that place. We took it away as a memorandum of having seen an Egyptian temple on the coast of the Red Sea, a circumstance that as yet no antiquarian has had any idea of. The plain that surrounds this town is very extensive. The nearest point to the mountains which form the crescent is about 5 miles on the west of it. On the north, the mountain is about 12 miles distant, and on the south 15. All the plain is inclined to vegetation such as the sandy soil can produce, but in particular the lower part of it towards the sea is perpetually moist and would produce, if cultivated, pasture for camels, sheep, and other animals. This moisture is naturally produced by the damp of the sea, which is very strong when it happens. The upper part of the plain is not so damp, and, I believe, would be perhaps more productive of dry plants. I do not know whether grain for bread could be brought to any perfection, as the soil is of a sandy nature, with but a small portion of clay impregnated with salt incrustations. It is full of small plants of sunt and suvarus. This last plant I observed along the coast, growing close to the salt water, and generally out of the rocks, some quite under water, particularly at high tides. It is a small tree, generally no higher than 8 feet. Its leaves are of a substance like the laurel. Its form will be seen in Plate 36. This makes a very good firewood, and with the sunt tree, I have no doubt that the town was well provided with that article. Water is the commodity of most importance in such a spot, for though there are 3 wells, they are so bitter that the human palate cannot taste it without increasing the thirst. Camels and other beasts can drink it very well. As to good water, it is supposed that such a town could not be without a great supply of it. I observed that the nearest mountain is only 5 miles distant. There must have been some wells in those rocks which are now either choked up or are unknown. What I can assert is that at only 1 day's journey there is a well of tolerably good water, and at 1½ an excellent spring runs out of the rocks of granite, and as the ancients had such facilities in transporting anything from a great distance by camels, so this town may have been supplied with water at 1 day's journey distance. But I am inclined to think that they had it from the nearest mountains, as by their situation they must afford wells, etc. As to greens and other necessaries, they might easily have been supplied by the soil or from the Nile, as Khazara is at this very day. At a small distance from the city I saw several groups of ruins. It appears that they were houses situated out of the town in different directions. The calculations I made about the houses and population compels me to observe that the houses were not so extensive as they are built at this day. It was the custom of those people to live close to each other. I observed that the largest houses were about 40 feet in length and 20 in breadth. Some were smaller, but I made the calculation at the rate of 20 by 40, and I found that the square of 2,000 by 1,600 feet would contain 4,000 houses, but as there were spaces of ground without buildings, which may be reckoned half of the town, I counted them to be only 2,000, that I might not be mistaken for another Kaliud. Those people had no need of great sheds to put coaches, chariots, or any such luxurious lumber. Their cattle and camels lay always in the open air, as they still do in all these countries, nor had they extensive manufactories. The only massy buildings for their commerce could be but a few storehouses, nor could the narrow lanes which were in use in those times occupy much of the ground. I calculated that with the houses out of town, which are scattered about in groups here and there, the population of that port must have exceeded 10,000 inhabitants, a town which even to this day would be reckoned of consequence if situated on that coast as a port for commerce with India. I observed also some of the tombs dug in the nearest lower rocks of a kind of soft or calcareous stone, which are the only ones on the plain near the town on the western side. We left the spot before the evening of the same day, in consequence of the want of water, and as our camel-driver had nearly lost their patience, we gave them half a pint each, and continued our road towards the mountain on the northwest, with the firm intention of returning prepared to scrutinize the whole of those ruins. At about 12 miles from the sea, we entered a vale on the northwest of the town, in the mountains which forms the crescent around it. We continued the best part of the night by moonlight, and fortunately arrived at the well at Aratit at midnight, a mountainous place, where the water was good enough to drink. We were agreeably surprised to find the well, but much more so when we saw a few sheep around it. There never was a more welcome sight. We thought we might have something to refresh us. We proposed to purchase one and eat it as soon as it could be half cooked. We approached, but the guardian of the flock beat a forced march into the mountain and drove the intended repast away from us. We began to think we would not continue to be deprived of what we could purchase, and sent some of our drivers to follow the flock, which they heartily did, as they were not less hungry than ourselves. The fugitives were pursued and stopped. We reached the flock, and found that its guardians were 2 beautiful damsels of the deserts. The chocolate nymphs were surprised at the fountain by their pursuers, and took refuge on the mountains. But with some few good words from their countrymen, they were soon persuaded to return, and trust themselves near us. We were gallant with them, for the sake of devouring some of their lambs. They became gradually more familiar, and scrupled not to let us see their chocolate faces by the moonlight, but the sheep prevailed above all, and took our chief attention. Those poor girls had no other way to show themselves but at the well. That is the only place they have a chance to see or be seen. At last we purchased the sheep and devoured it. The nymphs watered their flocks, filled their skins, and set off at daylight. On this road we observed camels' paths and pieces of broken pottery, which indicated this to have been a principal way to the town. And halfway between this well and Habu Grey we met with a station like the one which we saw before on the road to Koptos. I inquired and found that this valley communicated with the same I have mentioned, which gave us reason to believe that the great road from Koptos to Berenice was directed to this place, which agreed with the opinion and maps of D'Anville. Early in the morning of the 10th we set off again toward the mountains of Zabara, with the intention to examine Sekhet Minor, as we had not well seen it before. The valley we were in continued to the northwest, and we followed the sea. At about 1 o'clock we arrived at Kefereri, a well of excellent water. Here we rested the remaining part of the afternoon, and succeeded in procuring another sheep, but no better than the first. The entrails were the best part of it, and on all the rest it may have had about 1 pound of pure flesh. No sheep has more in this country, and less of an extraordinary size. We set off on the 11th, and passed through a valley surrounded by granite rocks. In the afternoon we arrived at a running spring rising out of a granite chasm, a singular thing in this country, as no such abundance of water is to be found anywhere. It affords water enough to make a jet of about 1 inch diameter, and the water is excellent. This place is called Amusne, and is only at 1 day's journey from Sakit. Here we found the rest of the caravan, which we had sent from the seaside, waiting for us. On the morning of the 12th, we sent our Greek interpreter to Zabara, requesting Mahomet Aga, the leader of the miners, to send us 2 of those Greeks who saw the Frenchmen measure the place in the mountains, or the ancient town, and we arranged to meet them at Sakit on the next night. The spot where we were this day formed a cataract which descended from an upper valley, connected with others still higher, and so on to the top of the mountain. On the 13th we rested at this place all day, as we were all tired, and on the 14th we set off for Sakit. On our arrival there we heard from my servant that Mahomet Aga was not returned from the Nile to the mines. We might have waited for him at the first temple long enough. By this time we were pretty well convinced that no other place was to be seen, but to satisfy ourselves we set off on the 15th for the coast again, through the valley from Sakit to the sea, on the same road Mr. Caliud passed. I took all the directions possible with compasses and calculations. We arrived at the sea in the evening, a journey much longer than Caliud had said, as he reported it was only 3 hours' walk, but we found it required 9, and that by the best mode of traveling in these deserts. We had left part of our waterskins at Sakit on purpose to facilitate our march. We arrived about a mile on the north of the valley El Gamil, the spot where we had visited before. The 16th. We occupied ourselves with a long examination of this coast, and were convinced that there could be no landing on that shore. It happens that D'Anville's map is not correct on this point, for it marks a bay here, which, according to him, would form a fine harbor. But on the contrary, there is not such a bay, and the coast is one continued rocky shore, so that a small vessel could not approach, nor is there any shelter for ships against any wind or any appearance of a road leading to the inland places. The road we passed from Sakit is the very place which Caliud took to the seaside, if a road it can be called. It is a vale which leads to the sea from the pass in the mountains, but it has not the least appearance of having been a road at any time. The inconvenience for camels to pass over this mountain, when loaded, would make the transport impracticable. Besides, if they had to build a town for commercial purposes, they would never have built it on this spot. It is 1 day's journey from the nearest point of the mountains toward the east to the sea, situated among craggy rocks in a dry and sterile valley. On the 17th we returned to Sakit. I can but conclude of this spot that it could never have been a place of commerce or the habitation of any sort of commercial people, but I really believe that these few scattered houses may have been built for miners who worked in the mountains in search of emeralds in the adjacent places, and that here was their chief residence. We arrived at this place late at night, and found that the man we left there to guard our water was gone. He had taken the skins with him and did not leave us a drop of water. Fortunately, the well was at only 6 hours' journey distance from us, so we sent the camels to water and likewise to bring some to us. The following are the Greek inscriptions which Dr. Young has translated for me, and which I copied from a niche in the rocks. If the antiquarians by these inscriptions can make out that the above place is one of the Berenices, still it is certain that the Greeks did not build a great town under that name. Reader's note. Here follows a page of Greek text. End note. The translation will be nearly thus. The homage of ... with my sons, and those who have labored with me and have done this, and have testified to the God ... and to Our Lady Isis of Cincius. B ... likewise a phial untouched by fire of 2 pounds weight, all these things at my own expense, having presented to Serapis and to Myrius 4 drachmas, the cistern half a drachm, the 8th year of Caesar, the 21 of Peni, to Serapis, to Manius, I have made the temple. C. Under Aurelius and Trajan, of Herodian, Maker 27th. D. Of Symphonius, doing honor to ... and to Isis, and to Apollo, and to all the other gods enshrined with them, I have made the temple. E ... of Berenice, and the sculptured animal, and having dug the channel of the river from the foundation, and at his own expense has dedicated them with good fortune. F. Pachypistus, the ... Pedicirus ... made ... Fafili 29th, Poetius, the son of Asidius, Paiani the 29th. Here is no water nearer than 1 day's journey, either for man or beast, nor soil for any verdure. The spot is sheltered from the wind so that it receives the full power of the sun in all points. Besides all the circumstances before mentioned, the small niche where this inscription was found is situated on the road to Berenice, and I cannot persuade myself that such a place as this can be one of those of that name. On the 18th we searched for some hours all the neighboring mountains, and found several mines at about half an hour's walk distance in the valley that leads to the pass towards Zabora, and 3 others near this place. The 19th. Early in the morning we took our course to the south, and at about 2 p.m. we reached the point where the road takes its course to the west. In this spot we found one of the stations as before mentioned. It is called Kafafit. We continued till the evening and arrived at Habukadi, near a mountain in the form of a bell, in the valley of Wadi el Gemal. We saw abundance of the trees egli and the plant-like rushes called murk. The 20th, early we set off and passed through a wide plain. As we left the mountain and arrived at Habukabrug, a place that appears to be at the entrance of the chain of mountains that leads to the Nile, our camels were so tired they could hardly crawl. We had lost 3 on the road, and 1 we expected would not last long. It is difficult to form a correct idea of a desert without having been in one. It is an endless plain of sand and stones, sometimes intermixed with mountains of all sizes and heights, without roads or shelter, without any sort of produce for food. The few scattered trees and shrubs of thorns that only appear when the rainy season leaves some moisture barely serve to feed wild animals and a few birds. Everything is left to nature. The wandering inhabitants do not care to cultivate even these few plants, and when there is no more of them in one place, they go to another. When the trees become old and lose their vegetation in such climates as these, the sun, which constantly beams upon them, burns and reduces them to ashes. I have seen many of them entirely burnt. The other smaller plants have no sooner risen out of the earth than they are dried up, and all take the color of straw, with the exception of the plant haruk. This falls off before it is dry. Speaking in general of a desert, there are few springs of water, some of them at the distance of 4, 6, and 8 days' journey from one another, and not all of sweet water. On the contrary, it is generally salt or bitter, so that if the thirsty traveler drinks of it, it increases his thirst, and he suffers more than before. But when the dreadful calamity happens that the next well, which is so anxiously sought for, is found dry, the misery of such a situation cannot be well described. The camels, which afford the only means of escape, are so thirsty that they cannot proceed to another well, and if the travelers kill them to extract the little liquid which remains in their stomachs, they themselves cannot advance any farther. The situation must be dreadful and admits of no resource. I must not omit what I have been told happens in such cases. Many perish victims of the most horrible thirst. It is then that the value of a cup of water is really felt. He that has a zarafan of it is the richest of all. In such a case there is no distinction. If the master has none, the servant will not give it to him, for very few are the instances where a man will voluntarily lose his life to save that of another, particularly in a caravan in the desert, where people are strangers to each other. What a situation for a man, though a rich one, perhaps the owner of all the caravans. He is dying for a cup of water. No one gives it to him. He offers all he possesses. No one hears him. They are all dying, though by walking a few hours farther they might be saved. The camels are lying down and cannot be made to rise. No one has strength to walk. Only he that has a glass of that precious liquor lives to walk a mile farther, and perhaps dies too. If the voyages on seas are dangerous, so are those in the deserts. At sea, the provisions very often fail. In the desert, it is worse. At sea, storms are met with. In the desert, there cannot be a greater storm than to find a dry well. At sea, one meets with pirates. We escape, we surrender, we die. In the desert, they rob the traveler of all his property and water. They let him live, perhaps, but what a life, to die the most barbarous and agonizing death. In short, to be thirsty in a desert, without water, exposed to the burning sun, without shelter, and no hopes of finding either, is the most terrible situation that a man can be placed in, and I believe one of the greatest sufferings that a human being can sustain. The eyes grow inflamed, the tongue and lips swell, a hollow sound is heard in the ears, which brings on deafness, and the brains appear to grow thick and inflamed. All these feelings arise from the want of a little water. In the midst of all this misery, the deceitful morasses appear before the traveler at no great distance, something like a lake or river of clear fresh water. The deception of this phenomenon is well known, as I mentioned before, but it does not fail to invite the longing traveler towards that element, and to put him in remembrance of the happiness of being on such a spot. If perhaps a traveler is not undeceived, he hastens his pace to reach it sooner. The more he advances toward it, the more it goes from him, till at last it vanishes entirely, and the deluded passenger, often asked where is the water he saw at no great distance, he can scarcely believe that he was so deceived. He protests that he saw the waves running before the wind, and the reflection of the high rocks in the water. If, unfortunately, anyone falls sick in the road, there is no alternative. He must endure the fatigue of traveling on a camel, which is troublesome even to healthy people, or he must be left behind on the sand without any assistance, and remain so till a slow death come to relieve him. What horror! What a brutal proceeding to an unfortunate sick man! No one remains with him, not even his old and faithful servant. No one will stay and die with him. All pity his fate, but no one will be his companion. Why not stop the whole caravan till he is better, or do what they can for the best till he dies? No, this delay cannot be. It will put all in danger of perishing of thirst if they do not reach the next well in such a time. Besides, they are all different parties, generally of merchants or travelers, who will not only refuse to put themselves in danger, but will not even wait a few hours to save the life of an individual, whether they know him or not. In contrast to the evil, there is the luxury of the desert, and also its sport, which is generally at the well. There one enjoys all the delight of drinking as much water as one likes, which tastes not unlike cordials or other precious liqueurs with the others in that situation. The beasts mixed with birds drink together close to the well. There is a kind of basin made of clay which is filled up by the drivers from the well, where the thirsty animals all drink together, camels, sheep, dogs, donkeys, and birds, as it is the only time they can partake of that liquid, for if it is not drawn up from the well, they cannot reach it. I only saw 4 species of birds, viz., the vulture, crow, wild pigeon, and partridge. Of this last we eat some, and found them exceedingly good. The crows are the most numerous. They tease the camels by picking their wounds, if they have any. The other and most pleasing diversion is the most beautiful damsels who come as shepherdesses to water their flocks, who, after being assured that there is no danger in approaching strangers, become more sociable. On such occasions our observing their gestures afforded us great amusement, but our water-skins filled and the camels loaded, we were obliged to quit these dear spots with the hope of meeting another like it in a few days, and so on till we reached the blessed Nile. But the journey was pleasant enough this day, as we had a well only within a few hours. We set off at 2 in the morning of the 20th, and before noon reached the well at Ramesses, containing very good water. Here we lost another camel. He could not go any farther. We set off again in the afternoon and arrived at a place at the foot of a mountain of granite. Early on the 21st we set off again, and soon entered the ravine of granite rocks that reminded us of the cataract which we saw on our passing before. After this we arrived at the station of Samut, which we also saw before at the same time. We arrived at night at Dangos, where the mountains are not very high, and of calcareous stone. From the cataract and from nearly dawn to this place, we found the track of an old road, which continued in the direction of southeast and northwest, and I have very little doubt but that it is the same we saw at Bizak on our passing before, and which takes its course in a right line from Coptos to Berenice. On the 22nd we continued our route at 1 in the morning, and arrived at Wadi al-Midda at sunset. We took a measurement of the fort which I mentioned before, and early on the 23rd proceeded and arrived at the first well. The water of this place tasted to us very bad on our going up, but it appeared pretty good on our return. In the night we arrived at the Nile, and our having been long deprived of good water made us sensible of the superiority of that of the river over the wells we had been accustomed to. Certainly I am of opinion that there are few waters, if any, in Europe that can be compared with that of the Nile. It answers all purposes. It has the freshness of spring and the softness of river water. It is excellent to drink, and serves all other purposes. Plate 38 is a topographical map which I made of the above journey, as correct as I could. We went on board our little boat the same night. On the 24th, the Sheikh of the Abadi came to us, and we presented him with a gun and some powder and balls. We complained of the badness of the camels with which he had provided us. He assured us that no one of the Abadi had ever undertaken such a journey as we had, and that the camels were not accustomed to such forced marches. We gave a gun, a shawl, and money to our guide, who behaved uncommonly well. We talked of repeating our journey, and they assured us that if we returned they would furnish us with camels that would take us anywhere we pleased, and as long as we would stay. We sent a pair of pocket pistols to the Kachef and the island, thanking him for his goodness and attention. The place we now reached on the Nile was a few miles north of that where we had entered in the desert opposite Ephru, and a little south of Elythius. The road which I observed all along the valley undoubtedly was a communication between that town and Berenice, and on the east to the emerald mines. It is not to be wondered at that the town of Elythius must have been of some consequence, as there is all the probability of commerce having been carried on there. There is still a landing place, which evidently proves the loading and unloading of boats for that purpose, and I am of opinion that this place must have been more frequented by the caravans from the sea than Coptos, as it is a somewhat shorter journey to the Nile. We set off for Esne. On our journey down it was pleasing to see the difference of the country. All the lands that were under water before were now not only dried up, but were already sown. The muddy villages carried off by the rapid current were all rebuilt. The fences opened, the fellahs at work in the fields, and all wore a different aspect. It was only 15 days since the water had retired, and in that period it decreased more than 8 feet. It is not so every year. When the Nile increases slowly, it decreases also in the same manner. This is in consequence of the abundance or scarcity of rain which falls during the rainy season in Abyssinia. The natives rather prefer the rapid rising of the Nile, for it covers more space of land, so that it be not too much, as was the case this year. And if the water remain 8 days over it, it does so much good as if it continued 20. By this time the drowned people were forgotten, and the only calamity remaining was the scarcity of provisions among the fellahs. The Nile had taken away their stock, and the Kachefs were only busied in procuring grain for seed. In all such cases the poor laborer is the last thought of. We arrived at Esne on the morning of the 25th, and visited the Bey, who received us very politely. He inquired about the mines, and was very anxious to know the result. We told him that nothing could be known on the subject till they were cleared of all the materials with which they were choked up. We made him a present of a fine English gun. He was much pleased, and offered to give us all his assistance in anything that he could. We set off and arrived at Gournou on the same night, after 40 days' absence, which I hope were not uselessly employed. Having made arrangements for accomplishing the models of the tombs, I set off for Esne, with the intention of inquiring into the possibility of obtaining camels to go to the great oasis, which lies due west from that place. When I had obtained all the information I desired, I returned to Thebes to prepare for another sally into the western desert. On my arrival in Gournou, I found the consul, Mr. Salt, Mr. Banks, and Baron Sack had arrived from Cairo. Having convinced Mr. Salt of the impossibility of making a collection on my own account, according to our understanding, in consequence of his having taken possession of the grounds in Thebes, he proposed a new arrangement to be made between us, which was, that I might be at liberty to dig on either side of Thebes, on any ground I thought proper, taking for my exertion a certain share of what might be found in the intended researches. Having agreed to this proposition, I had to recommence my operations. I was fully satisfied with the above arrangement, as I supposed that I should have an opportunity of making a collection of antiques out of the share which would be allotted to me. About this time Mr. Drouetti arrived in Thebes, and by the medium of Mr. Banks made an offer to purchase the celebrated sarcophagus of alabaster, but his offer was not accepted. Footnote: One evening that the whole party were assembled, Mr. Drouetti happened to be there. The consul and he had some few words about a circumstance which I cannot avoid mentioning. It will be recollected that previous to our departure for the Red Sea, a man from the opposite party desired to have a passage on board of our boat to Cairo, which was granted. At Girgeh, 6 days' sail below Thebes, this unfortunate man was drowned by falling overboard, as was stated by all the crew and some of our people who were on board when the boat arrived at Cairo. The report was made to the consul, Mr. Salt, of the accident, and though Mr. Drouetti was there at the time, he did not signify that any investigation should take place on this affair. Now that Mr. Drouetti was in Thebes, and the consul also, Mr. Drouetti complained much that he did not take into consideration the death of that man. The consul replied that he never heard of any occasion to investigate the matter. to which Mr. Duetti replied that he ought to have done it. The consul then told him that as the man was in Mr. Duetti's employ, he was surprised that he did not make an application while in Cairo. Mr. D. said that he did not for delicacy's sake, which answer was received with general laughter. Nothing was left undone by our opponents to slander out insinuations. End note. At this period, Mr. Banks solicited me to ascend the Nile as far as the island of Philo to remove the obelisk I had taken possession of before in the name of the British consul. The consul then informed me that he had ceded the said obelisk to Mr. Banks, who intended to send it to England on his own account. I gladly accepted the undertaking, as I was pleased to have the opportunity of seeing another piece of antiquity on its way to England, and of obliging a gentleman for whom I had great regard. 2 days previous to our departure, the consul and myself crossed the Nile to Karnak, to point out the various spots of ground which had been previously taken by myself. On our landing at Luxor, we met Mr. Duetti, who offered to accompany us to Karnak to be witness of the various spots of ground which were to be allotted to me for excavation. On the way, Mr. Duetti told us a pleasant story of a man who was dressed like myself, who was hidden among the ruins of the temple, whom he, Mr. Duetti, had great reason to believe was a person who wished to do him some injury, and that he had already acquainted the Kamaikan of that place of the circumstance. I begged him to tell me what reason that man could have for assuming my appearance. He said that it was done to deceive him, and if he, the impostor, had done anything bad, it was to make the people believe that it was myself who had done it. The consul laughed at the story, and observed that I could not be so easily imitated. The conclusion of all this was, that if I had happened to go among the ruins, which it was my constant practice to do, and someone had sent a ball at me, they could have said after that they mistook me for the person who had assumed my appearance in dress and figure. I informed Mr. Duetti that I hoped he would tell his European people to inquire before they should fire at the supposed person representing me, whether it was the real or the sham Belzoni, as it would not be quite so pleasant or satisfactory to me if the mistake had been found out after. He replied that that person was sent away from Thebes and would not return again. We went all over the ruins and marked out the various spots of land which had been taken by us previous to Mr. Duetti's agent's arrival in Thebes, so all was well understood, and all was so arranged that it was hoped that no further differences should arise from any party. Now, my reader, read it and judge. It is not agreeable to my wishes to insert in this volume these matters which perhaps may cause a supposition of my inclination to expose, but such is the case that I cannot avoid mentioning it, as I have done many others, for if I was to conceal from the public what happened at that period, an advantage might be taken and matters brought before them in any light but that of truth. After having now gone over the various places where I had to excavate, Mr. Duetti, with all the complaisance possible, invited the consul and myself into his habitation among the ruins of Karnak. We were regaled with sherbet and lemonade, and talked of our late journey to Berenice. The discourse turned on our next expedition to the Isle of Philo. When I happened to say that as I had to take the obelisk from that island down the cataract, I feared it was too late in the season, as the water would not serve at the cataract to float and launch down a boat adequate to support such a weight. On hearing this, Mr. Duetti said that those rogues at the Shalal, meaning at Aswan, had deceived him, that they promised many times to bring down the said obelisk for him, but that they only promised to do it to extort money from him. I then informed Mr. Duetti that those people knew they could not take away that obelisk, as, since my first voyage up the Nile, I took possession of it in consequence of a firman which the consul, Mr. Salt, who was there present, had obtained from the Bashaw. The consul informed Mr. Duetti that he had ceded the said obelisk to Mr. Banks, who intended to have it removed to England. On hearing this, Mr. Duetti said that he was not aware we had taken possession of it, and inquired if any money was spent in that affair on our side. And having been answered that we paid money to keep a guard over the obelisk, and that it was well understood with the Aga of Aswan that we were again to carry it away on the first opportunity, he replied that those people had deceived him to exact money from his agents and so forth. But notwithstanding all this, as the obelisk was intended for Mr. Banks, he would not say a word about it, and voluntarily ceded it to him. This was not in compliment to our consul, who was present. I thought this was another present made to Mr. Banks, like the cover of the sarcophagus made to me, which was so far buried among the rocks of Gournou that all their efforts could not prevail to take it out. Mr. Drouetti inquired when we should set off, and the consul told him on the day after tomorrow. Accordingly, on the 16th of November, we left Thebes for the first cataract of the Nile. The party was numerous: Mr. Banks, Mr. Salt, Baron Sack, a Prussian traveler, and a celebrated naturalist, Mr. Beechey, Mr. Lennon, a draftsman, Dr. Ricci, and myself. A large boat was taken for the consul, a cangier for Mr. Banks, a small boat for the baron, and a canoe for the sheep, goats, fowls, geese, ducks, pigeons, turkeys, and donkeys, which occasionally joined the chorus with the rest of the tribes, and accompanied the fleet with a perpetual concert. As to provisions, we were pretty well supplied, I believe, for as their boats came lately from Cairo, they brought full stores. Yet it was arduous travelling, living in that manner, destitute of every commodity of life. For even at table we had not ice to cool ourselves after the hot repast, which was concluded with fruits and only 2 sorts of wine. In short, our lives were a burden to us from the fatigue and dangerous mode of travelling. We were not like travellers who live on the best of everything they can get, and write at home the hard life they undergo. Oh no, oh no! We would scorn to travel in such an effeminate manner. To be sure, some travellers will say, "Why should I starve myself when I am in a plentiful country?" Oh, then, but you should not make the world believe you are starving while you live like Sir John Falstaff. On our passing Eleithias, we stopped there part of a day and nearly the whole of the next. As I have nothing to add to the description of that place, I shall not enter into any further description of it. On the 21st we visited Edfu and took a minute survey of these truly magnificent ruins, which are so covered with a profusion of objects that if a traveller was to repeat his visits every day of his life, he might still find something new to be observed. This place was at that time under the researches of Mr. Drouetti's agents, one of whom we understood had received a dispatch from his master by an extra courier, and had immediately set off for the island of Philo. We continued our voyage, and before we arrived at Sicily, or the chain of mountains, we met a small boat in which was Mr. Lebulo, the said agent and countryman of Mr. Drouetti, a Piedmontese. He was hailed, but would not stop to speak. We stopped at this place at night, and early in the morning we were all scattered about these quarries, not in search of partridges, but in search of sepulchres, ancient stones, Greek inscriptions, sphinxes, or any sort of Egyptian wonder. Indeed, I must say that this place deserves more of the attention of the scientific traveller than has hitherto been bestowed upon it. There are several interesting burial places among the quarries of the rocks, and it is evident that the famous sphinxes with the ram's head, which are to be seen in Karnak, have been taken from this spot, as one of the same kind is to be seen cut out in the rough and partly removed from the rocks to the Nile, and another like it is nearly cut out of the quarry. As to the old story that these 2 mountains were chains, I can but say that I have my objection as to the fact of it, for if the ancients wanted to prevent the passing of boats, it may be supposed that Aswan was a more suitable place for that purpose, as the passage from the island of Elephantine to the rocks of old Aswan is much narrower than that of the Sicily mountains, and the cataract itself would form as good a barrier as any that could be constructed on the Nile. There is a stone on the west side of the said mountain which is supposed to be that to which the chain was attached, but for my part I could not see any marks where the chain was fixed, nor does the stone seem to have been suited to such purposes, and I am rather inclined to think that the name of the chained mountains is derived from the position of the mountain itself. It runs in a chain from east to west, and stretches over the Nile at each side, so that it forms the narrowest passage in that river, from the cataract to the sea, from which circumstance it is possible that the ancients had given it that name, for I do not believe that their commerce was so flourishing as to oblige them to put an iron chain across the Nile to stop the boats at night, at a time when iron was reckoned a most valuable article, and was employed for better purposes. We reached Ombos on the next day, and as the party had to stop there one day longer, I was anxious to read Aswan, as I expected no good from the early journey of Lebulo, the agent of Mr. Drouetti. Accordingly, I set off for that place in a cangier which had come to meet us, to take the consul up to Nubia. I took with me a young Scotchman who had been brought into Egypt at the time of the last English invasion of that country. He was taken prisoner, and some years after entered into the service of the Bashaw of Egypt, and assumed the name of Osman. He became acquainted with Sheikh Burckhardt, and in consequence of his honesty and attachment to him, the Sheikh rewarded him in his will. He was the only and the last person who closed the eyes of that lamented traveler, and I had much conversation with him on the subject. On my arrival at Aswan, I found that the said Lebulo had suggested to the Aga of Aswan and to the natives of the island of Philo not to let the English party, who were coming up, carry away the obelisk. The Aga remonstrated with him that the obelisk had been taken possession of by me 3 years before, and a guard had been paid for it on that account. In consequence of this refusal, Mr. Lebulo proceeded to the island of Philo, and having heard from all the natives that I had taken possession so long before, he adopted the method of a trick to seduce these simple people. He pretended he could read the hieroglyphics on the obelisk, and said it was written that the obelisk belonged to Mr. Drouetti's ancestors, consequently he had a right to it. The people believed him, and he gave them some trifling presents, and brought them to the Cadi, or Justice, to hear their testimony that the obelisk was the property of Mr. Drouetti. The Cadi received a present, and wrote a sort of certificate on the evidence of these people. Having done all this, Mr. Lebulo wrote a note which he left with one of the sheikhs in the island to give it to us when we arrived, and set off immediately, as he thought his face could not be impudent enough to meet us. On my arrival at Aswan, I heard of the difficulties this agent had thrown in our way, but I remonstrated with the Aga that he must recollect that it was well understood that I took possession of that obelisk ever since my first voyage, and that the money I paid for a guard was given to him by the medium of one of the Bashaw's Janissaries, who was ready to testify the case, and that he, the Aga himself, made a contract to receive 300 piastres, $30, on the removal of the obelisk. He acknowledged all this, and said that the other party would have taken the obelisk away several times, but they could not succeed, and that lately they tried again, but the water of the cataract was too low, so that they could not effect the passage through for this season. This last observation concerned me more than all the rest of his discourse, for it was entirely on the possibility of effecting the passage down the cataract this year that depended the success of exporting the obelisk. Next day the party arrived at Aswan, and I went to the island of Philo to take a view of the bank where I was to embark the obelisk and have it conveyed to the cataract where it was to be launched. On my arrival there, an old sheikh immediately presented to me the following note. Le chargé d'affaires de M. Drouetti prie messieurs les voyageurs européens de respecter le porteur du présent billet gardant l'obélisque qui est dans l'île de Philo appartenant à Mr. Drouetti. Le billet, Philo, the 22nd September, 1818. The people of the island then informed me of the means which Mr. Lebulo had taken to persuade them to testify that the obelisk belonged to his party. By the date of the note I perceived that this was done only 8 days before, and as we had been 15 days on our voyage from Thebes to Aswan, they had time to do all this underhand work at their leisure. On my return to Aswan, I acquainted the consul and Mr. Banks of what passed, and suggested to them that the only mode of proceeding was to have an interview with the Aga himself, and from him to hear who was the first to take possession of the obelisk. Accordingly, the Aga was requested to come on board, and in the presence of the consul, he declared that I was the first person of all who took possession of the obelisk. Accordingly, I set the men to work. I procured a boat for that purpose, which by chance was in Aswan. The greatest difficulty was to persuade the Rais or captain of the Shalal to undertake to launch the boat down the cataract with the obelisk on board. The water was very low at that time, and what was more against the undertaking of the operation was that the opposite party had applied to him 2 months before when the water was much higher, and he refused on the score that it was not high enough. However, the promise of a good present and half of the money in his hands mollified the captain, and he promised that he would accomplish the undertaking. To the Aga he made a present of a gold watch, worth 150 piastres, $15, in the name of Mr. Banks. The sheikhs of the Maraida and other places round were to be gained to our side, that they might provide men to work. This was done, of course, by way of giving a trifle more than the rest of the laborers, and promising more if they behaved well. I had some little difficulty to procure a few sticks or small poles at Aswan, as there is no wood in those places, except what they procure from Cairo, merely to repair their boats. I had also some difficulty at first in removing the said obelisk from its original station, but once put on its way, it soon came to the waterside. The pedestal was rather more troublesome. Owing to its square form, it was almost buried under the rubbish, and as we had no tackle whatsoever and very little wood, it retarded the work 1 or 2 days longer. At this time the Aga of Aswan came to the island and presented a letter he had received from Mr. Drouetti himself, sealed with his own seal, which the Aga knew well, ordering the Aga not to permit anyone to take away the obelisk. The letter was translated by the Scotch Osman, from whom we had no doubt of the correctness of its contents. The consul begged the Aga to send back his compliments to Mr. Drouetti, and to tell him that we were going to remove the obelisk. At this time Mr. Bailey, Mr. Godfrey, and 2 other gentlemen arrived in the island from their tour through Greece and so forth. Our party prepared for their voyage to the second cataract. The obelisk was now ready to be embarked when the following accident happened, which was entirely owing to my own neglect, by trusting a single maneuver to some who speak more than they can execute. I had left the care to others of making a sort of temporary pier of large blocks of stones, while I had to go to examine a certain passage in the cataract where the boat was to be taken up empty and launched down when loaded. On my return, the pier appeared quite strong enough to bear at least 40 times the weight it had to support. But alas, when the obelisk came gradually on from the sloping bank, and all the weight rested on it, the pier, with the obelisk and some of the men, took a slow movement and majestically descended into the river, wishing us a better success. I was not 3 yards off when this happened, and for some minutes, I must confess, I remained as stiff as a post. The first thing that came into my head was the loss of such a piece of antiquity. The second was the exultation of our opponents after so much questioning as to what party it belonged, and lastly, the blame of all the antiquarian republic in the world. It happens very often that after a vase slips through the hands and breaks on the ground, it is by a natural impulse that one turns himself to look at the pieces. So did I. I fixed my eyes on the place where the pier set off by itself into the Nile, and observed that the stones which were to serve as a foundation on a sloping bank had been only laid on the surface of it, so that naturally the weight of the obelisk must have carried it, or rather pressed, down into the Nile. The obelisk was still peeping a little out of the water. The laborers were of various humors. Some were sorry, not for the obelisk, which was no loss to them, but for the loss of what they might have gained in future operations in passing it down the cataract, and others were laughing, I suppose, at seeing the evident disappointment expressed on my countenance. Some went one way, some another, and I remained alone, seated on the bank, to contemplate the little part which projected out of the water, and the eddies made by the current on that spot in consequence of the obelisk below. The effects of surprise did not last long. I began to reflect, and saw the possibility of taking the obelisk up again. Unfortunately, I had not a single machine to help the undertaking, and even our ropes, which were of palm leaves, were broken and half rotten, and scarcely any wood at all suited to employ to that purpose. The obelisk is one single piece of granite of 22 feet in length and 2 in breadth at the basis. It is not smaller in height than that in St. George's Fields, but of a stone of a much heavier quality. I had, however, in my favor the people who are excellent watermen, and who could stay in the water the whole day without the least difficulty. Having made up my mind to have the obelisk taken up, I found that the loss would be only 2 or 3 days' work. Accordingly, I ordered the men to come the next morning, and sent to Aswan that evening to fetch some ropes if possible. Mr. Banks was not there when this happened, as he had crossed the Nile that afternoon. But the laborers who returned home after the obelisk had fallen in the water informed him of what had happened. I believe he was not less displeased than myself when I saw the accident, and on his arrival he said that such things would happen sometimes, but I saw he was not in a careful humor himself, so I informed him that the obelisk was not lost, and that in 2 or 3 days it would be on board. The 2 next days were employed in this operation, which was done as follows. I caused a great quantity of stones to be brought to the waterside. I then desired several men to enter the water, and to make a heap of stones on the side of the obelisk opposite to the shore, and to form a solid bed for the levers to rest upon. I accordingly placed the levers under the obelisk, one at the bases and the other near the leaning point, so that by the pressure of the levers the obelisk must turn round upon its axis. The men could not put down the lever under water as they do on shore, but by seating themselves on the extremity of the levers, the pressure of their own weight produced the effect. 2 ropes were passed under the obelisk. That end which was from under it was fastened to some date trees, which happened to be on the bank, and to the ends which came from above I put as many men to pull as I thought were sufficient. At the side where the levers were I put some good divers, who were ready to put large stones under the obelisk when it rose, so that it might not return back to its former situation. Having set the men at the rope to pull, and those of the divers to mount on the extremities of the levers, the obelisk rose on the side opposite the bank, and when the levers were to be removed, the obelisk was propped by stones under it. It was risen so that its own weight caused it to move round at each turn of it, when we gained nearly the space of its own breadth, and so on till it came quite on dry ground, which was effected in less than 2 days. The party then set off for the second cataract. Previous to the taking on board the obelisk, I thought it better to export from the island the pedestal of it, as I could not use the boat for both. I embarked and took it at the Marada in a good situation that it might be easily embarked. At this moment an agent of Mr. Drouetti came to Aswan and put the whole town in an uproar. He brought the Aga to the island of Philo to speak to me, and to persuade me for my best advantage to leave the obelisk there. I asked the Aga what he had to say on this affair, that if he thought proper I should leave the obelisk where it was, ready for embarkation for Mr. Drouetti. The Aga, seeing me smile, replied that he had nothing to say on the subject, that Mr. Drouetti had written to the Defterdar Bey at Siout, and that the Defterdar Bey had written to him, the Aga, not to meddle with either party. The agent abused the Aga, but to no purpose, as all his proceedings would not interrupt my work. He then attempted to convince the sheikhs that they might stop the men from working, offering to pay them for their loss of time without any trouble. Such offers, made even to the laborers, were rejected by them with disgust. I continued my operation, and put the obelisk on board by means of a bridge of palm trees thrown from across the boat to the land under the obelisk, which was now turned on the bridge and entered on board. When in the center of the boat I removed the trees from under it, and no sooner was this done than we set off with the obelisk for the Marada, to have it ready to be launched down the cataract on the next morning. The rise of the Shalal or cataract continued firm on my side, and I continued to keep him so. He had half of the money. He now came to receive the other half previous to his undertaking. I did not think it prudent to disappoint him in his expectation, so I paid him the other half, which was $25, on condition that he would make a promise, before 2 of my people, to maintain his word, and on the contrary, if he failed, that I should appeal to Muhammad Ali, the Bashaw, at Cairo. He was satisfied, and having made the arrangement for the number of men who were to be employed the next day, he set off on his business. On the same evening I took a walk among the granite rocks of the cataract where we had to pass. The next day an object of attention came in my way, which I often thought to speak of. There were many of these rocks with hieroglyphics and figures cut on them, which evidently were done only by scholars, who perhaps were practicing the science of sculpture on those masses. The observation I made was, that a calculation of ages might be made by the various colors which the rocks have taken from their original, and from the time it has been cut. For instance, we have to suppose that when nature first formed the mass of granite, it was as white as it may be seen now when newly cut. We next must fix on an epoch for the time when the hieroglyphics on these rocks were engraved, and by that we may calculate the degree of the 3 colors which are in view. For instance, the part which has never been touched is dark brown. That which has been cut, supposed about 3,000 years ago, is light brown, and some sculptured in later ages is still lighter. That which has been cut only 1 hour before may be supposed to be as it was on the day of its creation, as above. So, by the proportion of the various colors on the rocks, a calculation of the age may be formed, and by that means we may found the age of the creation. I beg my readers to pardon my thus speculating on a point which, in my humble capacity, can afford but little instruction. However, as the idea struck me, I lay it before the public. Next morning all was ready for the dangerous operation of passing the cataract with the obelisk. I have mentioned before that this is the greatest fall, or rather descent, of water in the cataract. When the inundation is half high in the Nile, it is a column of water of about 300 yards in length, which falls in an angle of 20 and 25 degrees among rocks and stones which project out in various directions. The boat was brought to the margin of the cascade. A strong rope, or rather a small cable, was attached to a large tree, the end of which was passed through the beams of the boat, so as to be slackened or stopped at pleasure. In the boat there were only 5 men, and on the rocks on each side of the cascade a number of others in various places, with ropes attached to the boat, so as to put it either on one side or the other, as it required, to prevent its running against the stones. For if it should be touched in the smallest degree, with such a weight on board, and in such a rapid stream, the boat could not escape being dashed to pieces. The cable, which I borrowed from a merchant boat in Aswan, was pretty strong, but not sufficient to stop the boat in its course, in case it should be in danger of running against a rock. It was only sufficient to check its course down, nor could the boat have been stopped in such a situation, for in that case the water would run over the boat and sink it instantly. Under these circumstances, all depended on the dexterity of the men who were posted in various parts to pull or slacken according as necessity required. I did not fail to use all the persuasion possible, and promises of baksheesh to the wild people, as they are called, but who on this occasion were as steady as so many pilots. The rise, of whom I had hired the boat, was almost out of his senses, thinking it would be certainly lost. The poor fellow had engaged his vessel merely because it happened that his trade failed, and he was in Aswan for some time without hope of getting a cargo, and had incurred debts which confined him there, and he would have been glad of any freight to get out, but when he saw the danger his boat was in, he cried like a child, and begged I would relinquish my project and return his boat safe to him. But when he saw the vessel on the point of being launched, he threw himself with his face to the ground, and did not rise till all was out of danger. Having seen that all was ready, I gave the signal to slacken the cable. It was one of the greatest sights I have seen. The boat took a course which may be reckoned at the rate of 12 miles an hour. Accordingly, the men on land slackened the rope, and at the distance of 100 yards the boat came in contact with an eddy, which, beating against a rock, returned towards the vessel, and then helped much to stop its course. The men on the side pulled the boat out of the direction of that rock, and it continued its course, gradually diminishing its rate till it reached the bottom of the cataract, and I was not a little pleased to see it out of danger. The laborers altogether seemed pleased at the good success of the attempt, even independently, I believe, of the interest they might derive from it, and it is not very often that such feelings enter the bosoms of these people. The rise of the boat came to me with joy expressed in his countenance, as may be easily imagined. Having set all to rights to pass the other parts of the cataract, I went on board, and we continued the course of the current. We had only 2 or 3 places of little danger to pass, but, thank God, we arrived safe at Aswan on the same day. I beg it to be observed that this is not the passage where small boats are taken up or down the cataract, for there are other smaller columns of water which are deep enough to float small boats, but not such as that one with the obelisk. Immediately after my arrival there, I prepared to depart for Thebes, and having satisfied the Aga according to our promise, I departed. Previous to my arrival there, I quitted the boat, as the wind was against us, and went by land. I took up my old residence at the tombs in Biban el Maluk. There I found Mrs. Belzoni, who had returned from Jerusalem, as I had written to her that I could not go into Syria. It was then Christmas, and we passed the solemnity of that blessed day in the solitude of those recesses undisturbed by the folly of mankind, and only a few inoffensive Arabs who guarded the new tombs were there, but it was not to last long so. I must now enter into new contests with evil beings, and in spite of all the study I made to avoid bringing before the public the foul deeds of malice, I find that I cannot avoid inserting them in this volume. The following circumstances have induced me to quit Egypt, and any one who will kindly read and attend to the catastrophe will agree with me in saying that it was high time to do so. It happened at this period that a certain person, whose name, for compassion's sake, I do not wish to mention, but who was neither English nor French, came into Upper Egypt, not to see antiquities, but to purchase some if he could. He came from one of the capitals of Europe, and was to return. He offered to do anything for me in Europe if I wished. He was on friendly terms, and I believe sincere, till the diabolical spirit of interest got into his breast, and then he suffered himself to be led by it. As I happened to know him before, I took the opportunity of his return to that very place where I was in want of a person to transact some business for me. The business was that as he was on his return to Europe, he would take 4 of the sphinxes or lion-headed statues, which were allotted me for my share, to the very metropolis where he was going, and there make an offer as a present to a certain high personage in my name, which he undertook to do with great pleasure. And it was so arranged that I should give him an order on the British consul in Alexandria to receive the aforesaid statues, which were lodged in the charge of the British agent in Rosetta. It happened that at the same time this man became acquainted with the people of our opposite party, and as he must come in the following account, I shall call him the stranger. On the eve of Christmas, the boat with the obelisk on board arrived and stopped at Luxor, waiting for a few small articles to be loaded, and then to proceed to Rosetta. It will be recollected that previous to our last departure for the cataract, I entered into an arrangement with Mr. Salt, settling where I was to excavate on several spots among the ruins of Karnak. On St. Stephen's Day I passed the Nile to that place with the intention of examining the spots of ground which were allotted to our party, according to the arrangement made by Messrs. Salt and Drouetti. At Luxor I was mounted on a very high donkey, the only mode of travelling short journeys in these countries, as horses are scarce, and it is too inconvenient to mount a camel for a small distance. I was followed by my Greek servant and 2 Arabian drivers. I was unarmed. My servant had 2 pistols as usual. Our opponents, with their commander, Mr. Drouetti, were lodged in some mud houses among the ruins of Karnak. The boat with the obelisk, which I had just brought down and put up at Luxor, was rather too close under their noses, as they expressed themselves, and it irritated them to such a degree that they premeditated the mode of revenge by, as they said, only abusing and insulting Belzoni. But this could not have been done without some danger of retaliation, and perhaps with interest equivalent to the merit of the operation. The only way this was to be done was by taking the advantage of a pretext, and by raising some differences against me in some way or other. The plan was well laid. The first piece of ground I had to examine among these ruins was occupied by the laborers of Mr. Drouetti. Consequently, it was expected that I should take notice of it, that some altercation would ensue, and then would be the time to satiate their revenge. Previous to my arrival at the above ground, I was warned by an Arab not to go where the other Europeans were, but I took no notice of what he said, as sometimes those people make much out of nothing. I continued my route till I arrived on the above ground, and the first thing I saw was a number of men working on a spot too well known to be of our lot, according to the arrangement. I then perceived what these gentlemen wanted, so I took no notice and actually passed on without stopping to look at them. None of the Europeans were there, and my servant observing to me that the ground was of our share, I told him not to meddle himself about it, and we passed on. The above working ground was close to the small lakes, and these gentlemen were living in the window of the great propylaeon, which is at least a good quarter of a mile distant from the above ground. We passed quietly before them, and continued on our way straight to the north side of the ruins, as far as their extremity, another quarter of a mile from where they were. I remained some time there in examining some grounds, and on my return towards the great propylaeon, where we had to pass on our return to Luxor, we met an Arab running towards us, crying, from having received a severe beating from our opponents, merely because he served and was faithful to us as far as an Arab can be. This would have been another motive to create some altercation, but it had no effect. I took no notice of it, and was going on straight to Luxor. I was at about 300 yards from the great propylaeon when I saw a group of people running towards us. They were about 30 Arabs, headed by 2 Europeans, agents of Mr. Drouetti. On their approaching, Mr. Lebulo was first, and the renegado Rosignano second, both Piedmontese and countrymen of Mr. Drouetti. Lebulo began his address to me by asking what business I had to take away an obelisk that did not belong to me, and that I had done so many things of this kind to him that I should not do any more. Meanwhile he seized the bridle of my donkey with one hand, and with the other he laid hold of my waistcoat, and stopped me from proceeding any farther. He had also a large stick hung to his wrist by a string. By this time my servant was assailed by a number of Arabs, 2 of whom were constantly in the service of Mr. Drouetti. At the same moment the renegado Rosignano reached within 4 yards of me, and with all the rage of a ruffian leveled a double-barreled gun at my breast, loading me with all the imprecations that a villain could invent. By this time my servant was disarmed and overpowered by numbers, and in spite of his efforts took his pistols from his belt. The 2 gallant knights before me, I mean Lebulo and Rosignano, escorted by the 2 other Arab servants of Mr. Drouetti, both armed with pistols, and many others armed with sticks, continued their clamorous imprecations against me, and the brave Rosignano, still keeping the gun pointed at my breast, said that it was time that I should pay for all I had done to them. The courageous Lebulo said, with all the emphasis of an enraged man, that he was to have 1/3 of the profit derived from the selling of that obelisk, when in Europe, according to a promise from Mr. Drouetti, had I not stolen it from the island of Philo. My situation was not pleasant, surrounded by a band of ruffians like those, and I have no doubt that if I had attempted to dismount, the cowards would have dispatched me on the ground, and said that they did it in defense of their lives, as I had been the aggressor. I thought the best way was to keep on my donkey and look at the villains with contempt. Lebulo said that another of their party had been drowned at Girgeh on board of an English boat, and that they had no redress for it, meaning, I suppose, the poor man that fell overboard at Girgeh on his passage to Cairo. I told Lebulo to let me proceed on my way, and that if I had done anything wrong, I should be ready to account for it. But all was to no purpose. Their rage had blinded them out of their senses. While this was going on, I observed another band of Arabs running towards us. When they came nearer, I saw Mr. Drouetti himself among them, and close to him a servant of his, armed with pistols. On his arrival before me, Mr. Drouetti demanded, in a tone not inferior to that of his disciples, what reason or authority I had to stop his people from working. I told him that I knew nothing of what he meant, and that I found myself extremely ill-used by his own people, and that he must answer for their conduct. In an authoritative tone, he desired I should dismount, which I refused to do. At this moment a pistol was fired behind me, but I could not tell by whom. I was determined to bear much sooner than come to blows with such people, who did not blush to assail me all in a mass. But when I heard the pistol fired behind my back, I thought it was high time to sell my life as dear as I could. I dismounted, but then the kind Mr. Drouetti assured me that I was not in danger while he was there, and Mr. Lebulo, who had before acted the part of a ruffian, now contrived to play that of a neutral gentleman. By this time many other Arabs of the village of Karnak had reached this place, and seeing me thus surrounded, would any one suppose it, for the honor of Christendom and civilization, those wild Arabs, as we call them, were disgusted at the conduct of Europeans, and interfered in my behalf. They surrounded the renegado Rossignano, whose conduct they thought most outrageous and base, not for a European, but even for the worst of Arabs. What ideas must have been formed in the minds of those people of the civilization of Europe by the conduct of such villains? I was now informed that an European stranger was in the place of residence of Mr. Drouetti. I sent an Arab to beg he would come where we were, as I thought I might have a witness to what might afterwards take place, though the affray was almost over. Mr. Drouetti, who was now very mild, said that he never had given any order to his people to work on any grounds belonging to us, that I should have made application to him, and he would have put them right, but that I should not stop the people from their work. I repeated that I did not know what he meant, and that all this was a combination of traps put together by his agents. He said that an Arab came to his lodging and informed him that I ordered the people away from their work. I persisted that the Arab should be brought before me, but he was not to be found. He was called everywhere, but did not answer. One of the two Arabs from Gournou, who followed me as a driver, recognized the said Arab, who all this time was close to Mr. Drouetti, who had called to him in vain, and who, though he had seen him a few minutes before, did not recognize him again. Being before me, I stared in the man's face and ordered him to repeat what he had said of me to Mr. Drouetti. He replied that he did not say to Mr. Drouetti that I stopped the men from working, but that my servant did, though I was totally confident of the contrary, as he was not 2 yards from me when we passed that way. It was useless for me to contest that point, as I saw it was brought forward merely to cover the true cause for which they attacked me, which was shown by their first words to me about the obelisk. I insisted that Mr. Drouetti should come where the men were at work, that I might point out to him that his people were the aggressors by encroaching on our lot of ground, of which he was forcibly convinced. As we went on, the assailant Rossignano continued at a distance behind me. The stranger arrived where I was, and proved to be the person alluded to before, by whom I had to send the 4 statues to Europe. On his arrival I informed him of what had passed, but Mr. Drouetti told him that we had only had a few words, and that was all. The stranger observed to him that he saw those people take up arms while he was in their house or habitation, and run out, and remembered Mr. Drouetti himself said he must run after them for fear they should do some mischief, and that they did wrong to act so. To which Mr. Drouetti replied that he could not help what these people did, to which observation the stranger replied that he should not keep them in his service. Mr. Drouetti made a long lamentation on the taking away the obelisk. I reminded him that he must have known it was taken possession of long before any of his agents reached the island of Philo, and that he did wrong to send his agents to that place to prevent my taking it, after he knew we had set off for that purpose. He said this was owing to Mr. Banks not calling on him previous to his departure for that place, and conversing with him on the subject. The fact is that Mr. Banks did not think proper to put himself under any unnecessary obligation to Mr. Drouetti. I then informed Mr. Drouetti that I had resisted many and various sorts of attacks by his agents, but I did not expect they would come to such a pitch, and that it was high time for me to quit the country. So I returned to Biban el Malouk and immediately commenced my preparations to depart for Europe, as I could not live any longer in a country where I had become the object of revenge of a set of people who could take the basest means to accomplish their purpose, and notwithstanding the advantages I might have derived in the continuation of my researches, the conditions of which with the consul were now more advantageous to me than any I had hitherto obtained. I was so totally disgusted that I took the above resolution accordingly. I had written the particulars of what had happened to the consul, adding that by the time he received my letter I should be on my way to Alexandria, as I was determined to proceed to Europe by the first opportunity. As to my redress, I did not ask for it, as I could not expect to have any in that country, and as the boat with the obelisk was not set off, I availed myself of the opportunity of descending the Nile on it. Having finished all the model drawings, etc., of the tombs, and put on board all that I had accumulated on my own account, I began the operation of taking the sarcophagus out of the tombs. I must lament the unfortunate fate of some of the figures within this place. It will be recollected, as I mentioned before, that the entrance into the tombs was situated under a small torrent of water, which, when it happened to rain, runs over into the valley. I was then making a canal to turn the course of the water, that it might not run into the tomb in case of rain, but on the arrival of the consul, all was put an end to. The consequence was, that while I was absent up the Nile, it happened to rain. The water, finding the entrance open, ran into the tomb, and though not much, was enough to occasion some damage to some of the figures. The dryness of the calcareous stone, which is more like lime itself than raw stone, absorbed the dampness and consequently cracked in many places, particularly in the angles of the pillars on the doorways and so forth, and in one of the rooms there was a piece of stone detached, containing the upper part of 3 figures, and in another chamber was a figure which fortunately fell without much injury. Though broken in 3 pieces, I saved it from farther destruction. I was not a little vexed to see such a thing happen. The damage done at that time was inconsiderable in a place of such an extent, but I fear that in the course of a few years it will become much worse, and I am persuaded that the damp in the rainy days has caused as much damage in the tombs as has been occasioned in any other way. It is worthy of observation that the atmosphere must be much changed since the time of Herodotus, when he mentions a circumstance of some rain having fallen in Thebes as an extraordinary case, or a phenomenon, for at present it rains in Thebes every year. I do not mean to say that it rains in a manner similar to what we are accustomed to in Europe, but enough to say it does rain. For instance, 2 or 3 days in the winter, and in these 2 or 3 days, perhaps only half an hour at a time. It appears also that at moments the water drops are pretty large and wet the traveler, who not being prepared feels it strange to be thus served. But the great body of water, as I mentioned before, comes from the desert through the valleys into the Nile. It is curious also to remark the great difference in the climates only in the short distance of little more than 200 miles to the south of Thebes, where it very seldom rains. Indeed, some years pass without any, and it is owing to this circumstance, with the combination of this place being under the Tropic of Cancer, that it may be calculated to be the driest and hottest spot on earth. I mean that tract of land which extends from the first to the second cataract of the Nile, named Lower Nubia. It includes the Tropic of Cancer. Consequently, these countries receive greater heat from the sun than any other on this side of the equinoctial line, as it passes vertically over it twice in the course of a few days at the time of the solstice. This circumstance, united with the phenomenon that it never rains, for it never can be said to do so, unless a few drops, perhaps in the course of 5 years or more, can be reckoned as rain, cause the rocks to be so perpetually hot that the heat rises in higher degree than any other part on earth. It will be recollected, as I mentioned before, that in the beginning of June, in the island of Philo, we had the thermometer at 124 degrees of Fahrenheit in the shade. But it is to be observed that the thermometer did not show us to what degree the heat arose, as it only marked 124 degrees. Consequently, the mercury might mount higher if the glass had permitted. But now to our departure from Thebes. Having put all things in readiness, and all the models of the tombs being embarked, I took out the celebrated sarcophagus, which gave me something to do, in consequence of its being so very slender and thin, lest it might break at the smallest touch of anything. However, it was safely got out of the tomb and put in a strong case. The valley it had to pass to reach the Nile is rather uneven for more than 2 miles, and 1 mile of good soft sand and small pebbles. I had it conveyed on rollers all the way and safely put on board. By this time, Mr. Wright and Mr. Fisher arrived in Thebes on their return from Nubia. I had the pleasure to walk over the remains of old Thebes with these gentlemen, and I must confess that I felt no small degree of sorrow to quit a place which was become so familiar to me, and where in no other part of the world I could find so many objects of inquiry so congenial to my inclination. I must say that I felt more in leaving Thebes than any other place in my life. It was on the 27th of January, 1819, when we left these truly magnificent ruins, and we arrived in Cairo on the 18th of February. After passing Benizwaf, we saw a small boat, and by its appearance concluded there must be some Europeans in it. They called to us, as they too saw we were Europeans. We went to shore. It was Mr. Fuller who ascended the Nile, a gentleman of most excellent good manners, and whom I had the pleasure to know after in Cairo. He was accompanied by a person who ascended the Nile to distribute the Arabic Bibles for the Society. It was pity that he was not well informed of some particular places in Egypt and in the province of Fayoum, where many Christian Copts are residing, and would have been happy to have had a Bible amongst them. In the above boat I saw a person of a strange appearance, which caused my inquiring who he was. I was agreeably surprised when I found him to be Mr. Pierce, who resided in Abyssinia for several years, and was left there by Lord Valentia, now the Earl of Mountnorris. Our acquaintance was soon made, but I was sorry I should have met him on such an occasion, as we could be together but so short a time. To the inquiries I wished to make of him concerning those countries, he answered in a manner that convinced me he was an enterprising man, much accustomed to fatigue. The life and hardships he underwent in Abyssinia would be most interesting to the public. At Cairo we only stopped a few days, and continued our journey to Rosetta. There we landed the various pieces of antiquity, the obelisk, the sarcophagus found in one of the king's tombs, and the cover of another sarcophagus, which is the best piece I accumulated on my own account. It had been thrown from its sarcophagus when it was forced open, and being reversed, it remained buried by the stones and unnoticed by any visitor. I cleared off all the stones, and on examination of the under part, found that it was a fine figure, larger than life, in alto relievo, and except the foot, all the rest was quite perfect. On turning the stone, I found that besides the said figure, which is in the center of the cover, there were 2 others at each side in basso relievo, and also, excepting the feet, are quite perfect. Its preservation is owing to its being reversed. Having re-embarked all those articles again on board of a gem, we came to Alexandria with a firm intention to set off with the first opportunity, for though I felt much regret in quitting the very country in which I wished to remain undisturbed a little longer, yet under the circumstance of such a persecution I could not help hastening my departure. But the time was not yet arrived. At Alexandria I found letters from the consul and from Mr. Banks in answer to mine from Baban el-Malouk. The letters had been sent by an Arab as far as Cairo, and from thence to Alexandria. The consul advised me to stop till I could receive a certain answer from England, and to have redress of the outrageous behavior of those gentry. This was the last thing that I could wish for I knew enough of the country to know how that affair would end. I knew the influence of their master, who I was certain would do all in his power to prevent any justice being done. So I did not find my inclination to remain, particularly as it happened to be the time of the plague. But Mr. Lee, the vice-consul in Alexandria, acquainted me that he had already made a deposition of the deeds in Thebes, and presented to the French consul, Mr. Roussel. I was glad to see that my cause had been taken up, but I was in very little hopes to have any redress, as no such a thing ever happened in those countries, in particular against such people. Mr. Drouetti, who was by this time in Alexandria, took to himself the defense of his agents, and made a protest against Mr. Salt, the British consul, who, he said, was his accuser, and it was agreed that the matter should be left alone till Mr. Salt's return from Upper Egypt, so my departure was postponed till that period. At this time I had the pleasure of becoming more acquainted with Mr. Briggs, a gentleman who was on the eve of setting off for Europe. He was the person who suggested to the Bashaw of Egypt to cut the canal from Fua to Alexandria, to facilitate the exportation of the products of the country on board of the European vessels in the harbors, which sometimes were obliged to wait 6 months for their cargoes, owing to the difficulty of passing the bogazo, or bar, that crosses the mouth of the river, and often kept the gems loaded for 3 months without effecting the passage. This cut is 40 miles in length, and cost above £300,000 to finish it, but it is a great accommodation in the exportation, and of course useful to the commerce of Egypt in general. Before this time, the stranger to whom I have before alluded had arrived in Alexandria, and was quite changed in his conduct as a witness. He had already signed his name to a deposition written by Lebulo himself, which of course was not against the party, and when he was called to give evidence, had forgotten that he saw those people take up arms and run towards the spot where I was. Whatever points or words I could clearly put in remembrance and repeat to him, he had forgotten all, and did not scruple to say before the consul, Mr. Lee, that if I had been the first to apply to him, or to make my own deposition, he would have signed his name for me as he did for the other people. Now, having proved him contradictory to his deposition, he came into the office of the consul, and with the greatest indifference actually made a deposition to contradict what he had asserted in favor of the assailants. He had stated previously that he was present at the dispute or altercation, as the gentlemen of our opponent's party would have it called. But he now said that he only heard by Mr. Drouetti and his agents that an altercation of words had taken place. Such were the preparations for this defense, and now to end the affair with the stranger. No sooner did he communicate to my opponents the intention I had to make an offer of the 4 statues above mentioned as a present to a certain court of Europe, than they immediately entered into a league with each other, and everything was carried on in great secrecy. Some statues of their own were put on board a vessel for Europe, and a collection of antiquities was made up to be offered for sale to the above court, and this was to be done previous to my offer being made, and when I thought my statues were to be embarked and conveyed to Europe, to be presented as above. I found that the stranger had set off with what he had procured from my opponents, leaving me and my statues to learn how to know him better. I do not mean to blame anyone for endeavoring to do anything to their advantage, so that it is done in an honorable manner. But I cannot help observing that whatever speculation he could have made with what he has brought into Europe for our opponents was obtained by a very wrong proceeding. Seeing that some time would elapse before the consul returned, I did not know how to employ myself in the interval. I thought of making some researches in Lower Egypt, but I doubted not I should encounter some difficulty there also, as the fountainhead of our opponent was not far off. But idle I could not stay. For a long time I had a wish to make a small excursion into the western desert. I had observed that the temple of Jupiter Ammon had been an object of search for a long time, and by more than one traveler, but that the true spot where it existed had not been fixed. I considered that the Fayum was a province as yet little explored, and that I might make an excursion in it, perhaps undisturbed, and from thence proceed to the western desert. I should have no difficulty in obtaining a firman, but as I could not have it without letting everyone know where I was going, I preferred to go without, as I hoped to make my way in some manner or other. An English merchant, who resided in Alexandria, lent me a small house in Rosetta, near the British Agency, where I left Mrs. Belzoni. Accordingly, I took a small boat and set off for the Fayum. I left Rosetta on the 20th and arrived at Benizuf on the 29th of April, 1819. I took with me a Sicilian servant whom I hired in Alexandria, as my Irish lad had taken the opportunity of returning to England from Jerusalem with Mr. Legge. I took with me also a Moorish Hajj who was on his return from Mecca, and begged to be taken on board our boat at Gien. I thought, as he was a Hajj or pilgrim, his company would be of some service to me, and he proved very useful. At Benizov we procured some donkeys to take us and a little provision as far as the Lake Moeris. On the 29th we set off and directed our course through a vast plain of cultivated land, of corn and other products of the country. This plain is all under water at the time of the inundation, excepting the scattered villages which stand elevated and appear like so many islands during that time. About 15 miles from the Nile, the chain of mountains on the west are but low. They open and form a valley into the Fayum, and it was at this entrance that we arrived on the first night of our journey. The Bar Yusuf passes into the center of this valley and enters in various serpentine directions into the Fayum. We took our station under some date trees near the water, about 2 miles from the first pyramid. Here, after a slight repast, I went to sleep on my usual bed, a mattress, thin enough to serve as a saddle when folded up, but when laid on a mat or on the ground, affording as good a bed as any traveler ought to expect. The Sicilian servant, the Moorish Hajj, and the donkey drivers kept watch in their turn, and I arranged so that this system should be observed during the whole of our journey. On the 30th we set off before sunrise and soon arrived at the pyramid. It is composed of sunburnt bricks and stands on a high ground at the foot of the hill on the northern side of the valley. Its basis is covered round with sand and stones, out of which it arises 60 feet, but its original height must have been above 70, as the top has been thrown down. The basis above the sand is 80 feet. I observed several large blocks of stone intermixed with brickwork, so disposed as to support and strengthen the whole of the mass. The bricks are 12, 14, and 16 inches long, and 5 or 6 inches wide. I ascended the pyramid, and from the top could see the whole valley, and the entrance into the Fayum. On the west, at only 2 hours' walk distance, I could see the other pyramid, situated on a lower ground, consequently it appeared less high. Further to the west I saw Medinet el Fayum, which stands on the ruins of ancient Arsinoe, and has a respectable appearance at a distance. From this pyramid I descended towards the canal again, and crossed a strong bridge on the west side of the valley. We then continued along the foot of these hills till we reached the other pyramid. We forded the river on donkeys to come to the west and pass over another branch of the same river, which was nearly dried up at that season. We entered a place 600 feet square, surrounded by high earthen dikes, apparently to protect the above ground from the inundation of the canal. This spot had no doubt been the seat of some ancient town, of which nothing remained but a few blocks of stone and the appearance of some brickwork. We advanced towards the pyramid, and after passing a small canal, which had been cut by some of the late rulers of Egypt, came to the foot of the pyramid. I found that the basis of it is only 30 feet above the level of the water of the canal, and nearly of the same size as the first. It is surrounded by smaller tombs, and on the south side there are the remains of an Egyptian temple, which must have been most magnificent. Of this there are to be seen only some fragments, of the colors of granite, and I must observe that it is the only column of that stone I had seen anywhere, and that in all the temples known in the valley of the Nile there are none that can boast of such grandeur. There are several tombs, quite in the Egyptian style, cut underground. We quitted this place and arrived at Medinet el-Fayoum on the same evening. The whole country is very fertile and interspersed with plantations of fruit trees and roses. This place is celebrated for making rose water, which is sold in Cairo and all over Egypt for the use of the great people, who continually keep their divans and other places sprinkled with it, and present it also to any stranger who visits them. On our approaching the town, I agreed to call at the house of Husef Bey, the governor of the province of Fayoum, but found he was gone to Cairo. However, on application to his Kakia Bey, I obtained a firman and a guide, which was all I wanted, and was also accommodated with a lodging in one of the rooms of the house. On the morning of the 31st, a soldier was given to me as a guide to the Lake Moeris. I set off the same day by the road leading to the northward, and passed the extensive ruins of Arsinoe, which I reserved for inspection till my return, as I intended to come back by the same route. The country continued very fine and well cultivated. At noon we arrived at El Kassar, the ruins of an ancient temple and site of a town, where nothing remained but part of the walls. The temple was not very extensive, as may be seen by what is left of the foundation, and two parts of the wall, the only remains of which are composed of large blocks of stone, without hieroglyphics. At night we arrived at Senures, a village situated about 10 miles from Lake Moeris. On the morning of the 1st of May, we proceeded on our journey, and after passing several groves of palm trees and other plantations, as before, the view opened all at once on a wild country, which gradually sloped to the edge of the lake. The water extended from northeast to southwest, and the mountains opposite formed an awful and sterile appearance. At noon we reached the lake, but could observe no trace of any living being. The guide conducted us along the shore till we arrived at a small habitation, or rather a fisherman's hut, situated near the place where the canal, or Bahar Yusuf, discharges into the lake, where only a small rotten boat was seen. The hut was inhabited by a few fishermen and a soldier, who formerly received the duties on the fish they caught, but now the fishermen have only a share of the fish they catch, and the remainder is sold at Medinet el-Fayoum, of which the Bashaw receives the profit. Our guide bespoke a boat, which was sent for at some distance up the canal, and when it had arrived I never saw anything that could be better compared to old Baris, or a boat of Sharon. It was entirely out of shape. The outer shell or hulk was composed of rough pieces of wood, scarcely joined, and fastened by 4 other pieces, wrapped together by 4 more across, which formed the deck. No tar, no pitch, either inside or out, and the only preventive against the water coming in was a kind of weed moistened, which had settled in the joints of the wood. Having made an agreement with the owner of the boat, who might have been named Old Sharon himself, we put on board some provisions and made towards the west, where the famous labyrinth is supposed to have been situated. The water of the lake was good enough to drink, but a little saltish. It was only this year that it could be tasted at all, owing to the extraordinary overflow of the Nile, which surmounted all the high lands, and in addition to the Bahr Yosef, came in such torrents into the lake that it raised the water 12 feet higher than ever it had been remembered by the oldest fishermen among them. We advanced with old Baris, or Charon's boat, towards the west, and at sunset saw the shore quite deserted, and nothing to look at but the lake and the mountains on the north side of it. Old Charon, the pilot, lighted a fire, while the others went to fish with a net, and soon returned with a supper of fish. The land we were now in had anciently been cultivated, as there appeared many stumps of palm and other trees nearly petrified. I also observed the vine in great plenty. The scene here was beautiful, the silence of the night, the beams of the radiant moon shining on the still water of the lake, the solitude of the place, the side of our boat, a group of fishermen, the temple which bears the name of Old Charon, a little way off, put me in mind of the lake Acheron and the boat Baris, and the old ferryman of the Styx. I perceived this was the very spot where the poets originated the fable of the passage of the souls over the river of oblivion. Nothing could be more pleasing to my imagination than being so near the Elysium, perhaps on the very Elysium itself. I thought that the plants which appeared nearly petrified have been the very ones when the souls were enjoying the happiness of their purity. I was thus strolling along the banks of the lake in solitary musings, not unlike one of these wandering souls waiting its turn to cross the Styx, while my old Charon with his semi-demons were preparing supper. I wish that I had been a poet, that I might sing in verse the beautiful ideas and sensations I felt on that occasion. I thought that night one of the happiest in my life, and myself out of the reach of evil mortals. Happy in the Elysian fields, I feared not the malice and treacherous arts of envy, jealousy, spite, revenge, nor the 1,000 other snares of man. I nearly forgot I was living, and I suppose that had I continued in my ecstasy, I should have verified that these waters had the power of oblivion. On the 2nd, before sunrise, we entered the old Baris and steered towards the west till we arrived near the end of the lake, which, according to these fishermen, extended further this year than ever they remembered it, in consequence of the above extraordinary inundation. We landed here, and I took 2 of the boatmen and set off for the temple named Kassar el Haron, about 3 miles from the lake, standing in the midst of the ruins of a town, of which there is still a track of the wall to be seen, and the foundations of several houses and other small temples. There are fragments of columns and blocks of stone of a middling size. The temple is in pretty good preservation, excepting in the upper part. It is of a singular construction and differs somewhat from the Egyptian, but I believe it has been altered, or rather rebuilt, and divided into various small apartments, as may be seen in the plan, plate number 32. There are no hieroglyphics either inside or out, and only 2 figures on the wall of the western side of the upper apartments, one of which I took for Osiris, and the other for Jupiter Ammon. In the front of this temple there is a semicircular pilaster at each side of the door, and 2 pilasters attached to the wall, but the exterior workmanship is evidently of a later date than the temple. Part of the town is covered with sand. On the east side of it there is something like a gateway in an octangular form, and at a little distance there is a Greek chapel, elevated on a platform, with cellars under it. After having taken a proper view of the temple and of the town, I went to see the small Greek chapel, accompanied by the 2 boatmen, and as there was no appearance of any danger, I left my gun and pistols in the temple, but had nearly suffered for my temerity, for just as I was mounting the few steps that led to the platform of the small chapel, a large hyena rushed from the apartments beneath the chapel, and had I not been on the first step, it could not have avoided attacking me, as there was no other way by which it could come out. The animal stopped 3 or 4 yards from me, and then turned round as if determined to attack me, but it appeared on second thoughts to have relinquished its intent, and after having shown me its pretty teeth, gave a hideous roar, and set off galloping as fast as it could. At the moment I regretted I had no arms with me, but was happy to see it gone. I attributed its flight to the noise made by the two boatmen, who being near me thought the hyena would swallow them alive. This little chapel was evidently built in a later age than the rest of those works of which but very little now remain. On the west of the temple there are parts of other gates connected with the wall. I observed several pieces of marble and white granite. The granite has given me reason to think that there must have been some building of considerable importance in the town, for they must have had more trouble to convey it hence than to any other place in Egypt, in consequence of the distance. But whatever remains of beauty might be seen in this town, it does not appear that this was the place of the famous labyrinth, nor anything like it, for according to Herodotus, Pliny, and so forth, there is not the smallest appearance which can warrant the supposition that any such edifice was there. The labyrinth was a building of 3,000 chambers, one half above and one half below. The construction of such an immense edifice, and the enormous quantity of materials which must have been accumulated, would have yet left specimens enough to have seen where it had been erected, but not the smallest trace of any such thing is anywhere to be seen. The town was about a mile in circumference, with the temple at its center, so that I could not see how the labyrinth could be placed in this situation. I accordingly left the place, and on my return towards the lake passed a tract of land which had once been cultivated, and saw a great many stumps of plants almost burnt. On my arrival at the lake a high wind arose from the southwest, which swelled the lake very much, drifted the sand in the air, and drove our boat on shore. At the above place we gathered plenty of wood, made a fire, and passed the night under shelter of a mat hung over 2 sticks planted in the ground. Before morning of the 3rd, the wind ceased and the lake soon became smooth. We re-embarked and shaped our course towards the north side, coastwise, the whole day. At the foot of the mountain, which bounds the lake on that side, I perceived nothing worthy of remark. There are a few spots near the water's edge where great quantities of weeds grow from under the water, and great quantities of game are always found among these plants. The pelican is as common on this lake as it is on the Nile. There are many wild ducks and a kind of large snipe. Towards evening we arrived at the shore opposite to where we embarked, and the boatmen made up their minds to cross the lake the next morning and take us back to our former place of embarkation. But as I recollected that in some of the descriptions of that lake I had seen a town marked, not far from the spot where we then were, on the morning of the 4th, instead of going on board, I took my route towards the mountains. The soldier and the boatman ran after me to persuade me there was nothing to be seen there, but I told them I must ascend the mountains to see the lake and the whole country round. One of them happened to say unguardedly that there was nothing to be seen except a few houses in ruins and a high wall. That was enough for me, and having secured the man by promises and threats, I insisted that he should show me the above place. I accordingly set off with my whole crew, and had scarcely reached the summit of the lower range of the mountains when I perceived the ruins of a town not far distant. On my arrival I found it to be a Greek town, vide Plate 23, and it cannot be any other than the city of Bacchus, which I have observed in some of the maps of ancient authors. There are a great number of houses half tumbled down, and a high wall of sunburnt bricks, which encloses the ruins of a temple. The houses are not united, nor built in any regularity as streets, but only divided by narrow lanes, not more than 3 or 4 feet wide, and all built of sunburnt bricks. There is a causeway or road made of large stones, which runs through the town to the temple, which faces the south. In the center of the city I observed several houses, or rather cellars, underground, as they appeared from their tops, which were covered with strong pieces of wood, over which there were some cane, and then above that a layer of bricks on a level with the surface, so that one might walk over without perceiving that he was treading on the top of a house. As the fishermen had brought their hatchets, I caused 2 or 3 of these houses to be uncovered. After removing the layer of bricks, we found a layer of clay, then a layer of canes, which were nearly burnt, and lastly, under the canes, some rafters of wood, forming the ceiling. The wood was in good preservation and of a hard quality. The inside of the hut or cellar was filled up with rubbish, but they had evidently been habitations, as we saw a fireplace in every one of them. They were not more than 10 or 12 feet square, and the communication to each house was by a narrow lane, not more than 3 feet wide, which was also covered. I cannot conceive the reason why these people lived in such places. Certain it is that they did not live there to be out of the heat. On the contrary, they must have had all the force of the sun shining upon them, without the slightest chance of a breath of wind. The houses above ground were constructed in a manner somewhat different from any I had seen before. There were few which had a second floor, and those which were higher than the rest were very narrow, so that they were more like the form of towers than common houses. But now there is scarcely one to be seen entire. As to the temple, it has fallen, but appears to have been pretty extensive. The blocks of stone are of the largest size, some 8 and 9 feet long. The ruins are in such confusion that it is impossible to form an idea of its plan or foundation. I am almost certain by what I could see that the falling of this temple was caused by violence, as it appears to me that it never could have been so dilapidated by the slow hand of time. Among these blocks I saw the fragments of statues of breccia and other stones of Grecian sculpture, but no granite, and I observed the fragment of one which appeared to me not unlike part of an Apollo. There were also fragments of lions of gray stone, not belonging to these mountains. The town, from what I could see, might have consisted of 500 houses, the largest of which was not more than 40 feet square. The area of the wall which surrounds the temple is 150 feet square, 30 feet high, and 8 feet thick. On the north side of this town is a valley, which appears to have been once cultivated, but at present is covered with sand. On inquiry, I found this town was known to the Arabs of the lake under the name of Tenay. We returned to the boat and crossed to the island of El Hir, which is entirely barren, and no trace of any habitation anywhere to be seen. We then crossed the lake to the east, and saw several fragments of pillars and ruins nearly under water, and arrived in the evening at the same shore where we embarked. I took up my station for the night to the eastward of the small hut, and made an excellent supper of fresh fish and a piece of pelican. The soldier who lived there happened to kill one of these birds, which was devoured by the fishermen as soon as it was boiled. Its flesh is not unlike mutton in substance and appearance, but it tasted much like game, and was upon the whole very tender and pleasant to the palate. It must have weighed at least 40 pounds. The fat was rancid, and as yellow as saffron. On the morning of the 5th, I took the road on the west side of the lake, and saw the site of another town, named El Hammon, of which nothing now remains but scattered pieces of brick and part of a bath. This place is situated full 40 feet above the lake, and the ground all round was covered with small shells, such as cockles, small conchilis, and others not unlike periwinkles. We returned afterwards on the east on the same day, and passed several ancient villages built of sunburnt bricks. At a place named Tirza, I observed several blocks of white stone and red granite, which evidently must have been taken from edifices of greater magnitude than what had ever stood there. Reflecting on the description of Pliny of the situation of the labyrinth, which he says was on the west side of the Lake Moeris, I made diligent researches on that subject, in particular on the ground where I then stood. I could not see the smallest appearance of an edifice, either on the ground or any appearance from under it, but I observed all through that part of the country a great number of stones and columns of beautiful colors of white marble and of granite. I saw the above pieces of antiquity scattered about for the space of several miles, some on the road and some in the houses of the Arabs, and others put to various uses in the erection of huts and so forth. I have no doubt that by tracing the source of these materials, the seat of the labyrinth could be discovered, which must be most magnificent even in its ruined state. But I fear it is rather too late for such researches, for the cause of its disappearing might be that it was not an edifice of great height, and the lower apartments being underground. It may have been buried by the earth, which is yearly brought there by the water of the Nile, or it is not impossible that the labyrinth stood in such a situation as to be covered entirely by the water, as we may see other remains of antiquities on the east side of the lake, which are nearly all under water. It is certain that the yearly discharge of the Nile into the lake brings with it a great quantity of earth or clay, and leaves it there. Consequently, the lake must have risen from its original bed, and spread so much over the land as to induce one to suppose that the said lake was made for a reservoir to retain the water at high Nile, and to make a kind of second inundation. It is evident that it is made by nature and not by art, but that it might have served as a reservoir for the above purpose does not appear to me to be at all impossible. This second inundation could not extend out of the Fayum. The water might be retained in the lake at the time of the high Nile by a bar across the canal at the entrance into the lake, and at low water it might be let out. But the canal must be stopped at the entrance into the Fayum on the east, otherwise the water would again return into the Nile by the said Bar Yusuf. Consequently, a second inundation could not take place in any other part but the Fayum, which, being surrounded by mountains on the north and high grounds on the other side, would form a lake of itself. We continued our journey in a direction parallel with the lake, through several villages, woods of palm and other fruit trees, and well-cultivated lands, and at sunset arrived at Fedman el Kunos, which means the place of churches. It stands on a high mound of earth and rubbish, and has evidently been rebuilt on other ruins. It is divided into two parts by a small canal from the Bar Yusuf. One side of the town is inhabited by Christian Copts, and the other by Mohammedans, and though the two religions officiated almost in sight of each other, they never interfered on each other's rights. The poor Copts were destitute of the principal means of educating their children, and the only reference they had to the rights of the Christian religion was an old book of manuscripts copied from the Bible. But even this was kept as the only relic they had. If by chance I had had an Arabic Bible or Testament, I might indeed have become a great man among them, and I wonder that the missionaries of the Bible Society, who lately visited Egypt, omitted this place, being a noted Christian town. But I suppose the magnificent works of old Pharaoh made them forget Moses, his followers, and all those who wished to know anything about him. But I must do justice to truth. A young man of the name of Burckhardt, cousin to my good friend, a celebrated traveler of that name, came unprotected into Egypt for the purpose of distributing Bibles, consequently was persecuted and obliged to fly in great haste. He went into Syria, but with over-fatigue, or perhaps from the effects of the climate, he was unable to proceed higher than Aleppo, where he died. And I am sorry to say that others who succeeded him, and went up the Nile with protection and all their leisure, made their journey to very little purpose. The tradition of the town of Fedman el Hanizer is that in ancient times there were on that spot 300 churches, which were allowed to fall in ruins by the old inhabitants of the place, and that when the Mohammedans succeeded to the country, they built the present town on these very 300 churches, for which reason the town is named Fidman of the Churches. The story is somewhat strange, and may afford grounds for a modern traveler to place the Egyptian labyrinth in this spot. For by conceiving that the 300 churches were the 300 cellars of the labyrinth, as mentioned by Herodotus, or by supposing that the father of history meant to say 300 instead of 3,000, the above churches could have been nothing less than the old Egyptian labyrinth itself. All this might pass off well enough among the wanderers, but unfortunately there is proof to the contrary, which will do away with any such supposition. The above branch of the Bar Yusuf passes through the town, cut not above 2 centuries ago, and none of the said churches appeared in the progress of the excavation through the town, which must have been the case had it been built on the said 300 churches. However, I must conclude that notwithstanding the little probability there is of the labyrinth being in this place, I cannot help repeating my observation that it must have been at no great distance from the lake, as the great quantity of materials which is scattered about the country has evidently belonged to some extensive and splendid building. We left Fidman on the 6th, and after traversing a most beautiful country, arrived at night at Medinet el Fayum. On the morning of the 7th, I went to see the ruins of the ancient Arsinoe. It had been a very large city, but nothing of it remained except high mounds of all sorts of rubbish. The chief materials appear to have been burnt bricks. There were many stone edifices and a great quantity of wrought granite. In the present town of Medinet I observed several fragments of granite columns and other pieces of sculpture of a most magnificent taste. It is certainly strange that granite columns are only to be seen in this place and near the pyramids 6 miles distant. Among the ruins at Arsinoe I also observed various fragments of statues of granite, well executed but much mutilated, and it is my opinion that this town has been destroyed by violence and fire. Among the rubbish there are pieces of stones and glass which have evidently been nearly melted by fire. It is clearly seen that the new town of Medinet is built out of the old materials of Arsinoe, as the fragments are to be met with in every part of the town. The large blocks of stone have been diminished in their sides, but enough is left to show the purposes for which they originally served. About the center of these ruins I made an excavation in an ancient reservoir, which I found to be as deep as the bottom of the Bar Yosef, and which was no doubt filled at the time of the inundations for the accommodation of the town. There are other similar wells in these ruins, which proves that this was the only mode they had of keeping water near them, as the river is at some distance from the town. Among these mounds I found several specimens of glass of Grecian manufacture and Egyptian workmanship, and it appears to me that this town must have been one of the first note in Egypt. Having seen all I wished in that place, I visited the obelisk, which is too well known to require any more said about it. I then prepared for my journey into the oasis on the west. Accordingly, I went to see Husef Bey, who by this time had returned from Cairo. He was a native of Circassia, and bought at the usual market as a slave by the Bashaw of Egypt, who after many years' servitude made him Bey, or governor, of the finest province of that country. He was uncommonly civil, and eager to know anything with which he was unacquainted. But on my application for a Bedouin guide to conduct me through the desert, he said that the Bedouins were all encamped in that part of the province which was subject to Khalil Bey at Benizuf. I was happy to hear that my old friend Khalil Bey was the person to whom I had to make my request, and immediately inquired where the Bedouins were encamped, and on being told that they were about 10 miles distant on the morning of the 10th, I set off, and reached the camp before noon. But none of these people could inform me about the oasis on the west. They all pointed towards the south, indicating that the oasis were in that direction. I saw that they meant the oasis of Siout and Maloni, which are known by the name of the Great Oasis. At last, after much ado, an old man told me that there was an Eloah on the west of the Lake Maurice, the very place I wished to go, but that none of the Bedouins would go there. I inquired if any of them knew the road. He said that he knew a sheikh of theirs who lived in a camp at 8 miles distance, who had a daughter married to one of the sheikhs of the Eloah. I was not a little pleased with this discovery, and flattered myself that I would be able to persuade the said sheikh to accompany me thither. We remained all night at the camp, and on the morning of the 12th set off for the Nile again. We passed through several plantations of fruit trees, and a great quantity of roses, with which, as I mentioned before, they make the rose water. The cotton plant is quite abundant, and figs are in such plenty that they dry them in the sun and send them to Cairo. It was quite night before we arrived at the banks of the Nile, and as no business could be done that evening, I caused my saddle to be prepared for my bed, and went to sleep. I do not know to what cause it is to be attributed, but I certainly slept more soundly on the banks of the Nile or on the sands of the desert than I ever did in any other place, and particularly under a roof. Early in the morning of the 13th, I was awoke by the Moorish Hajj, who told me, with an air of surprise, that a strange person was coming towards us. He mistook him by fear, and supposed that some thief was at hand. I took up my arms, but was soon undeceived when I saw an European, who turned out to be the Reverend Mr. Sloman, a gentleman 62 years of age, who for a walk had alighted from his khanjar, and in spite of his years followed the tracks of celebrated travelers, but who did not boast to his friends in England of his arduous task, and consequently did not pass for a courageous and gallant adventurer. This old reverend divine had the courage to go through all the lands in Syria, which travelers fancy wonderful difficult. He never had an interpreter, nor did he know a single word of Arabic. He encountered and overcame every difficulty. He suffered much, but never complained, except of the ill treatment he received from other travelers, who were ashamed that a venerable old man of 62 should silently follow all their steps and think nothing of what he had undergone, nor did he care whether anyone ever knew anything about his journey. He was then on his way to the Second Cataract, and some time afterwards I had the pleasure of seeing him, safe and well, on his return from that place. He was laughed at and even ill-treated by some person who deserves to be mentioned, and who wished to be alone in traveling. But as I said before, I will not now enter into the particulars of the proceedings of some travelers in Egypt, as I mean to explain the whole facts in another volume. The Reverend Mr. Sloman proceeded on his journey, and I went to see my good old friend Khalil Bey of Esne, who was now commander of the province of Berenice. It happened to be after dinner when I called. He was much pleased to see me, and glad he had it in his power to serve me. Having informed him that I wished to penetrate into the western oasis, he immediately sent, agreeably to my request, for the sheikh of the Bedouins. He inquired after many things, and in particular about the sulphur and emerald mines, as he thought them extremely interesting to the treasury of the Bashaw. I remained with him the rest of the evening, and promised to see him again the next day, when I should see the sheikh of the Bedouins. I went accordingly on the 14th, but the sheikh did not arrive, and I spent the whole day in the laborious task of idleness. As the Bey entered his harem after a certain hour, I went to the coffee-house in the bazaar of the town, the only place of amusement, and in such cases one cannot help wishing for something to occupy the time. These places are only frequented by the Turkish soldiers, for though a cup of coffee is only 5 paras, little more than a halfpenny, yet it is more than an Arab can afford to pay, as his general pay for a day's labor is only 20 paras, 3 pence, so that it is very seldom an Arab is to be seen in these spendthrift places. It is somewhat singular to observe that while these soldiers are drinking their coffee, they assume the same airs and consequence as their beys. A binbashi, who is only in rank with a sergeant, issues to the corporal the order he received from the kachef in the same tone as it was delivered to him. The corporal does so to the soldier, who occasionally passes it on to an Arab in the same manner. On the 15th, the sheikh arrived and protested he was unable to show me the road to the place I wished to visit. The Bey insisted that he should find someone in his camp who knew the way, which he of course promised to do. It was agreed that I should meet the sheikh at a village at the foot of the desert, where I was to meet Sheikh Grumar, who would conduct me to the oasis. I proposed to the sheikh that I should have a firman from the Bey for the sheikhs of the oasis, but he said it was unnecessary, and made me understand that it was better to go without one, as I should be accompanied by a man sent from the Bey. Accordingly, on the morning of the 16th, we set off for the appointed village named Sedman el Jabal, at the foot of the desert, where the Bedouins were encamped. I need not describe the ground we went over, as it is pretty much like the rest of the Fayoum. On my arrival, I went to see the kachef of the village, where I also found the sheikh of the Bedouins and Sheikh Grumar waiting for us. I had some little difficulty in persuading them to take only 6 camels, as they feared we should not be able to carry enough of water. But the great difficulty was that Sheikh Grumar, who was to accompany us, was afraid of ill consequences by taking us to the oasis, as he assured me that no European had yet been there, and that even very few of the Bedouins themselves travel to these places at all, excepting when they go to purchase rice and dates. But having surmounted all these little difficulties, it was arranged that we should wait 3 days at the camp for the purpose of making provision for our journey and so forth. The camp of the Bedouins was situated at the foot of the range of low mountains which formed the skirt of the desert. See Plate 25. The chief had a large tent, higher than the rest, and was as great as a king among his own people. I took up my residence directly before his tent, and my Moorish Hajj, with 2 shawls, contrived to make a tent for me. The mode of living of these people has been so often described that I conceive everyone to be acquainted with it, but as there may be some peculiarity in one tribe more than in another, I shall insert what I have seen in that of Sheikh Grumar. He was a tall, stout man, 6 feet 3 inches high, with a countenance that bespoke a resolute mind and great eagerness after gain. He preserved an air of superiority over his subalterns, and what he ordered was instantly done without any hesitation. He had 2 wives who agreed pretty well with each other, and an old black slave, by whom he had 2 fine children, and who in consequence had as much power as the other 2, who were only somewhat fairer than herself. Their chief occupation was grinding corn and making butter. Their hand-mill was rather of a larger size than what is used by the Arabs of Egypt, which proves their superior strength. The flour is put into boiling water, and by stirring it with a stick, they make a large pudding. It is then turned out upon a straw plate, when a hole is made in the top and filled with butter. This is their chief repast, which is called ashid. These people are now happier than they were a few years ago, as Muhammad Ali has given them liberty to rent lands on the borders of the desert. They do not trouble themselves about plowing the ground, for they find it more profitable to breed camels. Their greatest trouble is to break the straw to feed them when there is no pasture, and this is done by a machine of 5 or 6 irons passing over the straw on the ground. Their horses are not in very good condition, but they are very strong. They often remove their camps into better situations, but always far from any habitation, at least a large village or town. The women are covered with a thick woolen cloth made on the Barbary coast and sold in Cairo and other towns in Egypt. The men have generally a linen gown and a large woolen shawl, which covers the whole person from head to foot. They generally have a great many fleas, I believe owing to the quantity of thick cloth they wear, and even their tents are so infested that it is impossible to approach them without being molested. During the time I was there, I never slept a moment. The first day of our arrival, the people were rather shy in entering into conversation with us, but when once they did begin, they were continually inquiring of many things concerning our country, and asking for trifling articles of little value. At last, after having provided bread for our journey and provisions for the camels, we set off on the 19th and entered the desert in a western direction along the south side of the Fayoum, and after 2 hours' march we passed near the ruins of an ancient village. And in another hour and a half we reached a place called Raji Tutan, the place of a very extensive ancient town. I saw a great many blocks of calcareous stone with hieroglyphics and Egyptian figures very finely executed, and some pedestals of columns. The chief materials were burnt bricks, but I observed several pieces of granite, and from their extent I have no doubt that this must have been a very large town. In another hour after this we came to the ruins of another village named Talat al-Hagar. It is somewhat singular that this village is crowded with pedestals of columns, which evidently have been taken from the large town and converted into millstones for grinding corn. At sunset we reached a place called El Karak, a land quite detached from Fayoum, and which is watered by a branch of the canal or Bar Yusuf. This place has a village of that name, with several pieces of well-cultivated ground around it, which produce durra and clover in the proper season. The few people who live there are mostly of the laboring class, who rent the place from the Bay of the Fayoum. Here we took in provisions for the camels and filled the skins with fresh water. On the 20th we advanced towards the west. Here the face of the earth is entirely changed. We soon found ourselves among low rocks, sandy hills, and barren valleys. At a few miles distant from our last place, I observed the upper part of a very thick wall, evidently as if it had surrounded a large town, but entirely buried under the sand. I should have taken it for a wall enclosing some cultivated spots of land, had I not observed in the interior of it the upper part of other buildings and very thick walls of sunburnt bricks. On the exterior of the wall I perceived a great quantity of stumps of trees and vines nearly burnt to ashes, and which crumbled into dust as soon as touched. This place is named the same as the one we left in the morning, El Karak. We continued the remaining part of the forenoon through several valleys of rocks and banks of sand, and towards evening we arrived at a spot parallel with the eastern extremity of the lake Moris. We passed the night at the bottom of a sand bank, and at 4 o'clock on the morning of the 21st continued our route. The valley we were now in opened wider, and in a few hours we came in sight of a high rock at a great distance from us. We continued nearly the whole day in the said valley, among rocks and sand, and towards evening arrived at Rejan el Kassar, a place once populated, where there were several good spots of ground, which had been once cultivated, but now was nearly all covered up with sand. It is surrounded by high rocks, and its extent might have been about 3 miles square. There is a great abundance of sunt and date trees, which bear no fruit. Under the sand there is water to be found in great abundance, for by only thrusting down a stick, the water springs up. There are the remains of the foundation of a small Egyptian temple, which has served as a burial place to people of later ages. We passed the night very happily under the palm trees, but unfortunately the water of this place was rather saltish, otherwise it might invite a hermit to pass his days out of the busy world. On the 22nd we continued our route toward the west, and had to pass over a very high bank of sand to leave Rejan al Kassar, and reach a valley, in which we continued traveling in that direction till we came to an open plain and a fine horizon before us. I observed at a distance a spacious plain of sand and stones, with several heaps above the rest. On our approach I found that they were tumuli, nearly in the form of a parallelogram, from 20 to 30 feet long. There were, I believe, nearly 30, and some of them, I calculated, were large enough to contain 100 corpses, and consequently altogether form a good number. I must beg leave to make one observation on these tumuli, which perhaps will give some idea to the learned, as I hope my humble opinion will meet the approbation of some of them. It will be recollected that Cambyses, after having conquered Egypt, sent part of his army to the conquest of the Ammonii in the deserts of Libya, which was betrayed by their guides, who were Egyptians, and left to perish in the desert, and nothing more was heard of them. It is the general opinion that the Ammonii were in the western direction of the Nile, and it is well known that Alexander employed only 9 days on his visit to that place from Alexandria. Consequently, it is pretty clear that the Ammonii were not in the southern oasis, as it is supposed, merely because it is stated by Herodotus that Cambyses sent his army into that place from Thebes. But by all other accounts it appears that they could not have been so far from the sea. It is more probable that the army was sent from Memphis and not from Thebes, which agrees with many other points in history. For instance, not only in the distance, but also in the description of the western oasis and its temple. I am now laying before my readers my own ideas, which I formed in consequence of what I had seen, and of the little calculation I could make from ancient history on the subject. Recollecting that the said army of Cambyses had been lost in these deserts, I have no hesitation in supposing that the above tumuli were made to cover the unfortunate wretches who perished, no doubt from thirst. The direction from Memphis to these Eloah, either of Siwa or El Qassar, is westward. The situation where these people are stated to have perished is the desert of Libya. The tumuli are situated between Memphis and the Eloah in the desert of Libya, where there is no index to direct the stranger on his way if he is left by his guide, nor even a stone or a shadow to shelter him from the sun. A learned man wrote to me that these people could not be Persians merely because it was not their custom or religion to cover the dead bodies, but to leave them to the birds of prey. Consequently, these could not be the army of Cambyses. But let this learned man recollect that, independently of the points he has mentioned, these people could not have been buried by their countrymen at all, for it is natural to suppose that they did not know where they were, otherwise there would be reason to believe that we should know something more of what became of them than the dry accounts given by Herodotus that they were left to perish in these deserts. It is therefore more reasonable to suppose that the remains of these wretches were accumulated by some other nation, perhaps by the Ammonii themselves, though they protested they knew nothing of them, and that the army never reached their country. At any rate, I should be happy to know who these people were, and by what cause they came there, if they are not the above people from the army of Cambyses. The calculation of the number could not have been made with accuracy in consequence of the different sizes of the tombs. Besides, if these corpses were collected only when skeletons, they would of course occupy much less space than when in flesh. But notwithstanding all this uncertainty, I have no hesitation in asserting that in those tumuli I saw there could have been buried 3,000 people. Besides, from the information I received from the Bedouins, I found that this was not the place where there were the greatest number, and that at a little distance there were a great many of the same, to which I could not persuade the Bedouins to take me, as they were afraid that our supply of water would fall short. On the 23rd, we continued our journey to the west over a plain covered with pebbles of brown and black colors, and so flat that in a few hours we found an horizon all around not unlike the sea. We continued so the whole day. On the 24th we went on, and towards the evening reached Bahar Belameh, where we saw high rocks on the west. This place is singular and deserves the attention of the geographer, as it is a dry river and has all the appearance of water having been in it. The bank and the bottom are quite full of stones and sand. There are several islands in the center, but the most remarkable circumstance is that at a certain height above the bank there is a mark, evidently as if the water had reached so high. The color of the materials above that mark is also much lighter than those below, and what would almost determine that there has been water there is that the island has the same mark, and on the same level with that on the banks of the said dry river. I am a little at a loss to know how the course of this river is so little known, as I only found it marked near the lakes Natron, taking a direction of northwest and southeast, which does not agree with its course there, which is from north to south. Yet it has the same name, and runs north and south as far as I could see from the summit of a high rock on the west side of it. The Arabs assured me that it ran a great way in both directions, and that it is the same which passes near the lakes Natron. If this is the case, it must pass right before the extremity of the Lake Maurice, at 2 or 3 days' journey distance in a western direction. This is the place where several petrified stumps of trees are found, and many pebbles with moving or quick water inside. I saw about half a dozen of a flinty substance without veins of any sort. On the morning of the 25th, we continued westward and passed several isolated rocks and sandbanks. At noon we saw a high hill at a distance, and soon after the guide pointed out the rocks of Eloah. In a few minutes after this we saw 2 crows, which appeared to have come to meet us, a sure sign that water is not far off. For though these birds can travel both cheap and expeditious, they generally keep near the water in those deserts. In the afternoon we reached the brink of the Eloah, named El Kassar, a valley surrounded by high rocks, which form a spacious plain of 12 or 14 miles long, and about 6 in breadth. There is only a small portion of the valley cultivated on the opposite side which we reached, and it can only be distinguished by the woods of palm trees which cover it. The rest of the valley is wholly covered with tracts of sand, but it is evidently seen that it has once been cultivated everywhere. Many tracts of sand are of a clayey substance, which could be brought into use even now. There are several small hills scattered about, some with a natural spring on the top, and covered with rushes and small plants. We advanced towards a forest of date trees, and before evening we reached within a mile of a village, named Zabu, all of us exceedingly thirsty. Here we observed some cultivation, several beds of rice, and some sunt trees, and so forth. Before the camels arrived, they scented the water at some distance, and as they had not drank since they left Rajan, they set off at full gallop, and did not stop till they reached a rivulet, which was quite sweet, although the soil was almost impregnated with salt. I observed here a great many wild birds, particularly wild ducks, in greater abundance than any other. At this place we alighted for a moment to allow our camels to drink, and I observed a certain uneasiness in the manner of Sheikh Grumar, our guide, that I could not account for. He had often hinted to me whether I wished to pass for a Mohammedan or Christian, but I always told him I could see no reason for disguising myself. I went some distance from the camels to drink too, and after having watered our camels, we were about to proceed slowly towards the village. But no sooner were we mounted than we heard a voice hallooing at us, and at the same time a man rushed out of one of the bushes with a gun, and put himself in an attitude as if to fire upon us. His appearance was not very terrifying, nor did his garments bespeak him to be a person of any consequence in that land. He was not above 4 feet high, of a chocolate color, most wretchedly ill-made, and covered with a black woolen cloth. Sheikh Grumar immediately dismounted and advanced towards the man, speaking to him in a kind of Arabic dialect, which I found to be the dialect of the place. The man soon recognized him, and they approached each other in a friendly manner, which gave me hopes that all would go on well at that place. The man was anxious to learn who we were, when our guide at once told him that we were people in search of old stones, and that one of us was a Hajj just returning from Mecca. This last assertion appeared to satisfy the man, but he replied that no one ever came there to seek for old stones, and that he did not know what the sheikhs of Zabu, the village, would think of our coming there, and that he was going to shoot me when I was drinking. Meanwhile, we advanced towards the village, and our guide contrived to persuade him that we were harmless Franks, meaning me and my Sicilian servant. He did not know of what tribe the Franks were, but said that their Cadi, who had been once in Cairo, must know them. All this was told us in Arabic by our guide, who continually kept inquiring about the health of such and such a sheikh, and above all of the Sheikh Abrims, his son-in-law. The man began to walk before us, and on our approaching the village, he ran off as fast as he could into the wood of palm trees. We advanced and entered a lane among these plants, and as we penetrated farther, we entered a most beautiful place, full of dates, intermixed with other trees, some in blossom and others in fruit. There were apricots, figs, almonds, plums, and some grapes. The apricots were in greater abundance than the rest, and the figs were very fine. The soil was covered with verdure of grass and rice, and the whole formed a most pleasing recess, particularly after the barren scenes of the desert. On our approaching a wide place, the guide halted, and desired us to wait till he returned. He walked on, and I observed him go into a kind of habitation at some distance. Accordingly, we waited there some time, but in about half an hour I thought it rather strange that he did not return. I inquired of the drivers where our guide had gone. They told me they did not know. At last I became tired of waiting, and set off with my gun towards the place where I saw the guide enter. But before I reached the place I heard the voices of men, women, and children, and when I came nearer I saw a wall enclosing a great many houses, and immediately within the gates there was a yard, in which were assembled all the chiefs of the village and many others, sitting on the ground, debating whether or not we should be admitted, and my guide very busy in persuading them that we were but harmless people, and only come there to look after old stones. On my arrival at the gate, their whole attention was turned upon me, and a perfect silence ensued. I walked straight forward, when they all rose and stared at me, but from their countenances I saw they did not know what to say. I went in among them and inquired who was their sheikh, when my guide told me that 3 or 4 elders and a young man were the sheikhs of the place. I saluted them freely and shook hands, which they do not, unlike the English manner. I wished them prosperity. I saw by their manner on this occasion that they were divided in opinion. Some received me with good humor, and others retired, murmuring something I could not learn at the moment. They inquired what I wanted. I told them I was a stranger, merely come to visit that place, as I expected to find some stones belonging to the holy mosque of my ancestors, and hoped we should be friends. At the same time I sent my guide to fetch the camels, and on their arrival ordered coffee to be made. I had a good mat and a new carpet, which made a fine appearance. I spread them by the side of the wall, sat down, and invited the sheikhs to come and sit near me. At the same time I asked if I could procure a sheep at a cheap rate. Some of them cheerfully seated themselves on my mat, but others kept at a distance, frowning upon me, which I pretended not to see. The son-in-law of my guide approached and said he would sell me a sheep for $1, which I accepted on condition that he would boil 2 large basins of rice in its broth. I knew that rice was very cheap there, and took that method to let them suppose I had not plenty of money, but at the same time that I wished to make a feast with them. By this time my Sicilian servant and the Hadj had made a large pot of coffee, and become quite free with some of them. In serving round the coffee, I gave the preference of the first cups to the sheikhs, and the sight of such a treat brought the other rusty fellows to sit down also, and share the same dainty, as they could not resist the attraction of a cup of coffee, a luxury which they perhaps taste only once a year, on the first day of the arrival of the caravan of Bedouins, who come there for the purpose of carrying dates to Cairo or Alexandria. By this means the wildest became more mild, and seeing my indifference whether they were friends or not, thought it would be more to their advantage to become social. By this time the rest of the village had assembled, cows, camels, sheep, donkeys, men, women, and children, all staring in a semicircle as if I had come from the moon. Some of them had seen Turks and other tribes of Arabs, but none had ever seen a Frank or a Christian before. I produced a little good tobacco, and having presented each of the sheikhs with a pipe, we commenced smoking and talked of what I could see the next day. They told me I could see nothing there, but must go to the next Elawah, 4 days' journey northwest, where I would see something I was in search of. No doubt they meant Siwa, which is also reckoned to be one of the oasis of the Ammonii. There is a temple there, visited by Messrs. Brown, Horniman, and de Bouden. My guide told them several stories during this time, wonderful indeed, but one in particular, that he and some of his companions had gone far to the south, and met with a tribe quite different from us, who walked like dogs, and that the women fought against the other tribes. These tribes, said my guide, are so far off that their belad, or village, is very near the skies, and that if I had time to walk to the top of a high hill, I might touch it with my own hands. The ideas of these people are that the sky and the earth meet at the horizon. While all this was going on, the other sheikhs held a consultation among themselves, and appeared much concerned about my expressing an intention of visiting the country all around to see if I could meet with some old stones. At this time 3 men brought some large wooden bowls filled with rice, and having put one down to me, they set the rest before the other people. They all sat round theirs, and I remained with my large portion by myself. I immediately told them that unless all the sheikhs ate with me, I would not taste it, at which they were all much pleased, and came to mess with me. Even the most rough among them came and dipped in the same bowl. Soon after, a man came and threw a basket on the ground, which raised such a dust that it covered our rice like sugar on cream. As I could not conjecture, I was anxious to know what was in the basket, when one of the sheikhs opposite thrust his hand in and took out a piece of boiled mutton. I had seen dinner served up in many ways, but I never saw boiled mutton eaten out of a basket thrown on the ground in that manner. The pieces were distributed and devoured. We became more intimate after dinner, as I found that an empty stomach makes a man angry as well as hungry. But the fact is that strangers in these countries, after having eaten together, lay aside all enmity and sometimes become friends. There is treachery, it is true, but after a person has eaten with a stranger in public, he must at least play the part of a friend. We had some more coffee and pipes, and I again hinted about going to see the grounds the next morning, and the son-in-law of my guide promised to conduct me anywhere I chose. Our conversation was in bad Arabic as far as they liked to converse with me, but amongst themselves they talked in another language, in use in Siwa. It being rather dark by this time, a wax candle was lighted, which astonished them much, and was handed all around for everyone to see it. I should not have mentioned this circumstance had it not appeared almost incredible that these people, living only at the distance of a few days' journey from the Nile, should never have seen a candle. Coffee being ended, one of the sheikhs rose when the rest followed, and without saying a single word walked off with the candle, leaving me in the dark with my carpet and saddle to sleep on. The camel drivers had brought all their provisions and so forth quite close to us, and continued the old plan of keeping watch all night, of 2 hours each. On the 26th, before sunrise, some of the natives came thither to see us, and for all my civilities to them on the preceding evening, they were quite rude in the morning. As the sun rose, the sheikhs came and held a consultation whether I was to be permitted to see the ruins or whether I was to be sent to the other village over the mountain. I was already informed that on the west of the Elawah there are other and greater villages than this, and that there were several ruins among them. But as I had made an acquaintance here, I wished to see everything before I proceeded elsewhere. Accordingly, when the sheikhs were all in council, I went and told them I had not come there as their enemy, but their friend, and that I wished to be informed of their objection against my going to see the country. They replied that they knew I wanted treasure, and not stones, and that a man would not cross the desert to procure stones in the Elawah, and so forth. In short, all I could do was to no purpose. They were persuaded that I wanted to go there for treasure, which is their constant story. I then adopted the ancient mode of persuading them to the contrary. I told them that if I found any gold, I would give it to them, to which they all agreed and said it was done, meaning that they should have the treasure. At last off we set towards the east, and after passing through a thick wood of palm trees and so forth, as on the day before, we came to an open ground, the soil of which is in some places so covered with fine salt that it appeared like snow. And what is more singular, there are several rivulets which run over that salt plain, and form a sediment of their own, which does not incorporate in any way with the salt, and keeps quite sweet. And on advancing farther, we came to a place where there had evidently been an ancient town. A little farther, there were several holes, not unlike the tombs of Egypt. On my approaching these cavities, I entered one, to the great astonishment of the natives, who never in their life ventured to penetrate any of them, as they supposed the devil was in them. I found it to be a tomb cut out of the rock in the same manner as those in Egypt, and running downwards in various directions. On my coming out again, I underwent a minute scrutiny by the sheikhs in order to discover if I had any treasure. It was well I had no money of my own, as they would have said that I found it there, and it is somewhat singular that their chief notion of coin is the Spanish dollar. The reason is because the few Bedouins who go there to buy dates and rice bring some of that money to pay for them, besides several articles for barter, and it sometimes happens that the caravan from Mecca to Fezzan or Tripoli passes through the oasis and purchases rice, which is paid for in dollars. We advanced farther, and at last I was taken to see the ruins of an old edifice made only of sunburnt bricks, and which perhaps might have served for a Christian church, but no sign of anything now remained, and I only judge so from its form, which is somewhat inclined to that mode of building. We then took the route towards the village again, but in another direction. We passed over several pieces of ground which might have been cultivated, and I believe the only reason why it was not was merely because the inhabitants had enough for what they wished to cultivate. Their lands are watered from the running springs. On our way I was taken to see what they named the Devil's Habitation, made by himself in one night for his own use. It was a low rock, at one side of which there were several tombs, also in the Egyptian style. But as their entrance was somewhat different from the other, it bore the above title, and the natives never ventured near them. On my approaching the place, they all kept at a great distance, and even the Moorish Hajj, who had seen the tombs near the pyramid in the Fayoum, began to be alarmed on their report that the devil was in these places. I took my Sicilian servant and a lighted candle, and entered a chasm in the rock, which in the interior led into various small apartments and little chambers cut out as sepulchres in the Egyptian manner, but without any hieroglyphics. In an inner apartment we found several sarcophagi of burnt clay in the form of a man, and generally of the usual size to contain one. They are 2 inches thick and baked very strong. The lids are quite flat, and have a head of a man, woman, or animal just above the head of the mummy. The sarcophagus being rather too heavy for a camel to carry through the desert, I took with me some of the men's heads on the lids, and one of a ram. They are most roughly made. On our coming out, we found the sheikhs and others in doubt whether we could return from the habitation of Pluto. But notwithstanding this, they did not give up the supposition that we searched for money. We returned to the village, and after a slight repast, went to see a fountain of water, or rather a running spring. It is a rivulet of curious water, and very convenient for the people, for by putting their woolen cloth, if white, into it for 24 hours, it is taken out as black as any dyer could make it. This is a great accommodation to the women and children, who are nearly all covered with gowns of that color. The sheikhs and people of respectability are in white. They are of the Mohammedan religion, but very poor followers of it. In the village there was a young man who had been in Egypt, and had learned a little spelling, and was an oracle among them, and all his references were made to a few sheets of paper with copies of texts of the Alcoran. What a precious article would an Arabic Bible have been in this place! Their mode of living was very simple. Rice, of which they have great abundance, was their chief food, but it is of so inferior a sort that they have but very little traffic in it, and what they have is only among a few Bedouins who go there yearly to purchase dates, which are very fine. They have a few camels and donkeys, several cows, buffaloes, goats, and sheep, and altogether have no reason to complain. They could be happy in this Elysium indeed, for this place has more to deserve that name than any other, as it is separated from the rest of mankind. But they are mortal, and they must have their evils. The greatest enemies they have are their own neighbors at the other village, named El Kassar, on the other side of a high rock, separated from them 3 hours' journey, and Siwa 4 days. They are continually in dispute, and often attack each other's party, and sometimes for very trifling causes. In the afternoon I was taken to see another piece of antiquity not far from the town, and passed over some high hills of sand, and arrived at a wide plain which extended to the foot of the rock which divided the 2 villages. In the midst of this plain there is a small hill, on which there were the ruins of a small temple, built of large bricks of sandstone, not unlike the Egyptians, but not one single hieroglyphic was to be seen on it. It has several scrawls in Greek letters, but so defaced that I could only trace one or two in different places. Round the temple there have been houses built of burnt brick. By this time the village of El-Kassar were informed that a stranger had arrived in Zabu in search of treasure, which was to be found in the ruins under the village, and that he had ventured into the devil's house without fear. They were all in an uproar, and swore that he should never enter their village, or even come near it. A man who lived halfway between the two villages, and occasionally reported what passed or was said from one to another, came to me while I was looking at the said temple, and said there was a very large temple in the other village named El-Kassar, and that there were holes underground directly under the village, where great treasure was to be found, but that the people had sworn that I should not enter the village at all. I inquired of him the names of the principal people, the great sheikh and the cadi, and having taken down their names, I asked him if he would take a message to them from me. At first he hesitated, but on promising that I would not tell them that he informed me about the treasure, he agreed to go to the village early next morning. The message was, my salutes to the great Sheikh Salem, and to the Cadi, or Justice, Sheikh Ibrahim, and to tell them that I came into the Elawah to visit them, that I was not a soldier, and that if they would appoint a place where I could meet them the next morning, I should be glad to see them anywhere they pleased. I returned to the village, and the man to his habitation. The evening was passed much in the same way as the preceding one, and the great talk was on the risk I had run in entering the devil's house without finding any money or gold in it. The sheikhs were laughing at each other at the thought of their having approached near enough the place. On the morning of the 27th, I was taken to see the seat of an old town in the south. The sheikhs were sure that if I knew how to look, I should find the treasure there. But all my endeavors to persuade them I was not in search of treasure were of no avail. We arrived at this place, which is not more than 1.5 miles distant. There are several heaps of rubbish and tombs cut out in the same manner as the rest, some of which were choked up with rubbish. I proposed to dig and open one of them, and they did not dislike my idea, as we might find some jewels in it. But after a faint trial, they got tired and left the tombs with the supposed treasure. We returned towards the village, but before we reached it we were informed that the great sheikh and the cadi of the other village were coming towards Zabu. We hastened to meet them, but I observed that some of our sheikhs were not pleased with the intelligence. On our arrival at the village, we met the party coming towards us. The first was a good-natured looking man on horseback, dressed in linen cloth, striped blue, red turban, pistols, and a gun. I was informed he was the great sheikh of the Elawah. The next was a complete rough-looking fellow as ever I saw, dressed in green cloth and turban, pistols, and gun. He was the cadi and sheikh, which means justice of peace and sheikh of the church. He was more conspicuous than the rest in his attire, with a turban of a cashmere shawl, which he had procured when in Cairo. After these two personages came about 20 horsemen, and as many foot, all well armed with pistols, guns, and swords. My guide by this time had drawn near me and informed me that these two personages were the chief commanders of the Elawah. When Sheikh Salim reached the walls which surround the village, he halted, dismounted, and looked round to see whom he knew. The cadi did the same, and the other people on horse and foot surrounded them. A few mats were brought and laid on the ground under the little shade of a wall 10 feet high. The chiefs seated themselves there, and invited some of their attendants to sit with them. Meanwhile I observed the principal sheikhs of Zabu had retired to another spot by themselves. I kept at some distance till I saw they were all accommodated, and then went to them. After the usual salute of salam was over, I was requested to sit down between the two chiefs. I do not know what figure I cut in that place, but I certainly knew this, that to judge from appearance, the party round me, except the Sheikh Salem, was not favorably inclined towards me. I then began to enter into conversation with the two great men, who were anxious to know my business in the Elwha, but did not like to be the first to inquire. At last the Cadi said plainly to me in Arabic, "Where are you going, and for what are you come here?" I replied that I was a wandering traveller in search of old stones, that I only came there to see if any old buildings could be seen that could give me any idea of the religion and writing of my ancestors, which was now lost. It appeared that this man had the same impression as Daoud Cacheff in Nubia, for he made me the same answer, but rather more roughly. "You came here in search of treasure," said he, "and not for stones. What have you to do with stones?" I replied that I wanted no treasure, but only to look at the stones, that I did not want to take them away unless it was agreeable to him, and as a proof of my sincerity, I promised to give them whatever treasure I found. My proposal made the Cadi consider, and the Sheikh Salim said that if I found any treasure, the Bashaw of Egypt would make war against them and take it away. His reflection was very just, but I told him there was no danger of their running any risk in my finding money, for I had no thought of the kind. "But," said the Cadi, "for what purpose then do you come into this country?" I again explained to them about the stones, and that I came only to look, if they would allow me, and if they did not, that I did not care, that tomorrow I should return to the Nile again, since they threw so many difficulties in the way of a stranger, who wished only to see a few stones. My apparent indifference had its desired effect, and the two sheikhs began to relax in their austerity. By this time some of my good coffee and tobacco came in, when we all smoked and drank. The Cadi kept a secret conversation with some of the horsemen by his side, and one of them suddenly rose and swore by Mahomet that the stranger should never enter their village, for if he did they should all fall sick and die. This was done at the instigation of the Cadi, perhaps to see what impression it would make on me. I replied again that if my going into the village was the cause of dispute, I would return sooner than have the bad will of any of them. The Sheikh Salim then said that his people were afraid I would bring some evil disorder into the village. I then observed that if I had the power of doing so, I certainly had not done it to the people of Zabu, who were all well, although I had been there 3 days. There was much to do and say on this subject for about 2 hours. At last it was concluded that I should enter the village in the evening, but only on condition that I was not to write a single word, to touch or take anything away, and that I should keep at a great distance from the ruins. I agreed to all these points, and as I had ordered a sheep to be killed, fortunately a dinner was brought in. The armed men were fed by the sheikhs of the village Zabu, and we were left to eat by ourselves. The sheikhs of Zabu, seeing that I would become friendly with the others, were more free with me than before. However, on my inviting them to eat, they refused. But at the request of the Cadi, they came, and we all ate out of the same dish or wooden bowl, except Sheikh Salem, who ate with none. I asked him several times to say what was the reason, but he refused and smiled at me. I soon perceived that these people were not on friendly terms, and that he, as chief sheikh, could not eat with the people of Zabu, for if he did, it would have made a general peace among them. But as I was perhaps not sure in my conjecture, I could not interfere in such an affair, which would have been dangerous in my case. No sooner had the rest finished their dinner, than a portion reserved for that purpose was brought to the sheikh himself. I was then invited to eat with him, which I contrived to do, as my first repast was not so abundant, but that I could take another. After dinner and coffee, they all set off. Some time after, we prepared to follow them, and the sheikhs of Zabu made me promise that I would come there on my return. 3 hours before sunset we set off, and passed over the sandy banks on the west of the village, crossed the plain, and ascended the rocks which separate the two villages. From the summits I had a fine view of the site of the Elwha, and on the side of El Cassar the country was most pleasant. A forest of palm trees surrounded the village, and stretching over a wide circuit, which included a great space of cultivated lands. Farther on before us there was the range of rocks which surrounds the Elawah and opens to the west, forming an entrance into a valley which runs in that direction. We descended the rock and gradually advanced toward the village, and on our approaching we found the place we had to pass crowded with people. They knew the stranger was coming there to seek for treasure, and they were not pleased with our intrusion. It was well for me that I had an interview with their sheikh and cadi, who had previously assured them that they would take care we should do no harm to them. The first we met came right before us, stopped the first camel, and would not let us proceed any farther. Consequently, we stopped where we were, at a quarter of a mile from the village, but he thought we had advanced far enough. I told my guide to speak to them and to send one to the sheikh or to the cadi, but it was almost night, and there we remained. The people kept watch all night that we did not advance any farther. Early in the morning of the 28th, many of them came to look at us, but kept at a great distance. We wished to send someone to the sheikh, but no one would hear us. The guide told them that the camels could not stay without provisions, consequently that they would die. The people replied that we might die too as soon as we liked. All the forenoon was passed in this manner. The place we were in was a dry spot, without shelter from the sun, and no water near us, nor had we brought any provisions with us, as we did not expect such a reception. My guide and camel drivers were determined to return to Zabu as soon as the sun was declining, and I could not prevent them. Near this place I observed a quarry from which large blocks of stone had been taken, which assured me that some building of the same must be in the village, or not far off. At last, towards evening, the cadi came to us and said that we could not enter on the night before, because the people were not consulted, and did not agree that we should enter till that moment, a difficulty which I afterwards learned was entirely owing to the cadi himself. For though the people were not pleased at our going into the village, they did not make more objection on the first night than the second. At length we marched slowly toward the village, and before we entered we dismounted. We passed under a gateway which led into a spacious place. This was their market, the place where camels and other cattle were sold, in the midst of which we took up our abode. The principal difficulty was to obtain food for the camels, which they absolutely refused at first. But on consideration that a Mohammedan would be at the loss of his beast, they gave them some rice straw. We made a fire and prepared our utensils for coffee. The baggage was all put close to us, and we seated ourselves around it. The fragrant smell of the enticing coffee made these wild people stretch out their noses. By the time it was made, some of them came near us in soft conversation. I drank my coffee, and so did my guide. The people drew nearer still, till I could ask them if they wished to take any, to which they replied with a hearty affirmative. The sight of drinking coffee by these people drew many others nearer and round us. We began our conversation, and after some time the cadi appeared, and caused a large mat to be spread on the ground near me, and to my great surprise 2 large bowls of rice were brought before us. This was in return for what I had given to them on the morning before. After this, coffee was given again, and the great sheikh himself came to partake of it. I might with reason exclaim on the virtue of a cup of coffee. We talked of everything but the subject of seeing the ruins. At last, as the night grew dark and late, the sheikh invited me to enter his house to pass the night. I would rather have remained where I was, but I could not venture to refuse him. I went, and having laid my saddle on the ground, I thought I could sleep. The house of the sheikh was as usual made of mud. A few beams of palm trees laid across formed the roof, on the top of which was thrown a great quantity of straw, with old mats over. It rains in this place sometimes, but not much. When we were alone, the sheikh told me that all he could do for me he would, but that the Cadi's father, being a merchant of dates, had received many dollars from the Bedouins who came there to market once a year, and that it was supposed that he hid them in the ruins. Consequently, he was alarmed, thinking that I would take them from under the ground by my magic. I assured the sheikh that I was not a magician, and that I did not care for treasure. At last the old sheikh went to sleep, and so did I. But I hope my reader will not do the same. On the morning of the 29th, a great consultation took place, and the great difficulty was to persuade the father of the Cadi to let me walk to the ruins. The debates were great, but at last it was concluded that he himself should accompany me, and no one else, that I should go no farther than where he led me, and that I should not write anything down or take anything away. All the above conditions were of course agreed to, as I considered that, if there should be such to see, I could not avoid observing it, and could put it in my memorandum book at night, or if anything of consequence to examine, that I would find the means to see it again after my first visit. We set off with the old miser, and he took me through a lane where the houses were built upon the ruins of some great edifice. The blocks of stone project in several parts, and into the very path in the lane, but this was all seen in passing. At last we descended on one side of the village, which is situated on an eminence, no doubt formed by the ruins. We went round part of the village, and on the north side of it I saw the remains of a Greek temple, consisting of a high wall with two lateral sides and an arch in the center. It was so situated that it must have been built on the ruins of another of larger dimensions. This is not more than 60 feet in breadth, and of course it must have been long in proportion. The people were in crowds behind us, but kept at some distance, and it appeared to me that the influence of the old man was great. At about 150 feet he stopped me from going any farther, and I could not persuade him that the distance was too great for me to be able to distinguish anything. On the top of the wall there were many people looking outside at what I was going to do. As I thought I might see some inscription on the wall, I took from my pocket a small telescope, which, when opened, was not more than 2 feet long. Having put it in a direction to the upper part of the wall, all the people that were there retired in great precipitation, and the others near us were on the point of doing the same. The old man stared at me and at the telescope, and wished to know what I was about. I thought it best to please the old man by letting him have a peep. He was shy at first, but he took it, and after a long examination I had some trouble to make him put it to his eyes. At last he caught the focus of the glasses, and was much astonished that the stones of the wall should come so near to him. He thought this was not fair, as I promised not to do anything magical. I explained to him that it was not magic, but what the Europeans could make every day. I took a long observation on that wall, but could not discover any inscription, except 4 letters on the lateral wall on the east, and above the cornice, which are exactly as follow: A-P-H-S. We reascended the ruins, and entered through a house into the interior of the temple, but there I could see nothing but the inner part of the above wall, which must have been the sanctuary. We returned to the house by the same road, and all I had observed was apparently to me the vast ruins of a great edifice covered with the mud cottages which formed the village, and that the standing part of a temple was built by later nations, and that the materials of the former temple had been employed to erect the latter, but the stones had been diminished in size. The rest of the evening was passed in the house of the sheikh to persuade him and the others of my honorable views, as by this first trial they must have found that I did no harm to anyone. The telescope remained fixed in the mind of the old man, and he told the rest that though I did not trespass farther than he permitted me to go, yet I had the mode to draw the wall of the Kassar or ruin near me, so that it was the same as if I had gone near. But all this was said in a pleasant manner by the old man, so that all the rest laughed. At this time 2 negroes who lived in the Elwha brought in 2 pumpkins of a liquor which they extract from the palm tree by cutting all the branches of it. They make a hole in the top of the tree, into which they thrust a pipe, attached to which is a pumpkin flask. The liquor runs up the trees and is discharged into the flask through the pipe. It is not unlike ale, but the natives cannot drink much of it without getting tipsy. I drank some, and ordered the blacks to bring more. By this time the principal people of the village had arrived, and in consequence of my not having taken any treasure from the temple, they began to persuade themselves that I was not in search of gold. But notwithstanding all this, the idea that a man should travel so many miles only to come to see the stones of that place could not enter into their heads. The telescope was what drew their attention at present, and it was handed from one to another. But unfortunately, after the first, no one could see anything. He protested that a branch of a date tree, which was at some distance, came so close to him that it touched his nose. All the rest were willing to see this wonder, but he unwarily had put the telescope off its focus, consequently the others could not see. When I put the focus right again, the first that could see exclaimed that he was close to the tree. His pleasure of sight did not last long, for no sooner did he say that he saw something than the glass was taken from him and put out of its focus again. This created a sport for more than 2 hours, and I received my telescope back again without injury, which was more than I expected. They were so pleased with it and with their knowledge that I proposed to take a tour round the village on the outside of it, and they all agreed to accompany me anywhere I pleased to go. I was on my legs immediately, and off we all set out of the village, with at least half of the people of it after me. For when the people saw that I had not brought any disorder among them, they became more free with us. I inquired from some of them, who seemed to be disposed to tell me anything, if there were any places underground anywhere. They seemed surprised how I should know of any places of the kind, and told me that there were many around the village. I took my course towards them, and on my arrival I perceived several tombs cut out of the rocks like the others at Zabu, and much in the same manner as the Egyptians. I entered with candlelight. I found 3 or 4 chambers, in each of which were several sarcophagi of burnt clay with the mummies inside, their folding not so rich or so fine, the linen of a coarse sort, and the corpses without asphaltum, consequently not so well preserved. They are in great quantity in each tomb. Many of the sarcophagi are still in good preservation, but I could not take any away, as it would have been too great a burden for a camel. After a long tour over these tombs, we returned towards the village. My next point was the well of warm and cold water, which I heard talked of by my guide. Had I inquired for this fountain, I should have found perhaps some difficulty to be taken there, so I expressed a wish for bathing, and the said fountain was pointed to me. I returned to the house of the sheikh, and after all the crowd had dispersed, which must have been about 300 people, I waited for an opportunity to set off unperceived, not to have such a crowd about me. I took my Sicilian servant and the Hajj, who by this time had been to see the fountain, as he was more at liberty to go unnoticed than I was. I found it to be a well, 8 feet square, and above 60 deep. When I first put my hands into this water, I felt it warm. It was then after sunset. It springs from the bottom of the well, and overflows in a rivulet, which runs to irrigate some cultivated lands. This well is situated near the ruins in the center of a beautiful wood of palms and other trees. The water is blackish, but perhaps this is owing to the soil of the earth. It passes from the bottom to the top of the well. The next visit was to be made at midnight, to observe the difference of the temperature of the water. On our return to the sheikh's house, I found there the sheikhs of the village of Zabu, who came to see me, as they said, but I rather think that these people were inclined to become friends again with those of El Cassar. Some rice was brought to us as usual, but no mutton. I observed that the great sheikh of Zabu did not eat with the rest, as the other did on his visit to his village, and a portion had been brought to him as the other had also for himself. He invited me to eat, and of course I could not refuse, so I partook with him. Rice and fried eggs was the supper for him. Though it was rather late, they all set off to return to Zabu again, and we went to rest for a while, but not to sleep, as I waited till midnight to visit the fountain. They all went to sleep, and I contrived by the light of a small lamp to write my little journal of what passed on that day. At midnight I took my servant and the Hajj, and we went to the fountain. On our way we passed by several people who sleep always about the lane which leads to the outer part of the village, and reached the fountain. We had to go over a wall to get at the place, as the door was closed at this time, but we soon overcame that difficulty. I found the water apparently much warmer than I had left it in the evening, and indeed I regretted I had broken my thermometer. We returned safely to the house and went to sleep. Early in the morning, before the sun, we went to the fountain again, on pretext of bathing. I found the water as I left it at midnight, or rather less warm, but not so much as in the evening. For instance, if we were to suppose the water to have been at 60 degrees in the evening, it might be at 100 degrees at midnight, and in the morning at about 80 degrees. But when I returned at noon, it appeared quite cold, and it might be calculated in proportion to the other at 40 degrees. These are to my little observations the various degrees of temperature which appeared in the water of that fountain, but I am well convinced that it must have been the effect of the various degrees of heat in the atmosphere, and that water, being so kept in a well of 60 feet deep by 8 square, has not had time to cool, so that it being constantly in one temperature, and that the effect of the apparent change is caused by the change of the atmosphere itself, particularly as the water has proved to be pure and free from any saline incorporation, as I had the analysis made since my arrival in London. But whatever may have been the causes of this apparent change of temperature, it does not signify, for the principal point is to prove the existence of the fountain itself, according to the description found in Herodotus, in Melpomene, where he says that there is a fountain near the temple of Jupiter Ammon, whose water changes its temperature, being cold at noon and midnight, and warm in the morning and evening. This does not altogether agree with my finding the water warm at midnight, but we have to recollect that Herodotus was only told of this phenomenon, for he never was himself in the deserts of Libya, and that if the fountain was only apparently changed in its temperature, owing to the heat of the atmosphere, we have to consider that the simplicity of these people did not let them observe the true reason of the above change, but they naturally supposed it was the water that made this alteration. It is enough for me to remind my reader that it is said that such a fountain was described to be near the temple of Jupiter Ammon, and that in the combination with other descriptions concerning the distance and situation of these ruins, we have reason to suppose that this may be the seat of Jupiter Ammon's temple. For my part, I shall leave others to conjecture whether it is or is not. In my simple opinion, I think that, with all this combination, we ought to consider that Siwa, which is another Eloah of the Ammoni, has as much right to be supposed the seat of the above temple of Jupiter Ammon, though unfortunately it is the opinion of many of the first literati that it is not according to the description given by the travelers who have been there, particularly Mr. Horniman and Mr. Brown, who positively affirm that the temple they saw in Siwa was not that of Jupiter Ammon. Still, I beg to observe that the Eloah of Siwa agrees with the account in point of distance, as well as the Eloah El Kassar, and as it forms an angle with that place and Alexandria, and is at the same distance of 9 days' journey from that port, I think that one place has as much claim as the other. The only objection I have against Siwa is that the ruins in that place are surrounded by water, of which we have no account from the ancient authors, yet it might have formed a lake since that time. But what I will give as my firm opinion is that no other places but these two Eloahs are meant by the old authors as the residence of the Ammoni. Consequently, the seat of its temple can but be within them or not far off. Having seen all I could in this place, I made a proposal to pass to the other Eloah of Siwa, But for all my offers, promises, and entreaties, I could not persuade my guide, Grumar, to take me there. I then proposed to go to the Elawah El Heks 3 days in a southwest direction, and found some little difficulty, but I overcame it by a small present to the Sheikh and the Cadi, and on the 31st we set off through the valley on the west side of the Elawah. We continued our route southwest the whole day, and nothing of consequence to be described, as I saw only a few rocks elevated above those which formed the valley. We went a good day's march, as the camels were fresh again, and the next day, the 1st of June, towards the evening, we saw another Elawah at a great distance. On the 2nd we arrived there. It was a long tract of land, forming a crescent of more than 20 miles from one point to the other. There are several good spots of ground to cultivate, and various springs of good water. The side where we entered was at one point of the crescent. There we found a few trees, some spots of ground with rice, a tomb of a Mohammedan saint, and no one to be seen anywhere. We advanced in search of water, and soon found it close to a large sycamore tree, which afforded a fine shelter from the sun. Close to the tree we found a hut, made of 4 mats attached together. Inside of it we saw a bowl of fresh milk, and in a bag attached to the hut we found some dates. One of the drivers was sent in search of the inhabitants of this hut, and it was some time before he could find one. At last a miserable-looking wretch was brought there, who was so frightened at the sight of strangers that, notwithstanding the good treatment he met from us, he could not get the better of it. He was a good-natured sort of being, living far from the wicked world, as I thought, and I almost envied him. But mankind are the wildest of all animals, particularly against each other. We took the usual asidi, which we ate with the milk, and made the man partake with us. We gave him some durra and flour, and some grains of burnt coffee, which he tasted with delight. After eating he set off, and soon returned with another man, with an appearance even worse than his own, a sort of short, ugly-looking fellow, turned-up nose, long teeth out of his mouth, and uncommon thick lips, his eyes standing out of his forehead, and his hair resembling the serpents of Medusa. He was very sulky with us, and for all we tried to be friendly with him, he could not reconcile himself to us. I could not conceive what was the reason why this man was so totally different from the other. The fact was this, that my guide happened to be recognized by him to be one of the assailants of part of his tribe at a place near the southern Elawah, and that he escaped from them by chance. All this was told by the good-natured man to my Hajj in Arabic, who repeated it to me. I told it to the guide, and he immediately recognized the man. The guide then went up to him and talked in friendly terms, but he could not put him into good humor. I caused the Hajj to inquire how many people there were in the Elawah, and he said a great many, but would not tell the number. Probably, I thought, they were but few, only they wished to frighten us away. Notwithstanding all this, I thought it would be proper to keep a strict guard at night, but we soon found that we were not to sleep there. The ugly man disappeared half an hour before we perceived it, and by this time it was quite dark. We perceived great uneasiness in our guide, but he did not wish to show it either to us or to the other men of the place. Some time after, the other man, on pretense of fetching water, set off, so that we remained by ourselves. Our guide was still more uneasy. At last I insisted to know what was the matter. He then told us plainly that he expected we should be attacked by a party on that night, and that he feared they would be too strong for us. He thought the best expedient was to load our camels and set off as soon as we could. I thought there was no time to be lost, but notwithstanding, I did not like to be frightened away merely on supposition. We concluded that we should load the camels and change our position till we saw what might happen. It was well that we did so, for soon after we perceived a number of men from various parts. Our camels were sent off with the luggage, and I remained not far from the place where we were before with the guide. Though it was pretty dark, we could see enough of their actions and of their disappointment at not finding us there. They were in greater numbers than we could have opposed. We made a forced march, or rather a hasty retreat, and with the same pace we kept on the whole night till we reached the opposite point of this Eloah. Here we were extremely tired. The camels could not stir any further without resting. At last, after a few hours, we entered this place in the morning of the 3rd, which we found better cultivated than the other side of the crescent. It was owing to the necessity of wanting water that we came there to refresh our camels, otherwise we should not have passed that way, as it was not in our road back to the great Eloah. Here I found more verdure and several trees of small sweet apples, which are also found in Egypt. There are dates, plants, and vegetation for the camels. At some distance I saw a high wall which drew my attention. On my arrival there I found the site of a small ancient town built of burnt bricks. The baths were the only buildings which remain in good preservation. They are cemented within with the same material which was in use by the Greeks and Romans for that purpose. It is a kind of reddish cement made of ground bricks mixed with lime. The walls of the houses are to be seen, and close to the town stands the high wall which drew me there. It evidently enclosed an edifice of which a very little portion now remains. No doubt the materials have been taken to erect other buildings, as at no great distance from this I saw another wall, and on my approaching it I found it to be a Greek Christian church in a good state of preservation. The inside is built in the form of a cross, and has various divisions at each side. At the end there is the usual chapel, and the 2 places for the lateral altars, which form the sides of the cross. It is about 50 feet long and 20 wide. The materials are of burnt and unburnt bricks. At some distance from this I came to another building, very massive. It was a square wall without entrance. I contrived to ascend to the top of it, and found that it must have been a Copt convent. There were several cells separated from each other, and a very deep well of water in the center, so that the inhabitants of the place were independent of the necessity of coming out to seek that element. Having fed the camels, we advanced farther into this part of the Eloah, as we had to cross it to come on our road again. At some distance we found a man who no longer perceived us than he set off like an antelope. Our guide ran after and succeeded in reaching him within the distance of a gunshot. He then hailed him, and he stopped. For when a man is within the reach of a gun, if he do not obey, he may expect a ball will reach him. Our guide then turned back, and the man followed him. When he came sufficiently near to allow me to speak to him, I found that he was nearly out of breath with fear. As it is time that I should state the reason why this man, as well as he of the other part of this Eloah, were so frightened, I must inform my reader that my guide was no less than one of the sheikhs of these Bedouin tribes who make their incursions into these places at a time when the rice or barley are up, and take away all they find, rob the poor inhabitants of the fruits of their labor, and often leave them to starve in the lone desert. And if any resistance is made, their lives are often the forfeit of this attempt to protect their property. Grumar was well known by all of the people of the Eloah, but no one communicated this to me. But the Moorish Hajj came to the knowledge of it by other people, and he of course communicated it to me. And if we had stayed a little longer in the place where we were the night before, we should have paid the forfeit for what Grumar had done before to these people. This was the reason why he would not take us to Siwa, for he was too well known there, and if we had gone to that place with such a man, we should have become the victims of revenge. We requested the poor man to show us some water, which he took us to in a few moments. We halted a while to refresh our camels and make our achide, or flour pudding. We took our station under a large sunt tree and set the camels to finish their repast. The country here forms a circle with a running rivulet in the center. The water is very sweet, and the land produces good rice and barley. The inhabitants are only 6 in number, 4 men and 2 women. They live entirely on the product of their own labor and water. It is not to be wondered at that they were afraid of my guide, as they knew his past tricks, when he visited them with all his tribe. Of these people we only saw 2. The rest were absent far off at work, and would not return till night. We left this place and arrived at a day's distance from our first Eloah, or El Kassar, and on the 4th in the evening we reached that spot again. It appeared that our Hajj had lost his purse on the road with $3 or $4 in it. He thought he could find it if he could procure a donkey to go back a few miles, but no one was willing to lend him one, and having informed themselves where he thought he might have lost it, they set off themselves and found the purse, which they of course claimed as their own. We passed the forenoon of the 5th in the village. I inquired if any of them had any article to dispose of, and told them that I would give them money in return. Nothing was brought to me of any consequence, only a broken Grecian vase of bronze, about 8 inches high, of a very curious shape, and a small cherub of Greek work not more than 3 inches high. During the morning I was taken on one side by the Cadi, who was uncommonly polite to me all this time, for which attention I could not account. He told me in a few words that himself, the Sheikh Salim, and his father had made up their minds to offer me to remain there with them, that I should become a Mohammedan, and that a great feast would be made on my account on the day of the festival of that ceremony, that I should partake of part of their lands, and if I knew how to introduce some new produce, it would be all to my own advantage, and lastly, that I might choose 4 wives from among their own daughters, and that I should be happy there without going about so much after stones. I had not a little difficulty to get myself out of this scrape. I left the Cadi with hopes that I would return soon, and then perhaps my mind might be more inclined to stop there and marry. But for the present I could not leave all the rest of my affairs at Cairo, which I left unsettled. My Sicilian servant was attacked also at the same time, but he got off in a more speedy way than myself. He told and promised them that as soon as he had accompanied me to Cairo, he would return immediately and stay there with them all the rest of his life. At last we set off in the afternoon for the village of Zabu, and left all good friends at the village of El Kassar. To Sheikh Salim I made a present of a string of very ordinary sort of corals, which he took with great pleasure, some pieces of soap, and a portion of coffee. To the Cadi I gave equally the same. On our coming out of the village, the people saluted us very cordially, and said they expected us soon back again to stay with them. This day we began our journey very merrily, but it ended very badly. We ascended the rock we had to pass to come at the village of Zabu, and on our descending, my camel slipped his foot on one side and rolled down the rock the height of about 20 feet, taking me, of course, along with him. I did not get off so easily this time as I did when I fell on the sand in Wadi el Gemal, for here they were all hard stones. Fortunately, however, no other harm was done, as it appeared at the time, but a few bruises and a blow on my side. I was put on a donkey belonging to a man who followed us from the other village, and I was brought so to Zabu, to the house of Sheikh Ibrahim, the son-in-law of our guide. My saddle was my bed, as usual. Fortunately, we had a few drops of brandy in our stock, and my bruises were rubbed with it, but my side did not permit me to stir without great pain. On our entering into the house, I saw a great number of people assembled, eating rice out of their usual bowls. I was accommodated in the passage which leads from the street door to the yard behind the house. My mattress or saddle occupied half of the space from one wall to the other, and in all there was not 2 feet left for the men, women, children, cows, buffaloes, donkeys, sheep, goats, and dogs to pass there. The passage was constantly crowded with people, who occasionally trod on my feet or gave me a kick on the head. But this was not the worst of the thing. It happened often that while the cows, buffaloes, or donkeys passed, I had reason to fear the consequences of my being thus situated. There was another thing which was not the least of all the rest. The feast of rice eating was kept in consequence of the death of a man related to Sheikh Ibrahim, the landlord of the house where I was, and he was taken to be buried just before we arrived. No sooner was the eating ended than the most tremendous noise issued from the outer doors. It was the widow of the deceased who returned home, accompanied with all the rest of the matrons of the village, all in great uproar. They had all to pass by my side into the yard, where the house of the deceased was, and every half hour they had to repeat this lamentation all through the street before the house, so that the place where I lay was a continual passage. The pain in my side was not diminished, and the skin became rather black. I tried to move, but I could not. On the morning of the 6th I had many visits of the sheikhs. They all congratulated with me that I did not break my neck, for it might have been so by the fall I had. I spent the rest of the day in taking notes. Towards the evening of the second day, I was with the Moorish Hajj and my Sicilian servant, who were my physicians. I felt my side was somewhat better, and I was in hopes to be able to bear the motion of the camel on the next day. After sunset, the widow who had buried her husband on the day before came and seated herself near to me, sobbing, I supposed, for the loss of her husband. My Sicilian servant tried to persuade her to bear the loss patiently, but she continued sobbing. At last she said that none but me could restore her to happiness, and that she hoped that I would not refuse her the favor. I could not understand what the woman meant, and she sobbed again, while the Moorish Hajj was talking to quiet her, but in vain. She still continued there, and said that none but me could cure her of all her trouble. At last I asked what she wanted of me. She said that she saw me writing magic, and begged I would write 2 pieces of paper, one to get another husband as soon as possible, and the other to make use of for the same purpose if he should die. We endeavored to persuade her that I was not in possession of magic, but she would not be convinced, and went away much displeased with my harsh proceeding against her. I could not help reflecting that if I had the art of procuring husbands to widows, I could have obtained employment enough in Europe, without traveling in strange lands for such a purpose. On the 7th I tried to mount the camel, but my side would not permit me. At last, on the 8th, on the afternoon, we set off. I felt much pain the 2 first days, but it appeared diminishing after. The above 2 days, the 8th and 9th, brought us to the flat desert of the horizon, and another day, the 10th, to the tumulus, the 11th to Rajan. There we were without water, and we had to drink some from that place, which was very salt. We, however, filled the hudris, and on the 12th, took the road towards the southeast by east, as I wanted to go to see a place called El Mul. We passed a great quantity of sandbanks this day, and slept on the summit of one of them. On the 15th afternoon we reached El Mul, hoping to find fresh water, but alas, we were disappointed. The drivers made the eside with salt water, and we ate it. In this place I found the ruins of a small ancient village and the remains of a very large Christian church and convent. Some of the paintings on the wall are very finely preserved, particularly the figures of the 12 apostles on the top of a niche over an altar. The gold is still to be seen in several parts, and their faces are well preserved. This place is situated at the end of a long tract of land which had been cultivated in former times, but it is now left for want of water. It extends more than 10 miles from west to east towards the Nile. We went on as soon as we had refreshed ourselves with salt pudding and salt water, for as we were disappointed there, our next resource was the Nile, or at least some of its canals. We traveled till midnight and arrived within 12 miles of that river. We suffered much from thirst this night. Though we were so near the water, my mouth had formed a crust of salt within it, so that I could scarcely articulate a word, and for several hours I felt what it was to be truly thirsty. We were almost all in great distress. At last one of the drivers told us to stop, for there was sweet water near us. At the sound of these words we were all agreeably surprised, but I could not conceive where the water could be, as we were in a flat plain covered with small pebbles and stones. He had kept a small skin of water concealed in a sack all the way from the Aloha, as he said he expected this would happen. I do not know that in all my life I have tasted anything more sweet and pleasant than that water, though it had been closed up in a skin for several days. At last, on the morning of the 14th, before the sun, we arrived in the valley of the Nile at the Bahar Yusuf, and on the evening of the same day we reached Sudamin, the place where I engaged my guide, and on the 15th we returned to Benzerf, where I embarked for Cairo. The blow I received from the fall in the Elawah did not get better. It continued to pain me much, and the part became black and swelled. I found the consul, Mr. Salt, had returned from Upper Egypt. The plague was very violent in Cairo at that time, but as I had business to transact with the consul, I went at night to the consulate, and having arranged my affairs with him, I returned to Rosetta, where I arrived on the 23rd, in hopes to end the business of the attack in Karnak as soon as I could, and set off for Europe. But I was totally mistaken, for the intrigue displayed in this affair is almost beyond the possibility of explaining. Mr. Drouetti, in defense of the two assailants, Lebulo and Rosignano, his compatriots, and in his service, said that Mr. Salt was the accuser, that in the account I sent to Mr. Salt I had declared that I did not seek for redress, and in fact I did not, as I was well aware of the intrigues which would have been displayed by my adversary. But as the affair had been brought forward, I made a formal declaration against the two assailants, Lebulo and Rosignano. Mr. Drouetti, availing himself of the influence he had with the new consul, Mr. Russell, made up a tissue of stories of his own fabrication, saying that I went under his window to stop the people from working, and that it was a mere dispute and not a premeditated attack. Mr. Russell wished to have this affair thrown aside, and that nothing more should be said. But we insisted it should be brought forward, and upon having the two assailants brought down from Thebes to Alexandria, Mr. Drouetti continued to put himself forward, saying he was accused by Mr. Salt. But a declaration made by me that my deposition was against the two assailants put it out of his power to have any farther ground to prevent our proceeding against his agents, on the pretext that he was accused also. By this time the hurt I received from the fall in the Elawah turned out to be troublesome, and had confined me near a month to my bed in Rosetta. It happened that Mr. Russell, the French consul, was to return to France, and Mr. Tednar Devan, the vice-consul, succeeded him provisionally. This good sort of honest gentleman, a great honor to his country, is a justice of peace, had been in Egypt for many years. He was one who cut a conspicuous figure in the days of the Revolution. He never was higher than Cairo, and had a great wish to go up to Thebes. He never had a better opportunity offered to him than the present, as he was to be judge in the above cause. He answered to our consuls that if I wished to proceed, I must deposit immediately $1,200 as a security to defray the expenses which would be incurred in the examination of this affair, that he must go up to Thebes accompanied with logars, clerks, stewards, witnesses, boats, barges, canjars, and so forth, and all this at my expense, while I might only hope for redress. I was more than tired, and as I knew the people we had to deal with, and to what point they could carry their intrigues, I had no hopes of redress. Be assured, my gentle reader, that in this simple sketch of this affair you can but form a very small idea of what passed, for I cannot at present enter too far into the explanation of it. I shall only state how it ended. The two assailants, Lebulo and the renegado Rosignano, Piedmontese, were obliged to come to Alexandria to take their trials, and when they arrived were so sure of getting off in some way or other that they not only confirmed my deposition, but boasted of what they had done. Now to the conclusion. Their protector, Mr. Drouetti, knew very well how he should get out when the affair came to the extremity. I demanded an interview with him before the consul and a number of other people to have an explanation of the various wrongs he had done to me, but all to no purpose. I insisted, and at last it was arranged by Mr. Drouetti that an interview should take place with only the British vice-consul, the French consul, him, and myself. This was not what I wanted, as I thought I might have the chance to expose his conduct publicly, but he took care not to consent that a public meeting should ever take place. Unfortunately, on my first landing in that country, I became under an obligation to him and another person, particularly by having had an apartment in his hôtel for 3 weeks during the time of the plague, and through the said obligation it was supposed and expected I should sacrifice my principles, which has been another cause of so much hatred against me. When I requested him to explain before the two consuls what cause I had given him to induce him to evince such animosity against me, I believe he was not on his guard at that moment, for the first word he expressed related to my wrong proceeding in taking the obelisk from the island of Philo. I could scarcely believe that a man who held a situation once as a consul should forget himself and show an open inveteracy against an individual merely because he was fortunate in his undertakings. I must acknowledge that it must have been provoking to a man like Drouetti, who did not search antiquity from the love of these relics, but merely for interest, and whose views were directed chiefly to the British and French museums, to see a stranger accumulate in 3 years a greater and far superior collection than he had done in 15. And as in consequence of this his hopes on the British Museum were lost, he could not restrain his passion. The conclusion of all this affair was that after a 9-month struggle to bring the two assailants to a trial, the French consul put an end to it in a few words by only saying that the two persons accused were not French subjects but Piedmontese, and that if we wanted redress we must go to Turin for that. Thus I received redress for that shameful outrage, but I was not surprised, as I fully expected it would end in such a manner. I should not intrude such a narrative on the patience of my reader, were it not that even at Paris I found the persecution of Mr. Drouetti had not ceased. On my arrival in that capital I found his son-in-law busied with the public prince, who only on the assurance of his assertion and the prejudice already excited against me for serving another nation, put before the public whatever he could persuade the censors to pass, and what he could not he publicly asserted in a most atrocious manner. I had sent an answer to these publications to be inserted in the journals of Paris, but such were the intrigues carried on that my reply was intercepted and sent to Mr. Drouetti in Alexandria. Consequently, it never reached the hands of the editors. At last, having put an end to all my affairs in Egypt, in the middle of September, 1819, we embarked, thank God, for Europe. Not that I dislike the country I was in, for on the contrary I have reason to be grateful. Nor do I complain of the Turks or Arabs in general, but of some Europeans who are in that country, whose conduct and mode of thinking are a disgrace to human nature. After an absence of 20 years, I returned into the bosom of my family, from whence I departed for England, and having been persuaded to put before the world the narrative of my researches and operations in these countries, I hope the English reader will pardon me for the many errors I have committed in this volume, particularly in the English phrases. End of Narrative of the Operations and Recent Discoveries in Egypt and Nubia by Giovanni Belzoni. Recording by David Wales. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org.